Esports fans, I'm your PUBG Esports guide, Amy, and I'm here again with Paperthin.
What's up, guys?
So PCS6 APAC in America has finally finished last weekend. Yay!
Yeah.
Congratulations for Daytrade Gaming and Sonics for winning PCS6 APAC in Americas. So today, it's time to talk about the remaining two regions, Asia and Europe.
Yeah, I mean, 32 incredible teams across both regions. I mean, sure to be absolutely stacked, insane PUBG Esports action.
So first to go is Asia region. Asia was always known to be the very strong region, and this time in PCS6 we have very simple distribution. 8 Chinese teams from PCL and 8 teams from PWS East Asia. So from PCS6, Chinese team have 2 more seats than before.
Yeah, I mean, they're undefeated in PCSs so far, so, you know, having them have a few more seeds seems to make a lot of sense, and of course we know this is probably the most dominant region in the world right now. So coming out of the PCL again this year, our top 2 teams shouldn't surprise anybody. First is New Happy, they won again, barely. It was very, very close, but our PGC winners continue to look very impressive, even with the stacked competition, but staying with the same roster, kind of going with what's working, you know, these 3x barrel sprays and these kind of things they do. New Happy is insane. Right behind them, 17. Now 17 is also sticking with the same roster, and they continue to look very, very strong.
I know they have contended for the champion in that last match, but New Happy was a little better at the last match. And I'm quite curious who is going to contend 17 Gaming over the Picado and Pachinki.
So this time around, it doesn't look like anybody will. Underdog to try to fight for that position will not be there. So I think it should be open territory for 17.
It's going to be much more comfortable for 17 Gaming to compete in PCS6 Asia, I think. The next 2 teams I want to talk about is the teams that have won the PCS events before. So Tianba Esports have won the PCS Charity Showdown, and Pero won 2 consecutive championships in PCS Asia last year.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many good teams here in China and so many good players. So Tianba in particular has had quite a bit of change up in their roster, not too surprising with the way the results went last year. So you still have Lin Shun as kind of the leader of this team. Then you got Kui, who's actually a Korean-born player, but he's been playing in the PCL. Also 77 was on LGE with him at some point, who was also on Vici Gaming a long time ago, back in like 2019, which was also a team Lin Shun was on. So there's like all these little connections here with this team now. And then last but not least is Tang, who used to be on LYG. So this is a good roster of players who've played with each other in the past, but not for quite some time.
Yeah, in Pero, they almost did not make it to the PCS6 Asia because they were 11th in the 4th day, but they won the 2 consecutive chickens and earned 86 points in that day, and they ended up 4th in that day.
I mean, you wouldn't expect anything less out of them. This is still a strong team. Now, they've had a bit of a change. They did bring AZ and Ming over from Next, so it is kind of an interesting roster. Mill and Akeslef still stand, but it's going to look a little bit different to fans of this team.
So 5th was Tailu. Can you explain more about this team?
Yeah, sure. This is kind of an interesting squad. You're going to see some members from the old TSG team. They took Shandian, put him into the coaching role. I Am Shia still here. They also traded for Zhao Yang from Infantry. So this is a really, really good team. Historically, a great Miramar team. So I'm pretty curious to see how they're going to perform at a PCS.
So another familiar name, 4 Angry Men coming in 6th in PCL spring season. They were not really good in the regular season, but they placed 6th and managed to advance to the PCS6 Asia.
Godvi, aka Wayless, is so good as a leader of this team for so long. You know, a bit surprising at the end of the year that they fell off a little bit, but now Forever is taking a step back, so that's kind of interesting. A guy who put up unbelievable plays last year at times, but now you have Xiaohai, you have Longzi, aka LZ now, still looking really good, and of course Lu. Lu is absolutely nuts. He was the most kills of any player in the PCL here during the playoffs, so still a very good team.
And Jufu, this is the only team that we don't really have a lot of information about among other Chinese teams. Do you have any information?
I mean, other than a few other players used to be subs for a few other teams. So, I mean, good teams that they've been underneath, but they've never really competed at that high level themselves. Plus, they bring in 2 completely new rookie players, and all of a sudden, they're in PCS.
Yeah, let's see how they perform in upcoming PCS6 Asia. And last but not least, it's Infantry. They was this close to disqualifying to PCS6 Asia, that last match in PCL playoff was not only the match to decide the champion, but was the last chance for this team Infantry.
Yeah, exactly. There was so much going on in that one. And they take the victory in the last game, and they're here again. And I am so excited to have Infantry back. An explosive team, so fun to watch. You know, everybody loves long skirts. Is so thrilled to have them back in PCS.
And the rest of 8 teams come from PWS East Asia, 6 Korean teams, and 1 each from Chinese Taipei and Japan. First to go is Guangdong Freaks, which was one of the most consistent team of all in PWS East Asia recently.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like every spring, you know, the cherry blossoms bloom and then the Freaks win in the PWS. So this is a really good team, but a very different team than what we saw last year. The only holdover is Hikari, a COD, who of course everybody knows has a lot of talent mechanically. You bring on Lash as your IGL now. Lash is so smart and he looks to have these guys in really good shape. And last but not least, the best player in Korea right now, in my opinion, End. Unbelievable talent, just can get it done in every phase of the game. This is a guy you gotta watch out for. So while the Freaks did end up pretty far ahead in the overall standings in the grand finals, behind them was Danawa, again, continuing to show strong performances with a dynamic duo of Seoul and Salute. Even I think Seoul taking over the IGL role from what I understand. So this is still a very, very formidable team in Korea. And of course, Rex is there as well, but then they also brought in Rex's former teammate Helen from T1, who kind of comes out of a semi-retirement there. I'm really excited about Danawa again.
Yeah, Danawa Esports was the best performing Korean team in Last PGC 2021, so I'm kind of expecting a lot from them this year. And we have Ghibli Esports. I heard that they've changed their roster a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. You still have Adder and Lambu on there, a very powerful duo in and of themselves, and then Gumin and Heaven. Heaven been playing very well the last couple years actually, so really excited to see him on a team like this where he can really shine. I think they're really good. Another team, of course, that kind of took some Ghibli remnants and made a big change was Gen G. Of course, with Pio retiring, we all know about that. Anonix still there, Spear and Renba move over, plus Max Zora. They look really good, and they only got better throughout, frankly, throughout the entire thing. So expect big things from Gen G.
Yeah, I'm also very curious about this team, new Gen G, without Pio, so I'll have to see how they perform in PCS6 Asia. And we have 2 left for Korea. Mario Gaming is a new organization coming into PUBG Esports in Korea, and Veronica 7 is consist of amateur players who barely got their last ticket.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting to see Veronica 7. Now they bring back a completely different roster, and they look really, really good. Jonggu in particular looked absolutely phenomenal throughout this, so keep your eyes out for him. Maru is a group of mostly veterans, as well as Sung Young, who used to be on Veronica 7, and Dlax Gok looking really good, you know, old school players. And of course, the legend himself, Yacha, is still on this team. So I'm excited about Maru. They're solid, and they had a really great final day where they put up some huge games, won back-to-back games. They look pretty good.
Yeah, this team reminds me of the old DPG Danawa they used to play with in Onyx. Now we have 1 each left from Chinese Taipei and Japan, and I have to talk about Global Esports exit. They leveled up so much after placing 7th in PGC 2021. They were excellent in the grand finals in PWS.
Yeah, and I mean, this is surprising team, and I mean that in a very good way. And this team can fight. They're not aggressive. I will say that. They fight well, but they're not going to push the issue very often. They're very passive, but when they take fights and when fights are taken to them, they can hold their own for sure.
So last is this Japanese team. I remember that this spot was always to E36 last year, but this time there were a lot of new Japanese team performing very well in PWS.
Yeah, exactly, right? We had Sun Sister in there, and then we had the team that qualified, the USG Donuts, who bring Americano and Corn. A lot of people are going to remember them from GNL. They are unbelievably mechanically gifted players right now. And then you have Kane on there and Shiva. And Kane in particular has really impressed me this year, kind of coming out of the woodwork, really a top tier talent in the PWS.
They even won the weekly final, right?
Yes, they did, exactly. That's a really good point. The first non-Korean team to win a PWS weekly finals.
So in all previous PCS events, 6 PCS events, Chinese teams have dominated. And even after winning the PGC 2021, Chinese teams seem better than ever. And this roster for PCS6 is really scary. But let's see which team from PWS could be the biggest contender against these Chinese teams. Last but not least always is Europe. Europe is the only region with the invited teams. Here we have 8 invited teams and 4 each from Europe West qualifier and MEA qualifier.
Yeah, some really, really good teams here. And first, I think, of course, I want to highlight Northern Lights, team that's dominating already this year, winning G-Loot, winning PSL. Of course, Big Brain Batulins is leading the squad, just an absolutely brilliant mind for PUBG. And, Perfectic, Spyro, Lou, these guys behind him are absolutely insane. So this is a team you got to watch out for. And then after that, I think Heroic. I think Heroic is a team that I really have my eyes on. Of course, they're insanely good PGC performance, almost winning. T-Bone has been playing really, really well. He's picked it up lately. Corexy, these guys, Beamy, they're so good. They're so aggressive.
Next, Team Liquid has quite interesting stories in roster-wise. Ibiza have left the team after playing in the Team Liquid for more than 3 years, and Fuzzface from FaZe Clan have came as a coach.
Big changes on the Liquid, big changes. And so, of course, I think Ibiza, he's been on the team for so long. It's hard to see him go for sure for fans. Fuzzface, is a very seasoned player. I expect big things out of this Liquid squad. And so we should mention the new player filling in for Ibiza is going to be Vard. The hard fragging Vard. He is really good. They've gotten 4th in both events they played in the PSL and G-Loot so far. So to me, it's looking pretty good. I think these guys can really compete.
FaZe Clan also had a roster change. Diggory came into the FaZe Clan.
Yeah, the former ENCE player, I think kind of taking up the support role similar to what Fuzz used to do. Curious to see how that all works out. A couple 6th place finishes for this squad so far. Again, kind of like Team Liquid where it seems like, they change one player. They're still pretty good, but they're trying to kind of, even out the wrinkles. But, Effects team, he's unbelievable. AT's so consistent. Gustav's so smart. So I think this team absolutely will continue to excel.
And another big team coming, Na'Vi, has the same roster this year.
You got to look out for these guys. At G-Loot, they got 2nd place. Coming into this, they absolutely have to be on everyone's mind as a favorite. Example, Alia, Melman, these guys, Quizzy, these guys are absolutely insane, top to bottom. One of my favorite teams to watch personally. So next up is our Finnish team, and still pretty much the same, but of course with Diggory going over to FaZe, they do bring Nuki over, and still I think this should be a force to be reckoned with. A very consistent team, a team that isn't going to blow the doors off of you, but man oh man are they smart. They play well. I think this team is always just kind of in the mix no matter what happens, so I'm always excited for ENCE.
So last 2 teams are from Turkey. BBL, the Esports, were always the biggest contender from Turkey, and they have changed their roster this year.
Yeah, I think BBL still has a statement to make here. I mean, you saw at G-Loot, they got 3rd place. I think defying expectations a bit. We know Code Marco and Smash are quite good. We've seen them perform on the big stages at international levels. But then they brought in 2 members from Galacticos with Ketpa and Thunderlost, and it looked really good. To be honest, these guys were fragging out.
And the next team, Football, is quite new. It's a big organization from Turkey. Most of the players are very unknown in this scene, so we have to see how they perform in their first PCS6 Europe.
Good luck.
Let's move on to the 8 teams that have qualified from the regional playoffs. Let's start with the Euro West qualifier. So the first rank goes to Skade, and I see Ibiza from Team Liquid is here.
Yeah, really happy to see Ibiza back here, joining Jempty again. So, kind of getting the band back together a little bit. And this is a squad full of just veteran, smart PUBG players. Not too surprising to see them come through. Noik and Pixel as well on here. So these are 2 guys who have been around for a while. I wouldn't be surprised to see them finish top 5. Seriously, I think this team is really quite good from top to bottom. And then I guess it is spring, so next up was Sakura Zenzen coming in 2nd place. I think surprising a lot of people here. A couple players from the old Tempest team. I'm really kind of curious about these guys.
Next is Entropeak. They even placed 2nd in recent PSL, which means they are doing well these days. Can you tell us more about this team?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, your eyes go to Nailip on this squad, a very good player for a long time. With that 2nd place finish at PSL, anything's possible. The Entropic name carries a lot of weight with it too. Last but not least, coming out of West, we have Thunder. Then Hyrzen is probably the player that you're gonna have your eyes on the most, a long-time veteran of PUBG Esports.
So last 4 teams are from MEA regional playoffs, and most of them are Turkish teams.
Yeah, we have a lot of players here that, at least at the global level, we're not going to be super familiar with. A few like Howl Esports, but they won, right? And that's a tough region, so really curious to see what they're going to look like. But in second place was Team Rage, a team where we definitely know some of these names. Merton Metrelius, of course, are household names in PUBG Esports.
And coming third, Road to Glory is an only non-Turkish team, and 2 players are from Lebanon, and Salik from Road to Glory won the most kills in MEA Regional Playoff. Coming up last is Stardust. Now the big Turkish organization have picked up, the Regnum Karya Esports picked up this team, so I think they could become better in actual PCS6 Europe Grand Finals. So these 32 teams are going to be competing in upcoming PCS6 Asia and Europe, which will kick off in April 29th. So don't miss out and pick 'em. Did you get right for the PCS6 APAC and Americas? Pick 'em challenge for PCS6 Europe and Asia is already open, so don't miss out that. And this is our pick for this time.
So good luck with all your picks and good luck to all the players competing, and to the fans out there, really pay attention to this because obviously they want to win these events. They want to get those PGC points. A lot of the favorites to win PGC are going to be playing here in Europe and Asia. And of course, they want to get to PNC. Everybody's trying to prove that they deserve to be on their country spot. So make sure you guys are tuning in.
Yeah, I'm really excited with the upcoming PUBG Nations Cup, and I know all of you guys are too. So we'll be back with the PUBG Nations Cup next time. Bye-bye! And don't forget to like and subscribe.
Hello PUBG Esports fans. The PUBG Continental Series is back with PCS6 just around the corner. As the finest teams around the world prepare for battle, it's time once again to learn about what prizes you fans can bring home with the Pick'em Challenge. Want to find out how to earn valuable esports points and free voting coupons? Let's dive right into it. There's a ton of new PCS6 esports items waiting for you to purchase and earn, starting with this tournament's premium items. Until May 6th, you'll be able to pick up PCS6 themed items for your own games and support your favorite teams while doing so. Each purchase supports our PCS6 teams, with 30% of net sales going right back to them via the prize pool. Purchasing PCS6 items will also reward you with up to 14 voting coupons to use in Pick'em Challenge events. Buying gets you cool stuff while supporting the teams you love watching and giving you extra chances to earn even more. One change this time around. Voting periods for teams will be held separately, as regions face off during separate 2-week competitions. You can vote for Asia Pacific and Americas regions from April 6th until April 22nd, and Asian and European regions from April 25th until May 6th. Now, let's take a look at all the ways to pick 'em and win. The first event of the Pick'em Challenge is the Pick the Winner game. Use your voting coupons to predict the overall winners for each participating region. If your chosen team is declared the winner of their region, you get 100,000 EP to spend in the esports shop. With 4 different regions, that's 400,000 EP up for grabs in the game, so plan your picks out and sit back while the EP rolls in. The second game is Team Face-Off. In Team Face-Off, you can earn EP without needing a coupon, simply by picking the winner between 2 rival teams. Like before, EP prizes will be weighted depending on how many votes a team has gotten, so playing it safe for a smaller prize or risking your vote for a higher payout are both valid options. Prizes range from 400 to 7,600 EP, So choose your team and cheer them on. There are also ways for you to earn a free voting coupon and bonus EP. First, tune into PCS6 live streams for a special code that pops up during the games. Redeeming the code fast enough will grant you another free voting coupon. You'll be able to grab 2 voting coupons from the first week of APAC Americas and Asia Europe streams, so don't forget to stay tuned as the tournament begins. For even more EP, make sure your Crafton account is connected to Twitch. You'll earn EP through drops by watching official tournament broadcasts. You can also play the Pick and Go game on official PUBG Twitch channels. Pick and Go puts you up against randomly selected players to each choose the 9 teams you think will perform best in the next match. Enter your picks and watch your score grow as the match goes on. If your points beat out the other teams, you'll earn some EP. A new Pick and Go game starts each match, so play often and win more. To check out the teams and cast your votes, pop into the PCS6 Esports tab by clicking the PCS logo in the menu. Here you'll find info on the tournament. You can also click on the button in the bottom left corner to learn more at the official PUBG Esports website. The Esports tab will be operational until May 25th. You picked them, now it's time to spend them. Browse through the Esports shop and plan out how to spend your soon-to-be oodles of EP. Once you've collected your points, come back and spend them on your favorite items. The shop will only be open until May 25th, and any leftover EP will be lost after the store closes, so make sure to use it all. The first global event of 2022 is almost here. Which squads will claim victory for their region? Find out when PUBG Continental Series 6 begins on April 15th. Pick your teams, cast your vote, and tune in for all the great PUBG esports action.
I know what you really want. Turn it up and give it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
이번 PWS는 좀 저희 팀에 적수가 없었다고 생각하고 이번 PCS6 때 중국 팀을 짓밟고 트로피를 꼭 가져오도록 하겠습니다.
对于本次 PCS6，我们的目标还是只有一个，那就是冠军。如果拿下这个 PCS6的冠军的话，可能对于我们队伍的队史荣誉的话，就是一个大满贯的一个荣誉。
지금 PCS, PVC를 싹 다 중국한테 뺏기고 모두가 이제 약간 승부욕에 불타오르고 있어서 PCS6만큼은 다나와가 가져오도록 하겠습니다.
PCS4和 PCS5的冠军都拿了，PCS6也不差这一个了吧？如果遇到他们了，小心被我们一波带走。
PCL 是亚洲最强的赛区，韩国赛区的兄弟们，你们能不能拿一个冠军啊？
중국 팀들이 잘한다기보단 그냥 NH 팀만 잘한다고 생각해서 다른 팀들은 별로 잘한다고 생각하지 않아요. ULP 내가 잡으러 갈게.
多分今まで出た日本チームの中で一番フィジカルが強いし、日本チームへのリスペクトってあんまりないと思うんですけど、バカにしてると痛い目に遭います。
这是 PCS6中没有意料之外的队伍，感觉大家都挺强的。然后这一次 PCS6我们也会全力以赴。
마청을 해본 적은 없어가지고 이 리더에 대한 책임감 그리고 부담감이 상당하다는 걸 많이 느꼈습니다. 뉴 젠지 기대 많이 해주세요.
PCS6是一个很大的舞台，我们 GS 感到非常兴奋。无论是任何对手遇到我们都无所畏惧。放马过来吧，我们赛场上见。
希望他们努力吧，争取把亚军拿下。
UFP 너네들 언해피하게 만들어줄게 우리가.
Welcome back, everybody, to PCS6 Asia. I'm Paper Thin. This is State, and dude, I am really excited for today. It's the last day of the week, and all these teams need a lot of points.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see these teams wrap up this weekend. We've had some fantastic plays. Genji yesterday, they picked up another win. New Happy starting to come to life. They had, I think, the highest scoring game on the night with 22 points on Miramar. Really impressive stuff we've seen from this team so far. Even kind of up and coming Chinese teams like Jufu had a great showing.
Yeah, Jufu has been really surprising, and this is kind of what we're used to seeing is these teams in China that just kind of come out of the woodwork, and then we find out that they've been really good all along, and we'll just see them for the foreseeable future. This happens a lot.
Yeah, there's so much talent in that region. Pretty much any time a new Chinese team shows up at these international events, you know they're going to crush it. You know they've been practicing, they've got something to prove, and Jufu, they're doing that tonight. 17 as well yesterday, kind of coming to life, racking up a lot of kills. I think they're top 4 on the leaderboard now. We'll get into that a little bit more later when we see the full stats for the first 2 days, but so much talent in this lobby, so many great games yesterday. I can't wait to top off this. And here you go, you got the schedule for the next couple of days. Of course, this is the last day of this weekend, and next week we'll be back on the 6th, 7th, and 8th. That is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 7 p.m. KST. And a few hours after we wrap up here, EU starts. So, you know, take a nap, come back, get some more PUBG action. So many great games going out. Today we have 3 games on Erangel, and then we're going over to Miramar. And after we have 15 more maps, next week we will be able to crown our PCS6 Asia champion. I cannot wait, man.
I know, there's a lot of really good games left here. And I think that, you know, today is going to be kind of a do or die game for some of the teams that are maybe towards the middle or the bottom. I mean, like, even Danawa, because they keep fighting in Erangel. There's 3 Erangel games today. What's that going to look like?
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of hot drops in Erangel, a lot of early skirmishes, and here we have the overview of the prize pool. A lot of money on the line, $250,000 in total. $230,000 going to teams. You see the prize breakdown right there on the left of your screen. And then, of course, we have the bonus prizes, $5,000 for the kill leader, $5,000 for the insane squad, which is usually the team that has the most impressive or crazy or, you know, wild performances in this event. And then, of course, the all PCS team, also presented by Alienware. Really thankful for our sponsors for supporting us. And you guys, too, if you want to support these teams at home, 30% of net sales for PCS6 items go directly to the teams, directly to the players. Come support your PUBG heroes.
Absolutely, and you can see the leaderboard right now. It's Tai Lu at 91, only 3 points ahead of Gen G. But like you were saying, you know, Tai Lu doesn't have a win, and yet they're still able to, like, put up these crazy numbers.
Yeah, it's crazy. Gen G, they picked up another win yesterday, and they're still behind Tai Lu, who has no wins. I think they have 60 kills. No other team is 50. Their maneuvering has been fantastic. Their rotations have been fantastic. And they're playing with such confidence. They're just taking fight after fight after fight, and they're winning them. They're racking up the kills. I mean, they may not have won any of these games, but you see them in the top 4, it feels like pretty much every match.
Well, and it feels like eventually a win's just going to come through if they keep performing at this level. I don't think that there's anyone who can, you know, stop a team that's this confident if they start making these, you know, maneuvers. They start thinking that they can win, that they can take these fights, and then that kind of snowballs into really solid results.
But the crazy thing is, if they keep playing like this, they don't even need to win. Like, they're just racking up so many kills.
They don't need to, you're right.
They're already at the top of the leaderboard. It's crazy, man. This team has so much talent. We see it right there on the board. Tai Lu over there on the left, averaging 6.7 kills per game on Miramar. Actually, a little bit less than I would have expected. It feels like they're getting so many more, and I mean, 6.7 is already a lot.
No, it's really good, and you can see that even 17 Gaming has 17 Gaming's getting almost all their points on Miramar if you look at this.
Oh, wow,
they have 2 wins. They have 2 wins on Miramar, and they're averaging 7 kills a game on this map. That is actually ridiculous. And, you know, as much as we've been complimenting Tai Lu and their Miramar gameplay and how you should maybe, you know, watch how they maneuver on the map and try to mimic it, 17 is just, like you've been alluding to it for the whole time here, that they're so confident, they're playing so hot right now coming into this event that it feels like 17, you know, can just win just based on sheer just, I don't know, momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the PCL, the Champions League, they were off to a little bit of a slow start, but something about like the last 10 games, they just got a fire lit under them, and they would not stop winning. They came just 4 points behind New Happy. They almost won the Champions League, which is an incredible feat because, as we all know, that region is absolutely stacked. New Happy, arguably the best mechanical team in the world right now. Their barrel sprays are insane. But we've just seen so many great performances out of so many different teams so far at PCS6 Asia. And we're only a third of the way through it. We've got so many more games left to play.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long way to go in a lot of ways, and there's still plenty of time to kind of turn things around. Pero, you can see here on your screen, this fight was a little bit weird, I thought, to take. They never got any knocks with any of their, you know, frags or mollies or anything, and then they just tried to push the issue, and 17 is just too good in defense especially, and, you know, Shou and Xiaobei, you know, are just so well-timed at when they take peeks, at when they hold angles, and all these things. Like, that's what really impresses me a lot is, like, the coordination for 17 is good, but individually, they have such good game sense. They know when to peek, they know when not to peek. Their re-peeks are just insane. Like, this moment right here when they won this game too was so well coordinated.
Oh yeah, that's just classic Tai Lu right there. I mean, you saw it there on the mini-map. They get an opportunity to corner their opponents, and they just fan out. They get the perfect concave. They set up crossfires. 17. Yeah, 17, excuse me. And just fantastic play. I mean, they've been killing it on Miramar, as you said. Pretty much all of their points have been coming on there. And when they come to life on Erangel, these teams have to watch out.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll take a look at Tianba and the Freaks, who have been doing good on Erangel, I believe. And yeah, Tianba, a lot of that damage is coming in that very last game of the day yesterday.
Yeah, they racked up a lot of kills.
They put up a lot of kills there. They got the win. You know, it's been kind of a quiet tournament for them in some ways, but yesterday, you know, they really were navigating their space very well. They almost took a win here on Miramar in a very, I don't know if ratty's the right word for what they did. You know, it's almost like, because they just find these very small parts of the map in the late game where they can just hang out and wait, and their grenades are good and they have good timings, and they just make it work.
Places that you wouldn't even think of. And I mean, we're casting the game. We see the position of all of the players, and we're still shocked by all the little nooks and crannies that these players find to basically just survive. I mean, that game on Miramar was insane for Tianba. It goes to show their resilience. They just get anything you give them, they will take, and they will use it to the best of their ability. It got them another top 3 finish. This is a team that we've seen some fantastic play out of so far. The Freaks as well. I think they're the #2 ranking team in Korea so far in this event.
Yeah.
PCS Asia, I believe Korean teams haven't won a single one of them. It's always been China.
Yep, that's correct.
You know the Freaks and Gen G, they want to come home with a win this time.
Oh, there's a ton of pride. I mean, the Freaks to me are playing good, but not great. I mean, what we saw in the PWS in the lead up to this event for the Freaks was dominance. To put it nicely, it was dominant, and to me, I need to see a little bit more confidence. I need to see a little bit more aggressive play out of them. The only aggressive maneuver I saw them make yesterday was on Miramar when they split like a 2-2 to try to blockade. I think it was Jufu from coming down the hill in game 2 when Gen G ended up winning. But they sent 2 out to the hill, 2 to hold down on the anchor, and their 2 that went up the hill just got blasted up front and personal. And this is the thing about the Chinese teams that I see the Korean teams make mistakes with quite often, is that they expect that they can play perfect PUBG where they can, you know, set up these angles, and we can have 2 guys sniping to cover, we have 2 guys up front. But the Chinese teams are so gifted mechanically that, and so talented at combining their fire and coordinating their angles, that you just get shut down by this. So you have to kind of match, you have to kind of go toe-to-toe with them, firepower for firepower.
Yeah, the metagame's a little bit different across these 2 regions. Korea, as you said, I honestly think that a lot of this comes back to classic Gen G. I mean, Gen G, when they were the best in the world, which they have been for so long, this is what they did when they had PO on their roster. They would fan out, they would control territory, they would set up 2 1-3 splits or 2-2 splits, and everyone would just do their jobs perfectly. And on paper, if everyone's able to execute like that, it works. That's how you win games. But as you said, these Chinese teams right now, they're so mechanically gifted. They work together as a tight unit. When they come down on a 2-man position with a 4-man squad, they just destroy.
Yeah, it's their repeaks and these things like that, the timing that they have, like the coordination, that it's just sort of like it's just like dominoes, one after another. They're in perfect sync, and that makes it really difficult for the Korean style, like you're talking about. It's really well explained to match up with it, because the Koreans saw for so long what Gen G was doing with, but you can't replicate that in some ways. You don't have a player like PO out there on every team that can create space for you naturally. Of course, guys, by the way, there's the Pick'em Challenge. You know, we've been talking about it every day. We just want to let you know it's still going on. There's still some little games you can play in the Twitch app as well with the bingo type thing. I think it's called Pick and Go or something. And
Pick and Go bingo or something like that.
Yeah, and you can like pick some teams and win some EP that way. Just from watching, you also get Twitch drops. If you connect your Crafton account to your Twitch account, you could get some EP that way, and then get some of the sweet skins, or just, you know, like we said, just go ahead and buy them. You know, that's the easy way out.
That's the easy way out, man. Support the players. 30% of that goes straight to the prize pool. You know, you want to see more PUBG action.
Yeah,
gotta
just
support
do
the
it.
players.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. I mean, you literally have a direct path to keep this thing alive. So if you enjoy what you're seeing, go ahead and support the players, support these teams. We'd really appreciate it. And I like the skins this time.
Oh, they're nice.
They're like really colorful, and actually like I like the tri-bike skin, even though I hate that stupid piece of junk.
We were talking about this when we were playing a couple of days ago, how nice that skin is, man.
It's so good.
It makes me want to ride the tri-bike.
I know, and I usually just cannot. I mean, that thing's just the worst car in the game, but the worst vehicle
the turn
in the game.
radius on that
it's
thing.
so bad. It's like trying to turn a super tanker in the
Yeah.
ocean. Like, it's just absolutely awful.
Pretty sure I've seen big rigs that have like more maneuverability than that thing.
Well, they
It
do
is,
because they have like a pivot point in the the cab. You know,
Yeah.
so it kind of does. But yeah, no, they're horrible. It's just, but the skin is nice.
The skin is very
skin
nice.
is nice,
It's
and the
got a lot of
parachute skin
flair.
is also very nice.
It is. It is.
That
Some
one
of the
really
gun
stands
skins
out.
too.
Yeah, the gun skins are great. But the parachute really stands out. I mean, I'm not taking off my 2018 APL championship parachute ever because only like a couple thousand people have those.
Classic.
Yeah, but the new one is quite nice. You really stand out when you're hot dropping. Now we've got the old Sandhawks. You can hot drop. And,
Well, that's right. Yeah.
Get to boot camp and go back to lobster and get your butt kicked. Yeah.
I got to tell you, man. After casting 2 days of PCS Asia, I want to go play some more PUBG.
I played today, and I got no. Just
I was so tired. I slept in, man. I didn't have any time for games. I wish I could have joined you.
I only played for a little bit, but I was not. I was like, I can't play PUBG when I wake up, and I always end up doing it. And because like my friends like in America are playing at the same time, and so then I like join them, and I'm just like waking up and I'm like trying to like slam a coffee in my face,
Right.
and but no, it's been good, and this event's been really, really good so far. Again, today,
fantastic.
Yeah, is 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and then we're done until next Friday, and we'll see what happens. I think it's. Right now it's kind of neck and neck at the top of the leaderboard in terms of if you're a regional fan, China and Korea, pretty even, I'd say, right now. A little bit of an advantage for China, but it's after you get out of the top 4 that things start to fall apart for Korea.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams, I believe the Freaks and Gen G, of course, Gen G right now at number 2, are leading the charge here for Korea, and you got a lot of Chinese teams that are pretty much the Great Wall of China between these top teams and then everybody else in Korea right now. So Korea, if they want to come home with their first championship here at PCS Asia, they got to start stepping it up, man.
Ghibli's got to get it going a little bit. Donovan needs to situate the Yaz situation one way or another if they're going to have any hope. I mean, they played well yesterday in Yaz against New Happy, but it didn't translate to too many points. So we'll see. We have the first game of the day here ready to go, guys. It is going to be Erangel here at PCS6 Asia. 5 games once again here today. And we are really excited about this one as there is still so many teams in this. It is still very, very close to the top of the leaderboard.
Oh, it's so close. I think between Tai Lu and like pretty much top 5, it's like a 15, 20-point lead. Like, one good game, man. One good game, and you're going up to the top of that leaderboard as we see the plane path coming in now, and it's pretty tame. A lot of things in play right here. Just coming in from the southeast all the way up to the northwest. Nobody's really going to be unhappy with this one. Now, it is possible that this one goes to the military island, but very unlikely.
Yeah, I don't think it will. It'd be kind of like a northern military circle if it does. But yeah, I think you're right. I think this one, pretty unlikely. But Kwangdong Freaks are always dropping either somewhere on the military base, whether it be Novo or the military base proper. If you're looking at your map screen, which you should do, I think !map in the chat should bring you up to the map Twitch feed, and it is live too, so you can be checking all that out. And are we fighting over Yaz? Yeah, we're fighting over Yaz.
You know it, man.
I mean, part of me is excited because it gives us something to do during the early game.
Yeah.
But like, you know how I feel about it. I'm not a huge fan of it in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, it's been tough. New Happy and Danawa, I don't feel like any team is really coming out of this the clear favorite. Usually if there is a victory inevitably there is always a victor when you have these hot drops, but it's always a Pyrrhic one. And I mean, the punches are already dropping. Rek's going to try and find another compound.
Look at this
and
circle,
Uzi.
though. Who cares?
Oh, wow, yeah, what? It is
We
going
said
to
it
be
like
that.
it couldn't be military. We're like, I can't do it. It just barely does, like in terms of where it touches. Now, Helen gets the opening kill here. Salute.
Oh, that was...
No, the repeat was just a bit slow. Zepion, he hit it with it, but it wasn't enough. 7 HP there. No armor even on Zepion. No helmet, no armor, and he still withstood that blast.
Yeah, it was not completely on him. Not enough surface area there on the pellets to get that knock, and this is what we've seen time and time again when New Happy and Danawa, they land next to each other. They just start cannibalizing each other from the get-go, and these are two fantastic teams. I mean, New Happy, we see Ming Ming right here with some fantastic sprays with a Scar L. Love the iron sights on this gun, but Soul with a bolt! That's an iron sight Car 98 that he uses to get that heady, incredible shot there by Soul. I was going to say the Scar L is nice iron sights, but that Car 98 iron sight, something else right here in the hands of Soul. Excellent fragger, excellent shot right there.
That's absolutely ridiculous. That Soul hits that shot in that moment. That saves the life of his teammate because Ming basically had that angle on lockdown. It was going to be really hard for them to go for that res, but that opens up the space they need to get it. And now we're back up to 3 versus 3. Now, I'm not sure what the healing situation is like for Donawa. You can see Rex and Helen are both extremely beat up, so if there's any to be given over from Soul, it looks like he might have dropped them, and it looks like Rex is going to get a first aid off.
Yeah, everyone already battered and bruised here in the south of Yaz, and this has just been the story of Erangel so far in this tournament. We did have a new happy crash, I think GEX, if I'm not mistaken, to the Northwest one time.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Poor GEX, they got run over by USs and stuff. Not the best start for them, but besides that, it's just been these two teams duking it out time and time again. And it hurts, man, because New Happy, everybody knows it. You look at the Pick'em challenge and like more than 50% of players thought New Happy was going to be running away with this thing, and rightfully so. They're an incredible team. But when you're having these early fights and you're losing manpower from minute 3, it's tough to come home with points.
No, it really is. It's almost impossible. I mean, again, when there are serious fights for drop spots, now sometimes teams will end up splitting drop spots, like you'll see with Pachinki, like where they'll just split it like half and half or something like that, and then one of the teams that has that half will do well, but you never see it when a team fights for a hot drop for this long. That if we get into the second half of this, that it's going to go well. Xiao DD has a perfect angle down on top of this, and he hits a couple heads. Will he be able to find the knock? Maru weaving to try to avoid the fire. Looks like they will get away.
Zig and zag, boys. UDD, I'm actually surprised he didn't get that. He did get 2 headies, but that was a really scary situation.
Well, they're trying to run away from this.
Yeah.
Soul holding that 3x. He dropped the bolt for a shotgun there and a scar, and is going to try to see if he can find that spray. Helen kind of acting as a bit of bait there to try to see if they can get the angles created for the rest of the team. Genji early rotation. I assume out of mill to power area, if I'm not mistaken here. Jufu on the cross, and Sun Young with a quick and easy spray. Going to go for the second one. Not quite able to line it up.
Yeah, Sun Young just kind of wreaking havoc on everybody right now. He's been spraying people trying to cross this bridge for the past couple of minutes, and Xiaohai doing some tricks. Tony Hawk Pro Skater in this one, man, is Maru's Gak is going to knock down Gray for Jufu. Gray's been a really critical component for Jufu's success early on in this tournament, and that's going to be Xiaoyan going down as well. Rough rotations.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bridge camp pretty much for Maru here, who just sets up and starts going for it. Pero's on the other side even to make matters worse, and they are no slouches at all. A little bit of damage done to Hang Hang is able to wrap around that left-hand corner, but now 4AM is going to try to go, underneath these new, these side ledges that you have on this bridge, and Xiaohai actually lands that.
Xiaohai doing some tricks, man.
That is amazing.
This is such a traffic jam.
That is actually amazing that he just flipped it over the rails and landed it.
I wonder if that's practice. It might actually be, It
might be.
These pros, they're the best in the business, but if it's you or me doing that, it's just gonna be blind luck.
Yeah, no, that's for me. It's a coin flip, absolutely. If I tried something like that, USG is on the other side of the bridge, kind of mirroring Maru over on the western side, looking for some kind of encampment. And since we are in Super Rule, it's much less surprising to see bridge camps.
Right.
Last year they would happen, but not too often, and now teams, especially that are going to be early to the bridge, feel they have a really good opportunity to, not just pick up points, but also harass these teams for the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to hold that bridge camp down and mow teams down as they come into the circle, not only are you racking up points, but you're making that rotation into the circle so much safer because it's going to be less populated, You're controlling that space. And right now, I mean, for the Donut Sand 417, kind of a standstill. It is really hard to break that position on the western bridge, especially the north side of it.
Now that there's 2 teams there, it's even worse. I mean, it's just good luck. There's a boat from GEX. Maru as well did take a boat, so this is pretty typical for GEX out of Lipovka. I see them do this a lot. They're one of the teams who is very content to get in an early boat and just, go, and typically they get away with it because the earlier you get in the boat, the better. Renba here spraying down into 4AM. Oh, there's a headshot. How did he land that? That last bullet connects, and they have 4AM on the ropes out in the open. Renban out with the SKS as well. The combined fire of Gen G sends them packing.
Yeah, that dossier did not last long. Xiaohai is going to go down, and the other players for 4AM, man, they've been having a rough go of it so far here to start. First getting bridge camped on the north side near Milta, then running into Gen G. It's just a bloodbath right here, but they are looking to return some fire, not on Gen G, but instead on Maru, as Xiaolu is going to spot these guys all the way over in the corner of Nova Repnoye. Just get one good shot in. But returning fire from Gok, he's been really good with his DMR so far to start this event. Not really the fight you want to take right there with all four of them.
Yeah, this is 13th and 14th place currently fighting out there on the edge of Novo, and neither team really wants that. They want to get a little bit deeper into this. You know, this circle is probably going to start drifting more towards the radar tower mountain. You know, in that area. That's typically where these like to go with this much water in it, but we'll see. Doesn't have to. It is Erangel, and it can. Erangel's a little bit less predictable than Miramar in some ways, actually.
Yeah, there's more playable terrain, so it's a little bit kind of, you know, like a free spirit. Could go anywhere on Erangel.
It's a free spirit.
We haven't gotten a shot of it yet, by the way, but if you're following on the map, you will notice that not only are 17 and the Donuts still log-jammed all the way on the west side by that bridge, but Tianba is rolled in as well.
Wow, 4AM. Lou is trying to get out of here, State. Like, this is, I think he's going to get out. That's amazing. I thought he was just stuck.
4AM, I mean, for all of the flack that they've been, like, receiving, I don't mean flack in terms of, like, people ripping on them, but gunfire, actual flak, actual shots being shelled at them. They still have 3 men up. It's been kind of a nice little job of them threading the needle, going all the way through Nova Repnoye and that bridge, and now finding some safety on the southeast side, but always scary.
Well, to get where they are only losing one player, that's not that bad, to be honest. You know, that's not the end of the world.
Oh, and the Donuts actually did end up moving off of that position on the bridge camp. They did not want to stay in the blue that long with 17 and Tianba on their heels, so that will give these other players time to move in. In the meantime, GEX, Savior right now. Is Volibear aware? He's got to be, right?
He has to know. I don't know why he would be doing this unless he knew. He's listening for sound cues is what he's doing. The reason he's looking at the corner like that is because he's using the directional sound so he can know if he has to look left or right. But it is going to be Savior, who he wasn't quite expecting in that window, to pop him with that pump, and Savior will have a free point.
Yeah, that's rough there. Rough there for Volibear and rough for Infantry. I mean, the rest of that team was all the way on the southwest side, and they can't really do much to cover him in that spot.
Yeah, that was kind of an information play, as Phase 2 did go northeast, so this is almost assuredly going to end somewhere near that mountain, probably at this point on the east side of it, like more towards the Novo side than not, but we'll see. Maybe we'll get something really spicy, and it like ends by the bridge. Like, that's when things get absolutely bananas. But Circle 3 doesn't have to exclude water, so it could still be pretty wild.
Yeah, we'll have to see where it goes. In the meantime, Tai Lu is still bridge camping on the north side near Milta, and Danawa is about to make their way down. Don't have a shot on that right now is Maru Sunyoung. Kind of camping over here by Gen G, trying to find some shots are his teammate. Not sure they're able to connect with those quite yet. In the meantime, GEX, they've got some bad blood here with 4AM now.
Well, Zednon's all alone. He's got to be really careful in this position. He cannot afford to get knocked just yet. The reinforcements are trying to cover him, and it looks like he might just back off as 17 here has made their way across the bridge and follows right in the footsteps of the Donuts. So they're going to get a few shots, get a little bit of information, but I think Sho is okay, and is just probably going to set up inside of those mountains and those trees and kind of keep himself obscured.
Yeah, for all the tree spots on this island that are still in the circle, that's one of the best of them. I mean, the trees aren't the best, but there's a lot of elevation to play with, and if it's not too densely populated, as we see on the map, it isn't. 17's got a little bit of maneuverability over there as we see New Happy now finally coming in. This is actually the south of Milta we see them coming in by, but hold that thought. 17 Show right now rolling up on this compound with his teammates. Americano's going to get knocked to start things out. Meantime, Kyan also took down Suju. See him going for the nade right now.
I mean, 17 just pounces. As soon as they smell any opportunity, they go right for it. So now Kane, it's going to be up to him. He is going to get some help from afar with the SLR from Korn. Grenade around the corner. If it's Donuts on the money. It could be good.
Oh.
Show here is knocked, so now 17 might have bitten off more than they could chew. You're going to get the flush onto Show from Shiva. Suju attempting to be rezzed here. Shiva's going to try to reposition.
It just feels like the Donuts have so much utility. That was so many frags popping off on 17's position, and it feels like they're almost cornered right now. Xiao Bei even almost getting knocked by that. The nades don't stop. Show is dead, but 17 somehow playing the terrain to their advantage. They're able to survive. Kane, I don't think he realizes. Oh, no! Xiao Bei, he hears him. He decks him through the window. That's going to be Kane down right now as 17 starts to fight back.
He saw it just too late when he re-peeked it. That gave Xiao Bei the time to react. If he had saw it the first time, if he had recognized that, he might have been able to win that exchange. Instead, that could turn the tide of this battle as Kane will be flushed. Korn and Shiva aren't in a position to save their teammate, and Korn's just holding an angle, as is Shiva. So for the Donuts here, they're losing their proactivity in this fight. Those grenades just not quite connecting enough. And yeah, this is hard shifting up to the north. This actually might end by the bridge. That makes me really excited, but that's neither here nor there as some stuns are out. But right now, 17 is just kind of reassessing the situation. Oh, Korn, I think he might have seen him.
He might have. It's tough to tell the x-ray, but definitely seemed like he had an angle right there on that player from 17. But right now, we're kind of in the awkward spot where all of the hard utility, all of the frag grenades got used. And if you can't have that opening knock, it's really hard to initiate on these teams. They're just so good at their crisis management. They're so good at defending, but right now we also see infantry trying to make a rotation up to the north. They know that this circle is moving that way, but did we just see a car run into a rock?
Yeah, we did. All right, Suju's trying to push this corner. I don't know if Shiva has any more flashes, stuns to try to hold this. Korn is now trying to reposition to help him around the outside. He felt the pressure, did Shiva. You can see there's mollies, though.
Oh.
That means he's in a lot of trouble here. It's going to come down to Korn. Not going to happen. It is going to be 17 winning this fight.
Yeah, 17 only losing one man, and all of that engagement is crazy to me, considering it must have been 10+ frags that felt like that were landing on them in that corner right by the wall. Really fantastic plays. Suju actually
just ran into his own molly there.
I was wondering what happened.
He probably thought it was going to run out. Like, you know, sometimes you think you have that internal timer in your head and you're like, all right, the fire should be gone. And you just like sprint around a corner, but it's not gone. And you're like, oh, ouch. This circle, though, is nasty. In fact, it's so gross that Tai Lu is still in on the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, and Danawa is right on their heels, too. We actually have two teams by the south side of Milta holding that bridge. Right now, CC's going to take some shots. He does see Danawa. They're trying to use the foliage to their advantage, but this is a tough spot.
No, they're not getting out of this.
Yeah, they are.
There's no way.
They're in trouble.
No, Helen's done. I mean, the blue's going to get here, and it is phase 3 blue, so this is survivable for a little bit, but, you know, unless you have vehicles or something, you're not getting around this.
Yeah, I don't see any way they're getting out of this. Rex is the only player really on Danawa that has a chance, I feel like. And oh no, Sia from the rooftop bringing in about 60 damage right there. Rex now on his last legs, just a few bullets away from disaster as Xiao Bei actually gets taken down by Ghibli. Another little skirmish going down. So many rotations coming in as these teams scramble to get into the next circle. This is a wild one.
Well, Ghibli's got people set up in the grandstands around this half pipe on both sides of the road, just watching it. Although Hikari from the Freaks from up on top of the mountain is going to get a knock here onto Ghibli, so that's going to be a bit of a problem. LZ just smokes SSR, just puts him out of the vehicle. Now Wayla is going to go for it here as well. Yep, he's going to get his knock onto Yan Li. So just Zen Nana and Savior left for GEX on the back line.
Yeah, 4 Angry Men with some great sprays, taking people down out of their vehicles. But, I mean, the fight's continuing right now. Zen Nana trying to fight this guy in the blue. Think he did get the knock right there, maybe, from the blue damage. Hard to see from this angle. Always when we get the picture-in-picture, I got to squint my eyes.
Yeah, a little bit. It is. I know, it's so hard to see what's going on the screen. Oh, Zen Nana's done. That's going to be the knock there from Lou. And now Savior, who's very weak already. I don't think he's going to be too much longer for this lobby. And this is what makes the teams from China so difficult to deal with, is they have a really awkward, start to this game. Did 4 a.m., right? They cross the bridge. They're harassed the whole way. They're harassed at Novo. But they regroup, they recover, and then they get ahead of you. And now Gen.G should third-party this. Gen.G should wipe 4 a.m. off the map here. Wayless is ready.
We'll see, though. Wayless is in a fantastic position. He's going to take down Max Zora to start things out. Gen.G trying to react right now, but that spear on 1-8. She is throwing the frag, but he gets knocked by LZ. That frag does not connect, goes right on the other side of that rock, and Gen.G kind of struggling right now. You said they might be able to 3P this, but 4 a.m., they're just on top of their defense.
Well, Gen.G took a bad angle at this. They came up right underneath that rock, right in the sight lines of Wayless. And
Look
now
at this angle.
Lelou's waiting. He needs to get closer so he can be towards the edge because he wants to finish this knock. He probably has it if it's bouncing correctly, right next to a non-X, but now he's got the spray opportunity, going to finish the job. And Gen.G fumbles this attack. That is not the angle you want to come at that from. You are in a perfect sight line for everybody above you uphill.
Yeah, 4AM just playing the terrain to their perfect advantage right there and mowing Gen.G down as they came in. Now 4AM, they are going to try and scramble to get into this circle. It is getting really densely occupied over here on the south and the eastern side, but I mean, that goes for pretty much everywhere. This is kind of chaos right now as we see Rex channeling his inner Michael Phelps as he tries to swim across this. I believe he's the last remaining player for Donowa, just fighting to survive right now.
He might be able to do this. You know, eventually I think Tyloo's going to figure it out that he's under the bridge, though, and probably take him out. We'll see. It just depends on if Tyloo gets distracted on the other side of things. Now here comes Maru. They want to get a little bit of revenge for that earlier fight. Lou is down and dusted, so Maru able to do what Gen.G could not. Take 4AM out of this, and they are going to reap a little bit of rewards. Probably not too much at this point. 4AM's been fighting basically the whole game, so I imagine their utility situation is not in the best of shape.
Yeah, their meds must be rough too. I mean, they got banged up on those rotations, and then they had, I think it was one of their players that was stuck in the blue too. As we see Ghibli actually in a tough position themselves. Tiamba Chewy, I think, is the one with the angle on this. So much action right now in this circle. Really a wild one to start the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Heaven, though, hit a really nice headshot. I mean, the good news for the Freaks is they're so high up that they can basically res safely from just about any knock. But that's helmet damage done there to Akari. And maybe there's another level 2 floating around in that compound up on top of the hill. There's plenty of, I would think, you know, space for one to spawn. So
yeah.
It could happen. Rex here, I think he's gonna get spotted out here sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you can see the little Doritos for Tyloo. They know that he's coming this way. They're trying to figure out exactly where he is. And yep, that's gonna be it as Sia cleans him up. That'll be it for Donowa, and a lot of really good teams getting knocked out here early, you know?
Now, New Happy has maneuvered themselves to the coast here, State. They look to maybe try to harass Tyloo coming off the bridge or something. I'm not too sure. Or they're just going to try to come behind Tyloo, maybe. But regardless, going to be interested to see how New Happy wants to play that. Meanwhile, Tianba is able to drive in and take control of this small little compound in the crossroads.
Yeah, and this is one of these little towns with a lot of structures on different parts of the road. A lot of teams can occupy this spot as we see. Right now, it's Pero, Tiamba, and just Little Ghost 17. Last player alive for his team, trying to salvage the situation on the southwest of that compound. In the meantime, E7, Gomp, meeting up with his team. Ghibli also rotating in now. But
they got a clown car. This is scary.
Yeah, you see right here, there really isn't a lot of terrain to play with in this circle. And the Freaks, yep, I was going to say they're going to have an angle on this. We see E-End right here with the 8X SLR just mowing him down. Not any knocks right now because there's so many bodies to absorb the damage, but that's a lot of hits coming in on Ghibli.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for them. They've already started to move people down to the road, has the Freaks. So, I mean, Ghibli's going to have to wrap underneath, you know, try to stay under the eyes of EN. But it's going to be tough because they've already got members ready, waiting for them. And even still, it's high enough up here that EN is going to be able to, you know, kind of keep track of this and even do some damage.
Yep.
You can see landing a couple shots with this SLR. Ghibli, though, able to avoid any knocks yet.
Yeah, really an awkward angle, though, for Ian. And actually, Heaven with a Mosin. Love to see it, man. I want to get more action on this Bolt later. Hope
He's already hit
survives.
one shot. Yeah, he's already hit one headshot that we didn't get to see. But we'll see. He's not a bolter by nature, so you never know with some of these players. Like, a few of them do actually mess around with bolts in their, you know, public games, but most of them are dedicated DMRs.
All right, we see V7 trying to clown car to make some kind of rotation happen right now, but they're between a rock and a hard place as Tyloo's going to be spraying them from the bridge. But actually, not too many shots coming down on this. Looking at the map, you would have thought they would have gotten just absolutely shredded. Instead, they're going to be crashing this compound by infantry. Longsword cooking this nade, throwing it out. That can do some big damage, but actually V7 losing a lot of players already. Pero with great shots right here as infantry getting the assist from their neighbors. V7 in a lot of trouble as we see the Freaks rolling in on Ghibli.
Yeah, they've got Ghibli dead to rights here. Heaven is trying to hide in the smoke. You're going to get Two picked up by Hikari. Heaven, though, is on the edge of the smoke. He hasn't been spotted yet. He might be able to isolate this 1v1. Catches the backside, goes right for the point, looking for blood. Hikari needs help from his teammates. Not going to get it in time, so the Freaks are going to lose one here to some crafty maneuvering. It could be two. He's going to go for the follow-up. The Freaks not able to save that. That got really sloppy really fast for Kwangdong.
E-End is so good, man. Just pulling 2 points out of thin air right there. As now we see Mingming going head-to-head with Tyloo. He's going to get knocked down there by Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang cleaning this up right now. These are two of the top teams in this lobby battling head-to-head here for this northern quadrant of the map.
Oh, that's going to be it for New Happy, though, as Zhao Yang able to stabilize with that AK. Now, you do have all 4 members of Tyloo knocked.
Incredible.
Not sure how much time they have on the circle, but maybe just enough to get those reses off. Meanwhile, Tianba heard all that fighting on the other side of the rock, and they look to, end the Freaks' run here as the Freaks, able to pick up some big kill points, but again, fumbling those up close and personal fights. We've seen a couple sloppy ones from the Korean teams. EN, though, hits a headshot onto Ake's left, and Mill actually doing a bit of a favor there for the Freaks.
Ian is so good with his DMRs, man, just landing every shot. But I just want to say, Tyloo, they're about to break trip digits and points. They have 4 men up. They just wiped New Happy. Northern quadrant of this map, not the safest, not too much terrain to play around with, but man, what a performance out of them so far. They've been really turning it up.
Well, the compound on the northern side of the road, the northeast side of the road is open.
It's unoccupied.
Nobody's there. I don't know how that happened. Nobody was able to identify that. I mean, it is kind of surrounded by some hills, but nobody's identified that, that compound. Yeah, this could be the end here for the Freaks. I mean, EN's going to try. He's got 3 members pushing up. Okay, he's able to find one. I mean, this guy is absolutely unbelievable right now. Ooh, stun right in his face, sends him packing down the hill. And that's a really awkward angle to try to look up. More stuns are going to be coming out here. I believe he's been caught out. Yeah, 7-7's going to get him.
Even if you run away from that, you get so disoriented by those flash grenades and really awkward terrain with that slope, and that's going to be it for the Freaks. Cleaned up right there, and right now we see Tianba trying to make the rotation right in. Maru and Tyloo kind of wailing in on them as we see with some great shots right here on his SLR. That is going to be Linshin knocked by actually Sun Young.
He took a lot of damage falling down there.
Yep.
Yeah, there's just nowhere to go on that road. You're under the gun sights of so many other teams. Tyloo's still, though, not able to push this compound. I think they're afraid that people are in it, and they're willing to just use the safety of this hill to wait this out.
Yeah, I'm worried about the next circle for them, though, because if that starts to close in, it can get really dicey if these remaining compounds on the road stay in. And the way it's been going so far, I don't really think they're going to get kicked out unless we have some crazy hard shift.
Yeah, I think... I mean, it's going to be really awkward here at the end no matter what. There's going to be some kind of buildings in this Phase 7 circle, so it's going to be which direction is it going to shift. I mean, is Peril going to get some luck? Jufu's in no matter what. They're in the next circle just one way or another, likely the next 2 circles. So it is going to go a little bit north.
Okay.
So Tyloo here, let's see if they can get into these houses. They're open. I mean, Maru's kind of watching it.
Seems like they're setting up the smokes right now. They might have an idea that this is empty, but knowing Tyloo, even if they didn't know it was empty, they're the kind of team that would crash this, you know?
Yeah. Well, they're going to get it, and I think they're going to be a bit surprised that it is completely empty.
Yeah, this is a nice compound to hold, too, and it's so centered in this circle as well. This is a fantastic spot.
We might see Tyloo get their first win here. Even though Maru, according to our little chart up at the top, has the best percentage chance to win right now, I don't know. It depends. It just depends on how they play it out. Maru's been relatively quiet this event, so this would be a huge win if they can put it together. Jufu and Pero trading shots, do a little bit of damage done. Nice little headshot, but nobody is suffering significant damage.
And now the question for me is, how is Pero going to make this rotation in the circle? Because this is not the best spot. I think this location that Mill is at right now is maybe their best bet. There really isn't a lot of terrain to play with on this side outside of these compounds, especially with the 2-story houses in play. Just a really tough position.
You're absolutely right. I don't see any other real positions that they can take safely. There is a car in that in that garage that has not been used at all. So pretty interesting to see that there. The road cross is... Oh, no. That's a... Ooh, God, that was dangerous for a second.
Yeah, I never want to line them up like that, but Pero, by the skin of their teeth, going to get out of that situation. Mill kind of securing this little beachhead over here on the northwest, and they're going to be happy that Tyloo's rotated down into the compound for now, because that's going to buy Pero some much-needed time as we see Phase 7 start to close in.
All right, well, Tyloo now, so comfortable, able to completely control that compound finally as it has been left open for basically the whole game. And they're able to really, reap the rewards for that. Meanwhile, Maru is going to just kind of safely wait this out for the next circle, just try to keep their vests and helmets relatively safe, maybe keep track of movements as best as they can. But really this one, you want to have those fresh helmets and vests, coming into those last fights. Those can make all the difference with those 7.6 guns in hand.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, as we see Mill right now trying to take some pop shots as Jufu's trying to set up a little bit of a better split right now. Of course, it is just Hong Hong and UDD here for Jufu as every single building remains in the circle, and Pero, man, they're not feeling good about this one.
Well, no. I mean, it is unfortunate for Pero because this is, they had to hope that maybe this would center up or leave those compounds a little bit so Maru and Tyloo would have to maybe fight each other on the exits, but it's going to have to be Pero that's going to have to make a move of some kind. So it's going to have to be across, back over the road. They have to attack Jufu's compound. They know that Jufu is only 2 players, and that's the best of bad options.
And Pero, they actually have a lot of smokes. I think AZ had like 5 or 6 on him right there, and that's going to...
If that gets in the window, ooh.
Oh, it's so close. Fence guarding them right now as we see Pero rolling up on this compound right now. It is just 2-on-2.
I like how they stop up short so they don't get hit by the pre-grenades.
Yep, that frag not able to get into that window. Hong Hong getting ready to peek here on the side.
The fire caught him, so he has to back off for a second. Ming, if that bounces outside, it doesn't. Thought maybe that might get through the door. Mill's going to look around the corner. They know that they've got, they know somebody's in there. But they definitely sense that they forced at least one player outside. Hong Hong's going to push around the corner. That's one. Holds it down and gets all 3. Hong Hong wipes Pero out.
Wow, what an incredible peek, man. Just pull him down. I think that was 23 shots. He gets 3 kills. Some incredible play there out of Hong Hong. That was the best case scenario there by Jufu. All of the Pero players just lined up on that wall trying to nade the inside of it, but Hong Hong says no, he will defend this compound.
Okay. 3 teams remain. Jufu still with 2, but the other 2 with 4. And just popping some tires because that vehicle's not going anywhere else the rest of the round. No reason to do anything else with it, and maybe make it a little bit easier to get up and down. As they have control of the roof here, Jufu now has to... all that hard work they did earlier to get over to that shack has to be redone.
Yeah.
That sucks.
UDD will be able to make it over to that shack with just 1 smoke. Not sure about the situation with Hong Kong right now. I think he's still trying to loot the corpses.
Oh, yeah.
To see if there's any utility he can find at all. And actually, Hong Kong with a nice shot there on C. This might give him an opening to try and get over to that shack.
The blue was right on his heels, though, able to just narrowly get ahead of it. Now, that knock is going to help him a lot. That buys him enough space there, since that was, kind of the front of the spear for Tyloo. So he's got a bit of room.
Yeah, Jufu, they have at least 9 smokes.
Yeah, so all that, all that fighting, and look at all these frags here for UDD. He's going to let loose with a few grenades, see if he can get lucky going fishing. Ooh. First one is going to hit CC on the roof, but there's a molly right at the front where he was standing. Follow-up is also good. These timings on the cooks for UDD are quite solid.
Yeah, we'll see when Jufu starts to throw some more smoke to try and make this cross as the circle is closing in. This is a really dicey situation as Tyloo and Jufu are kind of focusing in on each other. In the back, we did see Tongs get Gok, and Sia knocks UDD here. Just 1 player up now. It's Hong Kong for Jufu, but no, he will go down to the nade. It is just Tyloo and Maru right now, but Tyloo, they have control of this situation.
I mean, Maru here has to pull a rabbit out of the hat. This is just almost impossible. Tongs is going to push in and around, just checking the corner, but the spray down is so good. Sungyoung did get a couple out, but now they've got them dead to right. And Tongs pushes around the corner and is able to lock it down here. The first win for our top team, Tyloo, puts them even further ahead of the rest of the teams.
Incredible. The first team to hit trip digits is the first team to get their win right there at the top, man. I think they must be like 108, 110 plus points. Absolutely incredible performance out of Tyloo. Really playing that well, kind of gifted that northern compound. No team ever went for it. I mean, we even saw Tyloo, they roll up on it, they throw all their utility on the 2nd floor, and they're like, wait, really? No one's here? What a house.
Well, and there's there's a lot of kind of question marks I have in my head because of that. What was Maru doing? Why did they not take that house? They were watching it for forever. They saw that no one was there, no one was there, no one was there. You know, eventually you got to start considering it as something that, I don't know. But there were other teams over there as well. It is a little bit of a head scratcher to get that compound that late in the game in that bad of a circle.
Yeah.
Because everybody's trying to find anything, like any kind of breathing room in those bad circles, right? There's so much less playable space. And the fact that nobody's in there, unbelievable.
Tyloo really, really showing up today, man. I mean, the first 2 days they were playing out of their minds, and think about the journey that it took them to get to that compound anyway. They had to fight through New Happy on the beach.
Yeah.
And they lost no players. They were up with a 4-stack even there right at the end. Just fantastic teamwork, fantastic shooting. Tyloo really emerging as the front runner to win this tournament.
And here's the messed up thing, like, let's say New Happy has all 4 players. If they don't lose a player to that early hot drop fight, then Tyloo might not win that fight because they barely hang on. Zhao Yang was only like half HP less than that.
Yeah.
He was the only one left alive.
Yeah, the other 3 were knocked.
Yeah, and they were able to, you know, recover from that and win the game. So, you know, these early fights are benefiting these other teams in unintended ways. You know, not only are they given more space and there's less players that they have to worry about, but they can win fights they shouldn't, and then that snowballs into wins.
The butterfly effect in PUBG is very, very real. And that's why, I mean, going into today, we were wondering if we're going to see more hot drops between Danawa and New Happy on the west side of Yaz. And so far, I mean, we've only had one game where that didn't happen.
Yeah, Danawa gets stuck at the bridge by Tyloo. They were the ones who stopped them from crossing that bridge. And so it's, you know, a 12 or 13 kill win, whatever it was there for Tyloo. And it's a lot of the damage is being done to the 2 teams that are fighting each other at the very beginning, and they're raking in a ton of kills off of just those 2 teams alone, and then also able to, you know, find some open space because nobody took those compounds. Look, you got to take what you can get. That's the name of the game, and, you know, props to Tyloo for doing so. They did a really good job with that. You know, gifted a lot of time on the other side of the bridge. They opted to hold it down, and look at that distance traveled. It's huge.
Yeah, it's almost as much as Jufu and Maru combined.
Yeah.
That is a lot of different distance travel. That was, the compound might have been a little bit of a gift, but Tyloo, they worked for this one. And that's been the story of this entire tournament. This is their first win, and they were first on the leaderboard before even coming into that map. I mean, Tyloo just playing out of their minds right now, using everything they can, all their utility, all their gunfighting, the smartest rotations. Fantastic play out of them. And again, props to Jufu. Jufu, again, another one of those teams that's been showing up. Really, really a lot of upsets coming in this tournament. I mean, for PCS6 Asia, we were thinking, I mean, look at the Pick'em challenge, like 50% of people choosing New Happy to run away with this thing. New Happy kind of struggling in the first 2 days. Tyloo really showing up. Jufu in their first international event, getting a lot of kills, getting a lot of points. It's been not really what we expected.
Yeah, no. I mean, I was hoping that the Yaz fight would have been resolved before this event started, based on what I was seeing in the APL and things like that. I assumed that one way or another, someone would try something different. So that's taking New Happy and Danawa just out of the equation. That fight literally just wipes them off the board. There's no chance of them winning. Just discount them. So then that opens the door for these other teams. I mean, and again, Jufu is just another, you know, a long list of Chinese teams that just come in and, you know, just win an event. It happened all the time at the beginning of the PCS series where it was TSG, it was Tiamba, it was all these different teams that would come in, and time after time it was a new team winning. Now last year's a little bit different with Pero winning both, but this doesn't surprise me. I mean, I'm just used to seeing this with these Chinese teams. They're so good.
You have to wonder, between Danawa and New Happy, which team is going to make the adjustment? Because it feels at this point that it's almost inevitable. We're on day 3. These hot drops are still happening, and there's never been a clear victor. It's pretty much 50-50. Both teams are getting maimed. No one's coming out a winner. If these teams, they want the prize money, they want the points. I understand that pride is on the line, but you have to think that at least the coaching staffs are kind of scratching their heads about, is this really a winning strategy?
Well, the problem is that New Happy's not going anywhere. I can tell you that just from what from what I know about these teams, and New Happy doesn't need to go anywhere. Like in their minds, like
you know, they do well enough in their own region, and you know, they just won a big event, and there's a lot of other things that go into it. I've never seen a Chinese team back down from like 17 has been fighting for Picado and Pachinki for forever. Like, no matter who it is, no matter what event they're at, they always fight for it, and they don't give up. So the problem is actually that sort of irrational stubbornness puts a really awkward situation in the Danawa's hands, where because no one's winning this fight decisively, even like you feel confident because you're Danawa, because you're not losing that fight for Yasnaya.
Right.
But are you ever actually going to win it is the real question.
Yeah, it's a tough one. As we see, Tai Lu, of course, Sia, the MVP of that last match, racking up a lot of kills, getting a lot of damage in. Fantastic performance from him. Tai Lu very happy with a 22-point lead, just compounding that advantage that they have on the leaderboard. Fantastic win. And Jufu, Maru, and the Freaks, all these teams showing up, man. I love to see Tai Lu and Jufu really excelling in this event. It's not what we expected coming into it, and it's always fun having these kind of upsets, you know?
Yeah, oh, no doubt about it. And, you know, now they're way ahead. Yeah, they're 23 points. Yeah, they're 23 points. Jufu's now in third. 1 point behind Genji. Guangdong Freak's not too far behind that either, but, you know, now you got to start thinking, as if you're one of these other top teams in this lobby, like, you got to look, a lot of those teams are going to look back at that game and think, oh, we could have third-partied that fight when they fought New Happy.
Right.
But we let it, because there was only one left alive. Like, I guarantee they were kill track, you know, keeping track of the kill feed. They knew what was going on, and nobody capitalized on that. They let that situation happen, probably for good reasons. Likely they would have been difficult. It would have been risky.
It would have maybe given them like a disadvantage moving into their next spot, yeah.
Sure, but now you have to start looking at those situations and saying, we can't let them get away with those things anymore.
Yeah, after a certain point, these teams are going to have targets on their back, you know?
You should. You should. That's the way this should work. You know, you can't just play. There comes a point when a team starts to get a little bit too far ahead, and you kind of have to try to reel them in. Because Tai Lu, especially when we get over to Miramar, that's where they start putting up points, and there's a lot less you can do about that because they're just too smart, too good on Miramar.
It feels like their play style in this tournament so far is just kind of hard to counter, though. Unless you come in with a 3P and you're in close proximity and you just kind of have that opportunity, how do you stop their style? It's not like they're playing for the win. They're just playing for kills. They're playing for position, you know?
Well, you just got to find the timing on the third parties. And nobody went for one. And I'd have to go back and look at the map and the situation again when they had one player left after that fight with New Happy. But, you know, there might have just been too many teams left to, like, allow, for example, Pero to reach out with a car and try to, you know, run out and throw a grenade or something.
Right.
That could be. But still, you know, a lot of opportunities were given to Tai Lu, and all the credit in the world to them. They capitalized on it.
Yeah. That's the kind of thing that we'll probably see more adjustments from these teams coming in, going into the final weekend next week.
And Genji needs to readjust how they're going to do those fights, because that was, going back to that was not good.
Yeah.
I have no other, I don't mean to be rude, but it just wasn't good.
I'm not sure if they didn't realize exactly what the situation was with infantry there on that hill. Maybe they thought infantry was a little bit more bogged down in whatever battle that was happening. Maybe they thought they wouldn't be able to put their full force. 4 AM, excuse me. Sorry, there's so much action in the last game, it's easy to get confused. But yeah, 4 AM just kind of turning on the rock and just mowing Genji down on that rotation. It's tough.
It is tough. You know, I'm just not sure. It didn't feel like Genji ever had a handle on the situation. Like, they never really knew where 4 AM was. They never really were given any breathing space. I mean, there was a member of 4 AM out in the blue, but oh well, that's the previous game. This is the next game here. Game 2 on the day. Another Erangel coming at you guys at PCS6 Asia. See what the playing path has for us this time around. That was a great circle, though, I will say that.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
I enjoyed that.
We actually have a really northern playing path. It is diagonal, but Kameshki all the way to, what, Gatka?
Yeah.
Quite far to the northwest.
It's this is pretty northerly shifted, so maybe we'll get something a little bit Stalbergy, maybe?
Danawa.
Can we get a Stalber circle?
Maybe. The Freaks would be happy with that with their drop spot.
Yeah, this is their alternate drop spot here up on the top. It's either Military Island or Stalber for them, typically.
Yep, and there we go. See it on the screen right there. New Happy and Danawa both landing in northern Yaz right now.
It's not going to end today. I mean,
No, there's just too much pride on the line.
I mean, I get it, but someone's got to win this one decisively, maybe. We'll see. Top floor is going to be mostly under the control of Danawa. Seoul's got a UMP. Nan is going to get taken down by Salute.
Oh.
Rex gets one as well, but Ming Ming able to get one around the corner, so Salute has been knocked. Seoul here able to clean his knock up. I don't know, man. New Happy here. Maybe on the back foot just a bit this time.
Yeah, 3-on-2 quite early. Danawa with a really good dross, picking up guns early. Even see Helen right now with a P92 trying to find some kind of angle.
Anything but this gun.
Oh, man, I feel like I'm watching 007 GoldenEye or something right now with this pistol play. Not what you usually see here. Not what you usually see here in PUBG. But these guys, I mean, these early fights, you take whatever you can get. See Ming Ming now finally with a red dot barrel and a double barrel. He will be very happy with that.
Circle's another bad one, and I like it.
Yeah, wow.
Heavy towards Primorsk, and if it shifts again into water on phase 2, then we get an actual Primorsk circle. They're possible, they happen, they're very rare, but they're very fun.
Anytime we have this much water in the circle like this, you just know it's going to be chaos because there's so little land area to play with.
Especially with the quarry in there. The quarry really messes things up because it blocks so many driving paths.
Oh, yeah.
You know, because it's kind of large in the middle of all of this, so teams get kind of stuck trying to get around it, and then you get barricaded and taken down. Now, this might be the end of this fight.
Right. This kind of happened last game, too, with these teams both landing on top of each other and no one really getting the super early edge, so they kind of just take their losses and split up a little bit. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a skirmish on the way out, but at this point, I think they're just going to try and tend to their wounds. Only one player going down. Actually, this is...
Look at Helen, though. He's trying to mirror this. Helen's trying to get...
Oh, my God, he is.
He's trying to get the info. He's trying to stay ahead of this rotation. Now, did he see Ming Ming is the real question. And did Ming Ming...
Oh.
Ming Ming heard him.
Yep.
Oh,
he knew.
No.
All right.
You can't... you can't make that. You can't make that play and get taken out like that.
Helen want to get cheeky with the VSS and a Uzi. I love it.
I mean, I appreciate what Helen is doing.
Yeah.
He just mismanaged his timing a little bit there.
Yeah, maybe not expecting Ming Ming to be in that spot.
Yeah, probably not. I think he might have thought that they were going to retreat towards the southern apps.
Yeah.
But they didn't, and he's going to pay the price. So that's a huge loss for Danawa.
Yeah.
Again, I don't mind the idea of what Danawa is thinking there at all. Sending Helen out there, it's just... Again, it's the macro idea is decent. The micro execution is just not there.
Yeah, it's just really tough for these teams. I mean, being one player down in general is never ideal. You want to have as much firepower as you can, especially in these lobbies with these Chinese teams that love to stick together, that they love to work as a single cohesive unit. If you don't have your full firepower, especially as a Korean team that wants to do splits and spreads and cover a variety of terrain, it's tough. And these are, I mean, Danawa, they're one of the best teams in Korea. New Happy, one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world right now. Just constantly getting hamstring to start things out. It's really tough. What is, what?
It's just the door is actually open there. It just, sometimes the observer client gets a little bit confused.
Yeah, I was a little thrown off by that.
I've seen it a few times. I like, that's one of those ones that I know instantly. I'm like, oh, that door is actually open. And it's just a little bit of a delay there. Hong Hong with 5 big kills in that one. That 3-piece he had on the Perro, making the most of all of that. And Sia for Tai Lu there. EN had 4 kills. I mean, again, another big game for EN, but the Freaks got to be real careful. The move that they made was fine. Again, macro ideas are good. Micro execution is just a little bit off.
All right, we see Genji and the Donuts having a little bit of a skirmish here. Not sure who started this one. Looks like it might have been the Donuts trying to crash this.
What are you, a school teacher? Which one of you started this?
I just want to know how it started, man. I want to get to the initiation. But yeah, just Maxor and Renba right now. 2 players. You see Anonix and Spear. They're trying to come in, trying to bring in the cavalry, the reinforcements as Renba and Maxor, excuse me, are holding on. And Donuts, this is their time to shine. This is their time to push in and try and take the manpower advantage and take advantage of it. As you see Korn and Kane moving in on Maxor's barn, but not really finding an opening yet.
The rest of Gen D's on the other side of the circle.
Oh, they are. I thought they were even closer.
No, nowhere near this.
Oh, no.
Well, now they're finally driving to it. Okay. like on the map, they were like literally on the other side of the quarry for a minute, and then they beelined it over here. So they're able to at least get in a position to help, but right away, Renba peeks around the corner, and Americano's ready for it. Even got the knock with the nade. Spear drives in. He's taken out as well by Kane. It's just Anonix left for Gen G, and he's just leaving. He has no hope of helping this fight. Gen G is completely off the mark to start today.
Yeah, that's not the run you expect to see out of Gen G. The first 3 maps we played on Erangel in this tournament, Gen G got top 2 in all of them, and they won 2 of those games. But here on Erangel on day 3, having a rough go of things to start things out, and Donuts, really nice job crashing that compound. They didn't get the early picks on Max Zora, but didn't matter. As soon as the cavalry comes in, they just clean up.
Well, the Donuts will fight, man. I will say I have appreciated watching them in this event because they have zero fear. They will fight anybody, and they will try to go toe-to-toe with you. We saw it with 17 in the previous game. Even though they lost the fight, they went for it, and I respect that. I mean, I will say that, you know, Acorn and Americano in particular have a ton of confidence in themselves, and it shows in the way that they play the game, and, you know, that's feeding confidence into Kane and Shiva. Shiva, even though, you know, the results haven't been great in this event, they're in 11th place, they're still showing to me that they're confident, and I'd rather see that.
Yeah, and confidence goes on. Another pit.
Why do we keep seeing people spin their teammates out? Stop.
We've seen so much of that here this first weekend. I think it's been like at least one every 2 or 3 games.
Our observers are doing a good job of catching them.
Yeah, we have a great observing team here. You know, observing is fantastic when you don't really have to think about what you're seeing on screen. It just feels natural, and we have just a fantastic production team.
Absolutely. It's always been a pleasure to cast in this region. Our observers have always been top-notch. Sia and Tai Lu, wide swing out to the western coast, and they've got a little bit of room, and then you've got a wide split from Tianba ahead of them. Chui, the first line of defense here for Tianba, but he's already in a vehicle. I suspect he's just waiting to get some info, and then he might just peace out.
Yeah, I think as soon as he gets that intel, he's going to run away. You do not want to take a fight with Tai Lu right now. Absolutely, as we see Jufu posting up. I think this is on the quarry, right? Yeah, there's the quarry. Hong Hong getting in position right here. The kill leader from the previous match with 5 kills. Jufu, they've been putting up a show, man, this first weekend. This is a team that a lot of fans, a lot of casters might not be familiar with. Their international debut, but they have been playing really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, Gray is substituted in today for XYZ, by the way. But regardless, this team has been absolutely just a treat to watch. They are absolutely incredible. And again, you know, just if you've been watching PCS Asia at all for the last couple of years, it shouldn't surprise you to see any of these Chinese teams do well. I said it coming into this event that any of the 8 of them could win. And absolutely Jufu was included in, you know, my thought process in that. So really excited to see them perform well here today. A young team that's full of really talented players. And, you know, Gray, people are going to recognize his name. He used to be on Pero as kind of a substitute in and out for the team. But, you know, he's come on to this team and really been, you know, who knows exactly how much a part of their success, but clearly somewhat.
All right, we see V7 driving past the swamp over here to this compound by 17. They're actually going to crash it. They're going for this. Xiao Bei actually with a DBS right now holding his fort.
Please tell me Pudding has something more than the revolver.
Wait, was that what you saw?
He had a revolver in his hand, yeah.
All right, there we go. DBS right now is going to knock Janggu. Oh, no! Yeah, Pudding does have more than a revolver for sure. He gets the barrel out. He's going to take down Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei with a knock, but Pudding's probably going to be able to pick up the res right now. His show is getting Molotoved at his own house in 17. Not with the best defense so far as V7 rolling up on this. They've been doing a fantastic job. Little Ghost's going to try and come in, try and stop this res. I'm not sure if he's completely familiar with the situation going on right now.
Now he knows.
Yeah, they know.
They're cooking these grenades. They're going to try to get out the windows. They might have just found the timing. They barely escaped that because it was double grenades, but around the corner, Little Ghost is ready with the fire. Can they get another one? Yes, he can. Look at the way he works that corner, just giving just enough of himself an angle to get those shots down. Now Veronica 7 might be outmanned, outgunned. Suju going to get the knock on a 2-star Gomp. Only one standing for Veronica 7.
Yeah, 17 kind of turning this on its head after a bad initiation right there, cleaning up with V7. Cavalry coming in, and Heaven with a really nice red dot spray there is going to take out Hikari on the rotation. Fantastic shooting out of Ghibli as You see Gomp struggling to stay alive right now. He will pop the kit, but it's just a matter of time. Little Ghost is hunting him. That's going to be it for V7. Fantastic play by Little Ghost. Did he rack up like, what, 3-4 kills? That was great.
2 or 3 there, absolutely. Yep, he's Johnny on the spot there. Came in at the right moment to help his team. And Onyx actually just got a knock on a Ghibli. He was ratting down by Primorsk last time I looked, and yeah, there he is. He's actually going to get a point out of that. So, you know, small victories for Gen G here. 4 AM driving right into Jufu. This is really, really dangerous. Jufu has a pretty good angle, as you can see. Hong still feeling it from that last game, picking up some good damage, even got the kill onto Wayless.
Yeah, Wayless was only at 1 HP rolling into that, and 4 AM, they're really bruised right now with LZ and Xiaolu both at like half HP. They're going to have to kit, but luckily this house, it's going to give them some breathing room. It's going to give them time to heal up as the cavalry comes in for Jufu. The reinforcements arrive. In the meantime, Americano right now trying to take an angle and see if he can find anything to take a piece out of on this fight, but not really anything from his vantage point as we see Xiaoyang moving in.
We'll see if he gets there. Okay, he does. We were just taking a quick gander over at another player, but this fight here not quite ready to be kicked off. I think Xiaoyang wants to heal and then go for some grenades. If they've figured out where 4 AM is, which is inside of this basement, you can get grenades in there eventually, but you got to kind of work your way in. It is very defendable in that basement though, and 4 AM knows it. That's why they've kind of retreated into that cellar.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot to break.
It is. I've seen a lot of teams try to and just absolutely fail. EN here. Ooh, Ghibli. Ghibli just opts to crash this.
Yeah.
EN's the only one left for the Freaks. They lost everybody else off screen. I'm not...
EN all by his lonesome. Let's see if he can make something happen. Pero AZ not making it easy for him. Chugging him to start this fight. EN only at half HP right now, all the way down to 1H after that frag. You know, Adder is hungry for the kill. EN's actually going to go for the kit right here. Smart play as Adder's trying to play this a little bit conservatively. There's the flash, and no, that's going to be it for EN. Little anticlimactic as Onyx just continues to rat it out and pop people.
Unbelievable. What happened to the Freaks? We didn't see it.
I don't think we did. I don't think we got
they were up.
That, did we?
No. It was. I'm just like making sure I'm not crazy here because I'm like I don't remember seeing. They started out on Stallburst, so it is of course a awfully long rotation.
Yeah,
but I don't know. No. Down they go.
We've had a lot of teams that made long rotations out of there, so maybe there was some kind of skirmish that we missed. I'm not sure. After 3 days of casting, everything kind of starts to blend together. You don't know which game's which.
Well, there was a lot of fighting throughout this game.
Yeah.
Just kind of from the beginning to the end. So, this might have been in the middle of all of that. Long skirt runs out of ammo. Some return shots from New Happy as they make a coastal drive to try to rotate into this next circle. They have the room. There is the Primorsk kill available, which is where I suspect they're going to start their journey here. You can kind of park your cars up on the backside potentially, or they might just go into Primorsk. I don't know. There is still a Nonix. He has retreated back into the safety of the buildings. A lot easier as a solo player to just kind of rat it out. They're actually going to go all the way down to the warehouse of Primorsk. This is what always fascinates me when I see teams do stuff that I've never really seen quite before, but I think New Happy wants to just play it safe for a while, and they're trying to get out of the sightlines of as many teams as possible.
It also makes me wonder a little bit what their utility situation is. Maybe they want to pick up some more
frags
frags or some more smokes. Maybe that could be it. They want to secure the southern flank before they move back into Prim. A lot of things could be at play in the meantime. See Jiaoyang, he's been a great gunner with the SLR so far this weekend, trying to find another shot for Tai Lu here on 17. As Danawa also finally making the rotation in. These guys were looting near Yaz for the longest time, finally coming out of the blue.
They've got some space, though. Actually, nobody's in the northeast corner of the quarry, so if Danawa does come into that angle, if they recognize that it's open, they'll actually be able at least to get into this circle. Now, who knows going forward, but Maru holding on to the water tower compound, and GX just going to drive on through, and there is some space here on the side of the quarry that they're going to be able to take.
Whoa.
Yeah, you can get a lot of air off.
That was a nice jump by SSR, man. I got to try that in my games. That was sick. Didn't know that was possible.
Yeah, you can get some serious air off the side of those quarry hills.
All right, we see 17 posting up at this compound now. They will be neighboring 17, so we might see a little bit of a skirmish there, as these are two really top Chinese teams in this lobby so far. But as it is right now, teams quite spread. Not too many fights, not too many crashes going on. Everyone just kind of content to take their piece of the pie as we wait for the next circle to pop.
Ooh, speaking of popping, Show's head just popped a bit there from Zhao Ying. He got a nice little headshot with the SLR, and so that's going to require the heal there from Show. And 17 outside of the next circle, though, here, State. So they're going to have to make a move, and Tai Lu is very keen to watch it.
Yeah, Tai Lu, always thirsty for the kills, man. And if you can get 17, even better. They're one of the few top 5 teams that have a chance of catching up to him right now.
Yeah, definitely. You would love that as Tai Lu. To be able to knock them out, ooh, that would feel great. Tianba just going to take their time on the western edge, just outside of Primorsk to the northwest here. New Happy is kind of leapfrogging their way through Primorsk, but there is an Onyx looming in one of those buildings. And if they're not careful, right now, it looks to me like they're maneuvering kind of one by one. Meanwhile, the Donuts are settled up on the northwest side of the current circle, so they're probably going to have to play some defense, and we'll see how it goes. You know, it's been kind of a mixed bag for USG in some of these fights.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes they just absolutely dominate. Like, we saw them take a really great fight there against Gen G to start this game off, so maybe they're starting to feel it a little bit this match. Tai Lu, in the meantime, they're just going to be taking the hills on the outside. They might not even crush this compound, but that might push them into Tianba. As you see here right now, CC trying to get a gander on this side of the slope.
Chewy saw him. Definitely saw him because Chewy is angling like he knows somebody's there.
Uh-oh.
Ozen is a great angle on top of Maru here. Gets a little bit of damage, but the roof of that Dacia is going to protect Sung Young just enough that he's able to drive by at least one team. So Maru gets right in the middle of the quarry here, right on the top edge, and Pero's looming on the other side. GX and a 2-2 split, so not as dangerous on that side.
Yeah, we got a lot of teams posted up in quarry right now as Tai Lu's going to be making this rotation through Tianba. Oh no, Tai Lu just gets absolutely decked right there. I think we might have only caught the end of that, but man, everybody from Tianba just taking a little tiny piece out of Tai Lu, and that's going to knock them out. I've got to say, this is one of the earliest times we've ever seen Tai Lu knocked out of a match in this tournament. They've been on fire. Finally, someone putting a little bit of water on it.
That's the way it goes. In PUBG, sometimes you win one game, you're out early the next. UDD there, gets one, gets two. Good spray with the M4 to take 2 members of Danawa down, and now Salute trying to figure out where in the world those shots came from exactly, and it doesn't matter. Hong susses him out and finishes Danawa off. So Jufu, 3 kills in the bag here as they try to maneuver their way forward. That Danawa there just trying to, find something in that. Again, that quarry causes a lot of problems. There's only so many ways, especially on the north side of it, up it, and it gets pretty challenging without a motorcycle.
Yeah, and if you're funneling into a fortified position like that, it's tough to get any kind of good engagement happening. And we see Anonix right now just continuing to rat it out. He's not taking these shots because he's playing for points right now. If he wants to get a shot, he wants to get a finish.
Yet New Happy never went to that house.
Yeah.
So Anonix gets, I don't want to say lucky, but a little bit fortunate as he's able to kind of avoid anything for now. That being said, the safety of Primorsk is now over. It is moved outside of this next circle, so he's got plenty of heals available, plenty of bandages and first aids, so he can kind of work his way to the left and still continue to try to solo out some points. And 17 and 4 AM involved in a battle up here again.
Yeah, Little Ghost trying to suss out exactly where 4 AM is stationed up in this house. I believe they all are here on the first floor. In a very nice defensive position as we see the circle pop all the way to the west side. That's a hard shift.
Good for the Donuts.
Yeah.
They've got a really good opportunity to do some serious damage in this game, State. We've seen them be okay so far, but not great. Ooh, Xiao Lu just took a ton of damage. Little Ghost is absolutely rocking and rolling here. 3 kills already.
Yeah, Little Ghost just holding down that gun, waiting for him to repeat. He gets him on the spray when he does. Things not going too hot right now for 4 AM, but LZ with a nade gonna get Show. Going for the flush right now. Zhao will get it.
All right, well, Anonix with some help from Longsker is ruining New Happy's round. He's gonna steal Ming Ming. I think they might lose that. Oh, he's actually gonna get both.
That's 2 points.
Look at this, 4 kills for Anonix.
New Happy's down to 1 man now.
That's some PO stuff right there. PO used to be one of the best at when the rest of Gen G would die, just scraping points out of nothing.
Absolutely crazy play there out of Anonix. New Happy, they must have thought they were safe from Prim, but no. Anonix finally going to get taken down there.
Jeez, I thought for a second there that someone might get run over for infantry. Oh, heaven. Oh, what a great stun from Volleybear.
That was brutal.
You mean trying to help, but nope.
Nope. Not going to happen.
Nope.
Infantry just in complete control of that situation right now as we see the Donuts starting to square off a little bit, getting some shots in. They got another knock there on somebody. God, there's so much action going on right now as we see Maru and GEX also squaring up. Going toe-to-toe in this compound right now. This is not looking good for Maru. Gak, I think he got hit by that Molotov and he is ticking down. That's going to be it for him. Teams are dropping like flies.
Well, GEX able to best Maru, even though Maru had gotten position ahead of them. But now they've got Pero inside of the safety of the next circle and thoroughly dug in.
Yeah, Savior took some big chunks right there from that SKS.
GEX might have to try to wrap around the bottom side of the quarry, to be honest. Like, I don't think you can just brute force your way through Pero's position here. I don't see that happening unless you hit 2 stellar shots that get knocks. I mean, yeah, maybe there's enough smokes that they can get that done. Oh, and now 4 a.m. trying to go for a res, but plenty of throwables left in the hands of Jufu there. Oh, that one is good enough. That gets the re-knock right away.
They know exactly where they are right now, too. UDD going to come in with a flashbang, trying to blind these 2 players before 4 a.m. Peeking around the side. LZ holding the angle, though. That Molotov actually buying a little bit of time, but oh, what a flash right there. Absolutely cleaned up. LZ trying to blind spray it, but fish in a barrel whenever those flashes pop off in your face.
Yeah, Xiaoyang doing a really nice job. Efficient stuff here from Jufu. It's now GEX tries to wrap towards the edge of the cliff face here, but again, I don't think this is going to work, and now Infantry as well has moved up to watch this fight, and GEX, I mean, they were, look, even if they tried to drop down off the side of that, they were screwed. I mean, Infantry was fully committed to watching that.
They got closer than I thought they would.
Yeah. And Onyx did die somewhere off screen.
Yeah, that was a little bit ago. I think it was someone from maybe Tiamba that took him out back when he was still in Prim.
Makes sense, based on the positioning of the teams here, and it is Jufu, Tiamba, Pero, Infantry, and the Donuts. Donuts still have all 4 up, and they're going to have to leave the safety of that compound, although there isn't anybody really anywhere near them. There's just a field kind of in their way towards the center of the next circle. Meanwhile, Pero, now they took care of business on one side. Now they got to change directions and try to displace Jufu. Although Jufu was only a 3-man here, and one's knocked.
Yeah, not sure exactly when that knock popped off, but you just see UDD trying to hold this angle, and it's a tough one because if Pero decided to double peek this, they can absolutely trade with him. Ming is coming on the left side right now for UDD. UDD spots one. He is going to go for the shot, but he's not quite able to connect. AZ is going to survive. The teammate comes in for the trade, and that's UDD going down by Ming. Xiaoyang right now also struggling. Hong with a great spray, going to return some fire. That is Ixlef going down. In the meantime, Tianba going head-to-head with Infantry 7-7 and Tong with some great sprays. They're going to get Infantry knocked out. In the meantime, want to go back to that Pero fight.
Yeah, Pero here has to go for reses as Jufu has been wiped out. So USG has a good opportunity. Both of these teams are kind of licking their wounds a little bit at the very least, and they can kind of use this opportunity to take control of some space in the circle. They're going to send Shiva out. I think USG just a little bit off the ball here. Like they probably could have gained space a little bit sooner, and this gave Tianba a little bit of time to at least harass some of these rotations, and now you're stopped up in a really bad spot.
That is not where you want to be. This hay bale, you're going to lose the tires in that car. Unless they have a million smokes, they are not getting out of this position. I don't want to be too harsh, but I really don't like this play coming out of USG. I would have loved to see them try and maybe rotate through the forest and just take a straight-up fight against Tianba. I mean, it's not maybe like a guaranteed win play, but would feel definitely a lot better than being stuck over here by some hay bales.
Well, it's tough because there's a field in the middle of all this, but maybe the rocks in the front underneath the quarry as well might have been a better play. Either way, they were in a difficult spot, and they kind of clearly didn't have a confident play to call, if that makes sense. Like, the play call there was just a little bit delayed and a little bit kind of scattered, and now the team is scattered, and they're just getting cut apart in this crossfire.
Yeah, unfortunate, but I mean, still a good performance from USG. We've seen them. I mean, this is the Japanese representative. They've been playing really well. Corner and Americano have been doing great, but just getting picked apart here. I mean, Tiama and Pero are more than happy just to shred these guys and then go head-to-head.
Oh, absolutely. That's what they're going to do. There's no reason for them to really fight each other.
If I'm not mistaken, that's Lynchon with an op, right? AWM?
AWM, yep, absolutely. And that crate gifted right in the hands of Tianba over there. There's a couple down by USG as well, but I don't know if they're going to be able to even make a play for it.
Unlikely.
Well,
as it is right now, we have 4 men up for Pero and 4 for Tian. There are a few players from USG, Sheva, of course, and Kane, able to survive for now. Pero rolling down that buggy, doing some tricks.
Nice. Nice front flip. Oh, wait.
Vehicles never get old, man. I love this. It's my favorite part of PUBG.
That was beautiful. That's exactly how we wanted to do it.
Yep, AZ gonna roll up on this skinny tree right now. Fortunately, doesn't have not too exposed, except maybe from that nade. Wow, fantastic throw right there, doing enough damage in 7-7. Gonna finish with a knock.
Yeah, AZ likes to play kind of that forward position for Pero. He is the IGL. He tries to get the info. Akelef gonna try to get there to save him. An arm shot rings out to try to punish, but oh, Shiva has the backside of this. He might steal the point, but just in time with the grenades. 7-7, the car explosion is going to take AZ down, and now Akelef is far enough away from that grenade that he doesn't take any damage from it at the very least. Pero now able to start returning a bit of fire, but Lynchon starting to heat up with that AWM as he's going to get a big knock here, and now it's just Akelef.
Yep. Tianba just in absolute control right now, using the high ground to their advantage, getting maximum distance on these nades and just shelling the forward position here from Pero. You see all these nades popping on Akelef. He is blind as a bat right now. So many nades popping off. He's going to be cleaned up in just a second as we see Chewy cleaning him up. It is now just one player up for USG. It's a matter of time until Tianba takes this win, it feels like.
It will be the play of his career if Kane can win this, no doubt about it. But he is a 1v4 with an AWM and some very, very dangerous Tianba players staring him down. They've been great on Erangel, and they continue their run here. Shiva never even able to be attempted to be rezzed by Kane as he was stuck in the bad side of a shack. So that molly isn't inside the door, but I think they think the player that's alive is in there too, maybe going for the res, but that's actually not going to be the case as Kane holds a stun, and if he holds it any longer, he's going to get taken out. Ooh, he's able to win that, but instantly traded down, and it's going to be Tianba taking our second game of the day with a huge 16-kill win.
Yeah, pretty much everything went right for them in that final circle. Donuts kind of blundered their position just a little bit, moving into that field. Perhaps too early.
Too late.
Getting too late, too early, something.
They needed to get out of that house sooner. It was way too late.
Melted by everybody. And Tianba, I mean, they're not going to waste that opportunity. And this is going to put them, I think, in the top 4, top 5. Great showing out of them.
Yeah. No, Tianba's been really, really good on Erangel. And they're making it tough for everybody. And, you know, again, Lynchon, he's won a PCS before. And, you know, he's brought together some of these players that he used to play with a really long time ago in China. And, you know, guys that he's comfortable with, that he has confidence in, that, you know, a lot of these names you guys are going to be looking at just kind of scratching your heads, being like, who are these guys? You know, I've never heard of them. Well, they used to be quite good, and they were very good in the Champions League, but, you know, they kind of were scattered to the wind for a bit here. And then Lynchon kind of got the band back together a bit. And now they look quite solid because Lynchon is a super, super smart play caller.
Oh, yeah. Their movement was flawless right there in that final circle. Just felt like they were in control the entire time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they never really felt too much pressure.
Yeah.
They had that fight against infantry. They had to win. They won it cleanly, and that was basically GG.
Yep. That southern position with a forest and a circle like that, when you know that your enemy team has to come down from the quarry, just really good defensive play from Tianba, securing the bag, getting the win. Can't wait to see the leaderboards right now. We've had so many shakeups, it feels like, because we do have one team right now with a huge lead, but then from I think like 2 to 5 or 2 to 6, it's just been neck and neck and neck with all these Chinese and Korean teams.
Yeah, it's really tight underneath that first place spot. I think, you know, Genji with the Nonix solo play did gain a small amount of ground onto Tai Lu because Tai Lu went out pretty early, but yeah, everybody in the middle of this is kind of, you know, just scrambling to find their way ahead. Try to see if they can come into next week in the best spot possible. So Tianba doing a good job pushing their way forward here. As we saw at the end of yesterday, they're really starting to heat up. And I mean, that's, you know, a 16. If you get a 16 kill win, that means you're just rocking and rolling.
Oh yeah,
the whole game.
26 points is a ton. I think 22 was the most points that we had in a single win yesterday from New Happy. And a big part of this win for Tiamba comes down to Chewy. 6 kills, 500 damage, fantastic play. I mean, Tiamba takes a whole team, big team effort. They lock that one down.
A lot of this to me, I think, based on some of the stuff I was seeing on the map and what we briefly got a glimpse of from Chewy's angle, was he saw Tai Lu looking out on that road, and then I think he called in Tiamba saying, I bet they're going to rotate this way. Let's line up here, and then they just absolutely shredded him. So, you know, stuff like that, big-time plays, big-time brains here for Tiamba as they 26 points. What a game.
So many points.
That's so good.
This is what you expect from like a high kill Miramar game. To get this many on Erangel is something else.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely typically more difficult to rake in those huge number games on Erangel, and Tiamba does it.
Pero though, the back-to-back reigning champs of PCS6 Asia, I mean, it goes to show how stacked this lobby is that we're talking about them so little, even though they've won 2 of these things.
They're that good. They're that good, man. The whole region is that good. So, guys, we're going to take a short break. We got another Erangel and then a Miramar coming up next, so stay tuned. We'll be back with PCS6 Asia.
I know what you really want. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
Welcome back, everybody, to PCS6 Asia. We're through 2 games on the day. Still got 3 more to go on paper thin, that's state. And today it's been very, very good for a couple teams. Tyloo and Tianba putting up some big kills and some big wins. And a few of the other top teams are struggling to find some footing.
Yeah, you see the total leaderboard right here. Tyloo leading the pack with 114 points. In second place is Jufu with an incredible international debut, I've got to say. 98 points through the first 12 maps in this tournament, followed by Genji, Tianba Esports, and the Guangdong Freaks. A lot of China-heavy teams here at the top, man. This is classic PCS Asia.
Yeah, there's a lot of things not going right here for Korea, especially today. Genji and the Freaks just have been, the Freaks, I guess, had an okay game 1, but just been quiet. There's been some big time mistakes in their, in their micro, I guess, if you want to call it, in their actual fighting.
Yep.
That have cost them dearly, and that's unusual for those 2 teams. But maybe they'll bounce back. Danawa and Ghibli. Danawa is of course mired in the fight with New Happy for control of Yasnaya, and Ghibli just hasn't looked comfortable at all.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be going right into map number 3 today. Wasted no time here at PCS6 Asia, day 3. I can't wait to get started. We're going to be playing on Erangel before we go into our final 2 Miramar maps of the night. Let's see that plane path, baby. We've had some fun ones, man.
Today has been good. Today we've gotten some pretty good circles. Let's see if we can get another one. We are going to jump into it right on.
Oh, wow.
Pretty similar to the last plane back.
Yeah, even more northwestern, though. This is Temeshki to North Gakka.
All right, maybe this time we'll get the Stalber circle.
Maybe.
I want it, not for the Guangdong Freak's sake, but for my own.
Last time you wanted the Stalber circle, we got, like, polar opposite all the way down to the southwest.
I know. You called the military circle in the first one. So
yeah.
Where do you think this one's going? You've got the juju. You've got the circle juju today.
I don't know. I'm feeling George. I feel like you're not going to get what you want.
George.
Yeah, I'm thinking George. I'm thinking maybe around the mountain again.
All right, that's fine.
We'll see.
So
I feel like if you call it, if you think about it and you call it, you're going to be wrong. Like I said, military islands. Like I think my verbatim was like it could go military, but it probably won't.
The truth is it's basically impossible to predict.
Yeah,
like, that's the actual truth of it.
I got to go like get a tarot card reading or something before doing this.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. Yeah.
All right, here we go again, guys. You know the drill. Danawa, New Happy, hot dropping, but maybe not too hot this time. At least we're in different buildings.
They might actually just kind of separate there. I can see a world where New Happy just pieces out to the south and just kind of lets this one be. But we'll see.
We'll see. Oh, wow. That's quite to the northwest.
Okay. I mean, you could still be right. It could be North George.
Could be.
Well, the grenades, ooh, that did a lot of damage, actually.
That was more than I expected.
Yeah, good coordination here from Danawa, as they were calling out the position of HS. And that allowed, I think it was Rex, to throw one up and under there and get some decent damage. But there were a few heals found for New Happy, so they're able to recover a bit from that. And you can see they're curious about that sushi house over on the right, just seeing if anybody's going to be peeking from that window. But, in fact, all of Danawa is... well, almost all of Danawa is here at this other double apartment. Seoul is behind all of this.
Yeah, and Rex trying to see what he can get in terms of information here from the vantage point of this roof. But as it is right now, kind of just a standoff, a little bit of a cold war as these teams aren't quite ready to engage. But Ming actually with a really nice angle here.
Oh, wait, look at Helen. Look at how wide Helen swinged out. I missed this.
Oh, he did this last time, too.
No, he's even further out. This is like a way different rotation because he's doing it way sooner. Like, look how far out he is. I mean, Ming gets a ton of damage, but Helen's literally, we can't really tell initially where he was because our main map feed is so far out, zoomed out, that it was hard to see him.
Yeah.
And then he wasn't even on the mini map in the bottom right until just now. You could see him there. So Helen is way outside of this, but Ming hasn't, or nobody from New Happy has swung out far enough that he's getting any value out of this right now.
Yeah, I think if Helen gets maybe some good loot, he can come over on that south side and try and set up a flank. But for now, just kind of an interesting 3-1 split Danoa has going for them. See Helen right now just happily looting over here while his teammates fight it out. It's reminiscent of my team games when I play PUBG.
I don't think that's the point.
I know.
I mean, I know this is how we play PUBG. We just don't run off and try to loot. But, I mean, they were anticipating that New Happy was going to make a move. I think they caught sight of somebody, like Ming leaving, and then they thought, oh, he's going to try to really swing wide.
Yeah, and Helen's moving to counter that. But as it is, Ming was just trying to set up a little bit more of a lateral angle there on Rex on the roof. And now Ming, as you see, is just to the east of Seoul. And that housing compound, and so far not too much blood shed, a little bit of damage done, but nothing too critical. Nobody knocked quite yet. No kills. As far as Danoa New Happy fights go, this has been the most tame we've had all tournament.
It's going to come down to if Helen can trade this out or, get to his position undetected. Because he's making quite a bit of noise. The standing running, you can hear from about 50 meters. If you have your sound really cranked up, I'd say it's probably more like 45 where you can really start to hear it. But HS, I don't think has heard it yet, considering he's not looking in that direction now. Helen is going to see him.
Yep.
Helen can't open up there. He doesn't have enough of an angle.
He can't open up unless he can get that knock, and ideally even a flush. But for right now, he'll just communicate to his teammates what's going on. Chewy trying to take a cheeky angle right there, see if he could snipe Lambu, but he got spotted, so he will roll on out. And Helen now biding his time, relaying the reconnaissance to his teammates. And probably when HS moves a little bit back more to the north, Helen will feel comfortable enough to follow behind him. And New Happy, they're starting to push this position.
Yeah, the timing is kind of off here for Helen. I don't think he realized that HS left. I don't think he saw it, State. I think Helen only caught glimpses of the head there briefly of HS and hasn't fully realized what's happened because, Ming has kind of doubled back here, opens up with the M16, and even with the awful recoil on that gun, he's able to control enough to get the knock on his salute. Now Helen opens up, but he's too far out to be a threat, and even still, the response from HS is better.
Yeah, Helen feels obligated to kind of play his hand right there and go for the shot as Rex even gets taken down. New Happy with a fantastic start in this engagement. One player down and one player knocked. He'll finally bleed out, and it's 4v2 right now. New Happy, they're going to ride this momentum. They're going to go hunting for Seoul. They know that Seoul and Helen are split right now. Oh,
Seoul
boy.
here with a Saiga and a Dream. He's completely surrounded. Helen's got to get booking. What is Helen doing? Is he going to fight this? I mean, if Helen's going to leave, he should just do so now. Finally, Seoul's able to recover there. Goes for the flush, not able to get it. They're hot on his heels. He just runs into the fire there to try to block the door, I guess. And he actually does get the knock and on, but Helen's way out in Narnia. Meanwhile, 17's crashing. Tai Lu here. Grenades on the outside actually go too far. Don't hit the backside. Pretty good here so far. Oh, Sia going to get the knock with the spray down on the barrel. Show trying to come around the corner. Not going to happen as just Lil Ghost for 17, and I think this might be the end of their round.
Yep, Tyler with a fantastic dive right now. They're taking this fight to the limits. That's going to be it. Oh, man. 17 Gaming obliterated there by Tai Lu. Tai Lu has had such great gunplay so far in this tournament, just absolutely clean. It feels like every time they take these big fights, they're leaving with all 4 men up. It's incredible.
I agree. I mean, that was great defense. Right? I like the way you call it crisis management, but I'm again left scratching my head a bit for 17. Like, they just blind dove that compound. They had to have.
Yeah.
Or this is the previous match on the replay here.
I'm not getting bamboozled this time.
Yeah, I know.
Fool me once.
Yeah, fool you once. I think Tianba got information on this possible rotation early from Chui.
Yeah.
And set up for it.
No, you called it right. Chui saw somebody when he was peeking over on the side of the slope and relayed that information to his teammates, and Tai Lu just got obliterated. And that was maybe one of the first times that Tai Lu were eliminated early, was in that last match. But as you see right now, they are happy with their lead, up to 118 points. No other teams even broken trip digits.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're look, all the credit in the world to Tai Lu. I'm still wondering what was going through 17's mind. We didn't get to see it until the crash had basically already started, so we didn't get to see the lead up to the fight, so I can't say if 17 did any scouting or if they just blind crashed it. I'm not sure because we were paying attention to the fight in Yasnaya, so we didn't get to see it, but I'm still not sure what 17 thought or saw that made them think that crash was doable. I mean, it could just be confidence. I mean, they could have felt like they needed points and they just needed to try to get some kills to get going. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's tough to say the kind of mental calculus that goes into play calling like that. But as it is, Tai Lu going to be happy to pick up 4 points to start the round. That's for sure.
No doubt. All right, GEX swinging near Pero territory, but Pero split in a 2-2 on the outside of the road, and I think that gives a little bit of space here for GEX to settle up. Maru on the edge, southeast corner, going to be ahead of New Happy. I think the observers were watching them to see if they were going to maybe camp the Yaz Bridge like we saw the Freaks do, try to punish New Happy. You know, that's the funny thing. New Happy has to be like always in the back of their mind, like, is some jerk camping that bridge?
Of course, the Freaks do it on map 1, 2 in the tournament just to plant that seed in the back of their mind and then never do it again.
Yeah. No, I mean, because now New Happy or whoever comes out of Yasnaya, Dono as well, of course, saw that and knows. So whoever comes out of Yasnaya, that has to be in the back of their heads, like every time.
7-7, he is aware of GEX's rotation over here. He's trying to see if he can find an angle over here on SSR, but he is a little bit by his lonesome right now. Maybe waiting for some recovery coming in from his teammates as Tianba has a nice little spread going over on that high ground. In the meantime, Maru continuing their rotation over here on the south of shooting range, and New Happy finally winning the skirmish quite well in Yasnaya. They're going to pick up all of the loot they can before making this rotation in.
Yeah, it's 100% clean and plenty of time to continue looting to get some more meds and all the other things they need to continue this one on. Genji, long cross over the bridge, but it is safe, and it's going to shift north, so no 50-50 shenanigans to start this one. We're just decidedly on the other side of the river.
Yeah, a lot of playable terrain here, too. I like circles that finish over here. There's a lot of hills, a lot of slopes, a lot of trees, shacks and buildings, a lot of stuff to play with. Man, those two cars are in sync as Zenon tries to spray him down, gets a lot of damage in on Yacha, but no knock there. Maru just kind of threading the needle right now as they set up a really awkward 2-2 split. Actually, Yacha's going to go all the way to the north on the coastline. In the meantime, Gok, the car that was driving right next to him in the Dacia, is going to double back here in GEX. In the meantime, Genji's rolling in, but really confused by this positioning on Maru that we're seeing on the map.
You're not the only one.
I don't know what Gak's doing.
I think it's going to be a 3-1 in the long run.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to find a way to thread the needle back to set up that 3-1 split. I think you're right, but...
I mean, maybe just... I guess the best I can gather out of this is that there was so much space in the middle of this circle already that they were surprised, and they circled back around to just be like, let's see how much information we can really get.
Yeah, and it worked out. I mean, that Dacia took a lot of damage, but Gak is happy. Only, I think, one body shot hit him, so... Fortunate enough for them as Maru sets up the split. Sungyoung going to try and get the information that he can, and Genji now finally rolling into play. This is close to GEX's position, and they're going to be happy to take this spot.
Yep, it's safe for now, and there should be nobody really within spitting distance until the Donuts start making their way over. Finally, New Happy is going to leave, and they're taking the long road past Mini Yaz and around the Stalber Mountain to the east. And I'm just going to drive along there, maybe set up on the edge of Severny or something. V7 is there, but for V7, it has been an absolute trouble. I don't even think Jonggu has a kill yet.
Really?
I don't think so.
I mean, it happens. That's PUBG.
But he's like, he was their star player during PWS. That's scary. I mean, it is like his first big tournament, so I'm sure there's a ton of pressure and nerves and stuff. But
you know, V7 has been struggling. As you can see, they're dead last. And, you know, we've seen a lot of crashes from them that just have been completely thwarted by whoever they run up against.
PUBG is very much a game of momentum, especially at the pro level. So if this team starts feeling it, they could very easily turn it around. We've seen that from teams in the past. But yeah, once you start cold, I mean, even New Happy, when they started cold on day one, they had kind of an awful performance through the first 5 maps after getting knocked out early in the first 3.
Yeah.
It just happens.
It does. I mean, you know, you can't win them all in PUBG. Is even the best, even New Happy and, you know, previously Genji and stuff. You still can't win them all. And Maru in that. Now they're back together as 4.
Yeah.
Yacho went all the way to the coast.
And then came all the way back.
And now he's playing, like, up front right next to 4 a.m.
Yeah, he's going to try and get this nade on Xiaohai. I think that might just barely be in nadeable range. It's quite the throw.
It's good.
Yeah, Xiaohai does take some damage. If they throw it perfectly, they will be able to get the knock. And Xiaohai kind of just struggling for space here, throwing some smokes to try and obscure his position as his teammates roll up. In the meantime, New Happy, they're finally coming in over here on shooting range, but little do they know, or maybe they do know, that the Freaks are actually posted up right here.
Well, we'll see. I mean, the Freaks know something's up, but they have to make a move, so the Freaks might opt to take the early rotation over the gatekeep on the edge of the circle, and they will get in their cars and begin. A long spread along the crashed airplane for Tianba ahead. As you can see, Ghibli is going to be the first one to flirt with that territory, but not going to go anywhere near it, as they already have 2 players inside of the circle that they are going to gather with at the bottom edge. There is Jufu down there along with infantry.
Yeah, now you see the Freaks rotating in themselves, and they're playing this slope to this advantage. There's not too many shots that can come in. This is a really tough angle, as you see LZ there.
You said that, but they lost Lash.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Caster Curse is real. I'm so sorry. It's a tough angle. I'm surprised they got him knocked. I wish we saw that view.
Yeah, I know. I would have liked to have seen it. Now they're right on the edge of Tianba, and things getting a little spicy here for the Freaks. Is kind of Plan A was thwarted, Plan B is thwarted. Now you go to Plan C, and no,
whoa,
it's fine.
That was some physics.
Just that was just Observer. It was he was probably just riding on 2 wheels and turned it in.
Yep.
Ooh, Zenon here.
Zenon has been so good with his DMR play so far in this tournament, just really turning it up. Akkad gonna heal himself up, and the Freaks not really in the best of position. They're losing tires on these vehicles. That'll make future rotations quite tough, and being in that kind of dip with that shack. I mean, even Hikari getting knocked down here by Zenon. Zenon continuing to pop off with a mini. Just laying their hurt down on the Freaks. They have a very central position, but not a good one. Is you see Jufu now trying to scout out their location. Ghibli is on the hill to the northeast of them. Not really in striking distance, but maybe some shots from the DMR can come in, as we see Heaven trading some blows with infantry, I believe that is, to the east.
Yeah, infantry is opting to swing more towards the hill where New Happy and Tianba are, and that's going to be tricky. That's 2 very, very good teams that you're going to have to try to potentially contend with. We'll see.
Yeah, any hill with Tianba infantry and New Happy is gonna be a bloodbath if these teams decide to go at it, man.
I don't want to be anywhere near that hill if it's me.
I want to be on another map.
Yeah,
Put me on Miramar.
For real. Send me back to Vikendi or something. That map doesn't even exist.
Oh, I love Vikendi. All right, we see 4 a.m. Xiaohai actually still alive here. We haven't had a shot of this little skirmish in a while, as Maru seems to have backed off a little. 4 a.m. no longer in the circle. They're going to try and find their way in now as Sunyoung with the 4X SKS taking shots, but not too many connecting as 4 a.m. is making this rotation work for now. This is a dangerous spot, though.
V7's up here as well, so for 4 a.m., you know, okay, Jonggu's on his own.
Oh, Jonggu.
Oh, boy. Oh, Jonggu.
Oh, Jonggu!
Oh, he took so much damage on that spray. Now Maru is just trying to hold the line here. You know, Maru just kind of, they're gonna try to hit him on the side here. They're gonna drive right up on him. The shot's actually helping from 2-star of V7. Lou under a ton of pressure. There he goes. He's gonna get knocked by Delac. Only 2 left for 4 a.m. Yacho wants the finish as grenades and mollies start to explode. Way less behind that tree. Has to back up because that grenade
right next to him. Only catches 30 damage here. 4AM on their last legs.
Yeah, Maru with a great job setting up that fight and getting a good engagement here on 4AM. But in the meantime, New Happy, they hear this. They want a piece of the action. And it is Ming Ming and ZP Yan that are coming in to wreak havoc. Gak right now trying to set up. You see Maru, they are aware of the situation. They know New Happy is on their flank. They're trying to salvage the spot, but the fight with 4AM is still not over. And you see LZ taking advantage of the situation. Yaka trying to fight off fight off New Happy, but he's going to get blindsided there by 4AM. And Maru, they were not able to clean up the fight with 4AM fast enough, and now things are just falling apart.
Yeah, New Happy, great senses, great timing. As we've come to expect, and a perfect grenade from Wayless takes Sun Young down. D-Lax falling under the pressure as well. Wayless, what a turn there. Going to get D-Lax knocked, and now just Gak left here for Maru. So Maru makes a move, and they're instantly punished for it. Now, meanwhile, V7 starting to take a fight here with GEX, and it's going rather well. Pudding and Gomp picking up some big knocks and kills along the way. Back over to Wayless. Now, Gak comes up big with 2 kills all of a sudden onto New Happy. He's got 2 more to go. Can he pull off the miracle? HS sees him over the hill, puts him down. The blue is here. He is done, and that is a valiant attempt by Gak.
Yeah, the last man standing there for Maru did a great job of trying to bring it back, but New Happy, they just got too many men on the ground. They're able to fight it off. And actually, Maru, after a great engagement there on 4AM with a really bold 2-2 split coming in from both sides, not paying off for them as New Happy kind of comes to 4AM's aid in a way and picks up a lot of points and a lot of kills in the meantime.
Yeah, absolutely. And that gives some breathing room here to Infantry underneath all of this. So now they can comfortably barricade Ghibli. Ghibli's going to have to win a fight. Wayless is going to be taken down by Tianba for, New Happy, 2 players left. Ghibli here is already suffering at the hands of Longsker and others, and just forget it. They're done. They're wiped out between Jufu and Infantry there. So Ghibli down in 12th place as Infantry going to start marching their way forward. They have 1 res to pick up.
Yeah, Infantry, you give them that breathing room and they just pounce on it, man. Able to secure the southeastern corner of this map in the meantime. Tianba Linchin, great shots right there. That's going to be it for New Happy going out 10th in this lobby. My goodness, so much action on the eastern front here.
Yeah, everybody trying to come in from that side just because of how difficult it is to cross those bridges over by George. So not as many teams coming from that direction. Meanwhile, Tai Lu, able to defend that compound from 17 early, continue to just hold the fort in the middle of the circle. Savior is trying to find a knock, and actually him and SSR are going to get EN. EN's all on his own there for the Freaks as they spread the heck out. And they're not going to be able to get to their teammate in time. So now, he's about to be knocked, I think. If 7-7 even gets a glimpse of him, Ikari. Oh, wow, he actually escapes.
Yeah, I am shocked. Ikari trying to save Ian right there by getting on top of the Dossie and the rock to get an angle on Savior, but Tiamba's having none of it. They lay into him, and Hikari, by the skin of his teeth, is able to get out of that situation. Now Zenon, she's on the other foot. Somebody else is DMRing him down. He will get away, though. As the Freaks are going to go for the res here. Hikari eventually did get knocked from that 1H, and Tiamba, they want to clean this up, man. They are hungry for the kills. They know that the Freaks are low on manpower. They're low on HP. They're in a lot of trouble. Defensive nade coming out, but it's not going to be enough right now as Akkad goes down. Hikari now all on his lonesome, fighting in the shack, and that's going to be it for the Freaks. They're going down. I think Chewy and the Molotov might actually get ticked out, and yep, that's it for him. But Tiamba, they'll take that. They get 2 points. Now they just got to fight off GEX.
Well, these spreads that the Korean teams are trying to take are just getting dismantled. I mean, they're just biting off too much. And teams like, I know it's difficult in Afrika's position because this is kind of a bowl position. And you can see Tianba, because they took this fight, they took this position. Now they're kind of in the same spot that would have happened, and Zenon landing a good one. He's going to get knocked in exchange, though, from Tom. He's flanked out just wide enough to get the angle. Infantry is going to attempt the drive-by. They take a decent amount of damage here. SSR, though, woof, down to 7 HP. It's Infantry able to get to the top of the hill, but this is outside of the circle.
Yeah, Infantry more like cavalry clown-carring it here on the road in, but now they're on foot and they're getting torn to pieces right here by Tong and Tiamba. They have no cover to their name. Longster is going to go down, and Infantry's in a lot of trouble over on that flank.
Yeah, there's not much Infantry can do. The Blues already closing in. They've been, multiply knocked, and now Peril on the other side is taking members of Gen G down as they try to hold the line there up on the northwest side. And Gen G, just Max Zora, looks like he might be stuck on the inside of there. Meanwhile, Tong now gets the opportunity as infantry members start leaving the smoke to continue to just ruin their round.
Yeah, it's a valiant effort to try and save Volibear, and Longster somehow miraculously still staying alive with no cover to his name. I mean, infantry, they're trying to pull the rabbit out of the hat and get out of the situation, but they have a long road ahead of them if they're able to do that. Meantime, Petrichor Road Mill barely surviving that nade and going to be going for the kit now, but, I mean, like, look at this position for infantry. Like, what can you do from there?
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, Longsker is going to have to go ham, and he can't. He's just shut right down by Tong. So 9 big kills here for Tianba already. A great follow-up to their win. Puts them all the way up into second place currently on the leaderboard. 1 point ahead of Jufu. Gen.G still has 3 up somehow. They had suffered a couple knocks, but right now they're trying to hold against Pero, but it's Mill outside of the door, not able to get the flush. Spear just barely able to win that. And that's a huge win for Gen.G. They need all the points they can get.
Now we see Jufu trying to breach the position here for the Donuts, and they actually are. 2 Donuts are already shut. They're getting a little bit of help out of Gen.G, and also Hong Hong with a fantastic nade. UDD with a good spray. He's going to get caned, but Americano fights back. He's going to be knocked, and I think Americano right now, the only man up for USG, can he make it work?
You can see Hong Hong desperation to finish that, and yeah, I mean, Americano tried to do what he could. Now Gen.G is swinging in the direction of Jufu. Jufu has 1 res to go for, but it's going to happen before Gen.G can get there, and I think very wisely here, Gen.G not going to try to continue to push up into Jufu territory. They are, I think, in my opinion, going to be a little bit wiser to watch the edge of the next circle, because Jufu has to move in still. Just hold that line. Just, you know, Jufu kind of has to come down a hill off the top here, and I think that you might be able to punish them a bit, because Tianba is not really in a position to punish, you know, Gen.G's position. Tai Lu seems to be content to just cover their half of the circle.
Oh yeah, Tai Lu is controlling so much territory right now, but Jufu still has their full manpower up. If they decide to kind of come down on that Tai Lu position, they might be able to get some damage in, but for now, just going to bide their time in the corner of the map. Tai Lu scoping this out. Jufu. UDD looks like he's taking point there in the middle. Tianba, or Tai Lu, excuse me, not quite able to get any real angle on him. And Jufu and Gen.G, they're getting closer to each other. There could only be one here on the western side, they say.
Well, Gray figured this out, and he called in the reinforcements. UDD got the information on where Tai Lu was, and now they can turn their full attention to Gen.G. And that's, Gen.G kind of gave up their positional advantage, because now Jufu is very, very aware of it. Spear is just out in the open. I mean, Hong Hong, if he peeks up and over this hill, he could get him. I mean, right now, though, it's good shooting there from his teammates to buy Spear enough time that he's able to stay hidden and get that knock.
Yeah, Spear gets a great initiating knock on Hong Hong, and actually... I
think our observer might have had a problem.
Yeah. Can't really tell what's going on right now. Is this just the observer?
I'm not sure. I'm not too sure. It's, hold on. I got to put my jacket back on. It gets hot. It actually gets really hot in this room.
It does get hot in here. You guys
so
catching us.
During the games, I take my jacket off.
We will fill you in on the situation as it's developing. I think it might just be our observing team that's having network lag. I don't know if it was the full lobby.
I don't know.
We'll have to hear from our producers exactly what the situation is. Actually, I just see right now the map is developing. So we actually are getting some live feeds right now. Gen.G, it seems like they have 3 players up. Jufu did end up losing that fight. Tai Lu, they do have 3 players. And okay, the observing client is back.
It was just the observers.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're good to go. Yeah, no huge issues here. As that makes me think it might have just actually been an internet issue at the observer studio, because they're at a different building than us. Yeah. So I think it actually just might have been an internet hiccup. As Lin Shun is trying to salvage any more points that he can. It's still a great follow-up round here for Tianba.
Yeah.
Considering they won the last one and they're getting a ton of kills and they're getting, at 3rd place here. Yeah, 3rd. That's still a very, very good game for Tianba.
Yep. They're at, 106 points now? You take that, and right now it's just Gen.G with 3 men up against the 4 of Tai Lu, but if you look at the mini-map, Tai Lu, they are just in complete control of this circle. Gen.G needs a really good engagement to start if they want to be able to take this position.
Well, they've got the high ground advantage. I will say that here for Gen.G. but they don't have the numbers advantage.
Oh, Maxora going with a really bold play. He's going to try and get some intel, try and find out exactly where Tyloo is spread, and he's going to try and survive while he does it.
This is bait to draw out the fire of Tyloo to get their positions revealed, so the rest of Gen G can try to get some shots, but it's not going to work.
No, not quite working. I mean, Gen G and Nonix and Spear, they do have a little bit more information now on where Tyloo is, but unfortunately for them,
they're going to kill themselves to the blue.
Oh.
Nope, they don't want to fight this.
I was trying to hype it up, man. I did my best.
No. You gotta understand.
You gotta know when to fold them.
Yep.
Gen G is gonna fold it. And that's another win for Tyloo. Our first place team now up to 132 points. Gen G falls all the way down to 4th now in a very tight race with Jufu and Tiamba. Only a few points separating those teams. And going into the final maps on Miramar today, we are in a dead heat for these top 3 teams, except for Tyloo.
They're rocking and rolling today. I mean, that's 2 wins already. They were already in the lead coming into today, and now they've got 2 wins. I've been really trying to make sure I'm not super negative on these teams, but Gen G that's what they like to do. This is a lot. You'll see this all the time in late game scenarios with them, where they send one out in a vehicle so that the others can get some firing lines and that kind of thing. And I'm normally okay with that, but the problem here is that they have a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah.
So you can't afford to be doing that. If it's a 4v4, I think it's okay. If you have a 4v3, then it's okay. But in a 3v4 like that, that's so much firepower you're sacrificing to get information that isn't useful, and then you can't take advantage of it. Instead, I would have rather have seen Gen G just fight that. Just try to take control of the top of that hill and try to make it work. I mean, it's very unlikely to win. I understand that. But you need those points so desperately, and you can't. I mean, 2 extra points to Tyloo there versus you going for the win. I mean, that point swing is well worth the risk, in my opinion.
I agree with you completely. I would have liked to see Gen G just try and take that fight. I mean, the way I see it, like you said, it's a low odds thing, going for that win right there in the 3v4 situation where you don't have any control of the circle. But, I mean, it just takes one good engagement. And we've seen players like Spear and Anonix and Maxora just pop off sometimes. I mean, you get like maybe 1 or 2 headies and a good spray on one of the close Tyloo players, and then suddenly their position, their big spread, the crossfires aren't as good from them. You might be able to pick off more. You might be able to get some more damage in.
Yep.
But Gen G just kind of sending Maxora out there, hoping to find some vulnerability, not really finding it, and then just kind of conceding.
Yeah, I don't mind that move most of the time. In a lot of situations, I think it's a very good move that can get you A, lot of information, B, draw guns away from the position of the rest of your players and that kind of thing, but not in a situation where you're out of the circle and you're down players. Like, you gotta, and that's in that one, you just gotta kind of try to see if you can catch a member of Tyloo alone,
right?
Win a duel or get a 2v1 going or something, and then try to snowball it from there. But look, it is what it is, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, a second place is not bad at all for Gen G, but the bad news is it was at the hands of Tyloo.
Yeah, Tyloo right now really proven to be the team to beat. And they only moved 10,000 meters. That's not too much, actually. One of the lowest numbers we've seen for a winner right here is Tyloo just kind of controlled their location on the map, and they did it masterfully, racking up a lot of kills, getting their 2nd win of the tournament, compounding that lead.
Well, they took that compound, 17, yeeted 4 points into their bag out of nowhere.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, and then, you know, it's a good position to try to take in the long run. I mean, 17 had a good read on maybe where the circle was going to go, I suppose, but still, Tyloo there, you know, able to lock that down, and that put them in position to win, and then they are able to take control of the circle and, yeah, take it down. I still, though, man, I would have liked to have seen Gen G at least try to fight that out.
Yeah, I did feel like there was an opportunity for some heroics there.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, have to. In my opinion, like, it's taken everything in my power not to actually just, like, lose my mind about that. Because, and the only reason is because of the point situation on the leaderboard. Because you're, at worst, you're probably losing that game anyway. You flip 2 more points over to Tyloo.
Right.
Probably not a big deal. The reward, though, is you flip that.
Like what? Like
8 points. Because
8 points, right.
Potentially 8 points. Yeah, you get the placement points and you get the 4 kills.
That risk is well worth the reward, in my opinion.
Yeah, even if it's like 20% odds of eventually winning that fight, you know, even after Max Zora kind of yeets himself off a cliff and dies, then like still go in 2v4, still try and trade that out. I mean, we've seen Anonyx have some beautiful plays before, but just not feeling it this time as Gen G. They want to play it nice and conservative. They want to fold it, and sometimes that's not the most exciting thing to see as a caster or as a viewer, but
well, once they lose Max Zora, I get it.
Yeah.
Then die to the blue, that's fine. It's everything that happens before the Max Zora thing. That's where we need to change, in my opinion, our mental calculus.
Yeah.
I mean, once Max Zora is dead, then yeah, there's pretty much no way. Like,
I would still go for it.
I mean, I would too, because why not, right? Like, why not try to pull off like the coolest play, one of those highlight reel plays that'll live on in PUBG Sports history. But at the same time, it is the smarter play at that point. I mean, I'd still like to see him go for it. But anyway, player of the match, CC, 3 kills here for Ty Lu, and everybody else is now on the outside looking in of Ty Lu's backside. They are just...
Yeah, man. If teams like Danawa and New Happy keep cannibalizing each other, it's tough. Like you said, that gives so much breathing room for teams like Ty Lu to then just kind of come in and take advantage of these top teams having less manpower, less utility, like slower tempo coming into the circle, and therefore less options making rotations into deeper circles and compounds.
Yep.
And it just kind of cascades. That's why we've seen a lot of these teams that we might not have expected. I mean, they are playing out of their mind, but they don't have the full competition of New Happy coming in with a 4-stack there in the first circle, right? Same with Danawa, one of the top 3 teams in Korea coming in with their full manpower.
That's a big part of it too, yeah.
You got to be thinking if you're Danawa or New Happy, I mean, you've said it before, you probably don't think New Happy is going to stop dropping there in Yasnaya, but eventually, like, you got to be going for the win and the high placements in these tournaments, and maybe being stubborn on those hot drops in Erangel isn't the way to do that. I mean, I know you want to kind of like, this is my land, that land is your land, I don't want to give any of mine.
I get it.
But sometimes...
For New Happy, like, the thing is they got, a decent amount of PGC points from winning the PCL.
Yeah.
They'll get some level of PGC. I mean, but for Danawa, I have to have concern for their ability to qualify for PGC at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Because you only get 2 PCSs. You only get 60 games. I mean, that's quite a few in a way, but it's also not.
Definitely not when you're losing Erangel matches early like that. It takes the wind out of your sails for sure. We see the total leaderboard there. Ty Lu right now at 132. They're sitting really pretty,
lighting money on fire. It's, like you're just...
I mean, it really is.
Yeah, and I get it. I absolutely do, because those drop spots are so important to your entire success in a lot of ways, because you planned around those spots, you know the rotations in and out of them, you know the timings of things you want to do. I totally understand it from that perspective. But I think every team should have probably like 4 drops that they're comfortable with at this point in PUBG Esports, because eventually it's just not worth it.
Yeah, and you made a great point there too, where it's not really just Yasnaya they're fighting for. They're fighting for the rotations out of Yasnaya. They're fighting for the potential compounds near Yasnaya that might be in a variety of different circles. And anyway, that's Yasnaya, that's Erangel, that's in the past. Today we have 2 more maps on Miramar. Let's go into match number 4. Can't wait to see New Happy, without a hot drop, hopefully, bring their guns into the fray.
And here we go. The plane path, not the best. It's pretty south-oriented. It is heading right by Monte Nuevo and down even to the south of Los Leones here.
Yeah.
This is pretty bad. I mean, if it's going to go like either like Monte Nuevo or Los Leones, but maybe Picado, but this is a pretty gross start here for the teams that want to go northeast for their drops. This might be one of those rare times in this event where we see teams kind of mess with each other around the car drops.
Yeah. We've seen it a little bit on Erangel before in the past, but here on Miramar with a circle like this, or not a circle, plane path like this, options are limited.
The fever drops. We might see a fever drop. We haven't had one in a long time.
All right. Yacha's going to be going for the vehicle here. I think Renba is going for this compound.
Yeah, he can't get the vehicle.
Oh, he's got a motorbike.
Oh, yeah, that's right. There is one that's sponsor. USG is ahead of XYZ. He has no desire. He's just grabbing that vehicle and leaving.
Yep, USG's got another motorbike if they decide to go land at that compound, but right now they might be long jumping just a little bit towards San Martin. I mean, they've been playing that location for a while in this tournament, and this is a very, very south circle.
Oh, all right. I'm okay with this. This isn't like southeast. I was worried, like, in the PWS Grand Finals, like, all the Miramar circles were, like, southeast. Like, east of Los Leones or south of Los Leones. And it was like, come on, man. Like, give me a different one. Like, this is just, it was like watching, like, just the same game over and over. Like,
yeah.
I mean, it isn't at all because the teams all make adjustments round to round. But,
right.
But, you know, you're just kind of like, well, can we see something a little different, please?
Yeah, it's such a big map. Let's
see
it.
Yeah, it's freaking huge. There's so much surface area on Miramar.
Yeah, but kind of interested in seeing where this one is going to go. I wouldn't mind if we saw a little bit of action south of Chumacera. That would be a really fun spot for a circle to be because that terrain, it's not the best, and it's kind of fun. Kind of fun to play around with as a commentator, as a viewer.
Yeah, it's one of those spots that like the players hate, but as a fan, you know, yeah, the worse it is, the better. Like, the worse it is for the players, the better it is for us. Is the standard of PUBG Esports. Now Rex backfills behind 2-Star as he just pieces on out here of one of the compounds to the east of Chumacera, as Donawa is already starting to filter out of Chumacera proper to try to get deeper towards the center of the circle. And I think 2-Star is, you know, just trying to play it better safe than sorry. But Ty Lu's right in the middle of this one as well here, State. So, you know, to start out with, a couple of our best teams are going to be sitting very pretty early on.
Yeah, CC trying to take some shots there on 2-Star, but nothing's really going to happen from that angle. And as you said, that's a pretty nice position for them. South of Los Leones.
Yeah.
Got a lot of rotation opportunities out of there, depending on where the circle goes. And I love what we're seeing on the map from Donawa, just kind of controlling the area around Chumacera, gathering intel. They'll be spotting rotations. If the circle shifts one way, they'll be able to kind of reconvene in that spot. Really smart play, and eventually, I mean, you just know that once this circle eventually closes in and then shifts, the north side is going to be a bloodbath because of how many teams have to make that long drive in.
And because the north side of the circle is so much open space, there's in between Los Leones and Picado, there's so much flat open space in there. It is absolutely brutal at times. So, especially if it like double hard shift north or something, like that actually gets really awkward because there isn't much to work with on that road between Los Leones and Monte Nuevo.
Yeah, the playable positions are usually just kind of at the top of those hills that have a little bit of slope play where you can maybe get a deflate or some kind of like mini dip so that you're safe from the other hilltops.
Right.
But everybody else is just a fish in a barrel.
Yes, and you got to hope that you pick the right dip.
Yeah.
Like, it's tough in there, no doubt. Tianba making a south rotation out of IDMR. I don't know if we'll match the 42,000 meter trip they took the other day. That one has to be like, that one had to have bugged out.
I don't know, man. I want to go back in that replay. I mean,
you have to like drive around the map like 3 times to even get close to that.
It was a lot of distance. We haven't seen anything like that quite yet in this tournament, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, this is a very far south circle. We might see Maru or 4 AM if they survive long enough, make one of those journeys with 30K plus meters. You know.
I mean, I want to see it again just because now I'm kind of a little more tuned into this. Oh, no. Oh, UDD.
UDD with an unlucky rotation there runs into Ikari and Akkad, and those are 2 players you do not want to drive by. Unfortunate for him, that's going to be one of Jufu's best players going out quite early here. Jufu, of course, in 2nd place right now after a fantastic finish in day 1, day 2, and a great start here in day 3.
Still, yeah, I mean, Jufu, you lose 1, and that's okay. You can recover from that. It's still not ideal, of course.
Yeah, Jufu, you see their lineup right there. I mean, people know Gray. Gray's a fantastic player. Hong Hong has been having great performances as well. We've seen Xiaoyang also with some really clutch defense is what I've mostly noticed from him in terms of compound battles. His close quarters play has been fantastic. Really a solid team. We're going to be seeing a lot more of these guys this year. I can feel it.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Hong Hong and UDD in particular have been really, really good. So this feels like a team that's got some potential going forward. And we hope so because they've been really fun to watch. They've been really strong in this event. Chui out on his own here for Tianba, getting some information on V7. 2-star. They're going to use this vehicle to try to bait V7 out, see if they can get anything out of it. Meanwhile, Kwangdong getting hit in the back, taking a little bit of damage.
Yeah, Jufu trying to get some blood back for losing a player early.
That bait worked.
It did. V7, they weren't aware of it, but actually it was Gomp that went down, not 2-star, who's the player with a more forward position. I'm not sure if maybe Tiamba, they don't know exactly where he is, but somebody else does for sure.
They don't.
Oh no, wait, was that?
No, they don't know. But they don't know where he is.
Oh, it's
Danawa.
Salute.
It's Salute. No, Tiamba has no idea.
Yeah, the colors kind of threw me off. It looks a little bit similar on the monitor right there. These different shades of brown.
Yeah. Now the real question is can Tiamba figure out where 2-star is? They do in time before the kill is able to be confirmed by Salute, and they, you can actually. People don't realize this sometimes, that you can actually tell where bullets are coming from in the ground because the dust that comes out of the ground is directionalized.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Spear gets taken down really fast as GEX has set up an ambush here on Gen G, trying to make the rotation out of the south. Renba, Maxora, and Spear are all down. Gen G trying to make this drive, but GEX, this pounce is just fantastic for them.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G gambled on this road being clear, and it wasn't, and they're going to pay the price. Zenon's got an angle on Anonix. This is all but over here for Gen G. I mean, Anonix, he pulled off some magic earlier for Gen G, salvaged a few points, but that grenade, if it's on the money, is going to be the end of the round, and it is.
Man, GEX, that was so smart. They identified that Gen G was coming down that road, and they set up the perfect ambush. And now, Zenon, we've seen him with the DMR just wrecking so far today, and he's trying to get some more damage in here on Jufu, who is trying to 3P this fight just a little bit. But GEX, they clean it up so fast, Jufu's got to get out of there.
Yeah, you can see he wants to go for the motorcycle, a bit of an easier target, more exposed. Ghibli is fighting over by Los Leones with New Happy. Actually, HS going to go down to Lambu. And Lambu continuing to push space because he doesn't know what the rest of the situation is like. And New Happy actually not keen to continue the fight in that particular area. And they leave the, the warehouse square for another warehouse. Tyloo just chilling in a 2-2 here. Let's take a look at the previous match as, well... Oh, we get to see what happened that we missed because our observer's internet died.
Yeah, because we saw it when we came back in that Gen G was able to clear up Jifu without too much trouble. So Spear had a nice angle right here with that Molotov, denying a little bit of location. Looks like Hong Hong got knocked early.
Just good grenades.
Oh, it's actually Tyloo that was coming in.
Oh, Sia got Xiaoyang. And then Spear just comes up and over, holds the spray down. And Maxora was there to help clean it up. Okay.
Yeah, Jufu just got sandwiched.
Yeah.
Honestly, not the way that I would have expected that to go, given the position of the players on that circle. But yeah, now we know that scratch has been itched.
Yeah, now we know for sure what happened there, and we come and see that Tyloo is, of course, not moved, and they've got a 2-2 split. They aren't moving anytime soon if they can help it.
Yeah, they've got a fantastic position too, and it's going to get so congested around there that they're really not going to move unless they have to, which probably is like, what, going to be a circle from now, I would say? It's a nice position they've got.
It just depends. I mean, it's probably not going to go to the island if you're seeing that at the bottom of your screen and going, oh boy, no. If it goes to those islands, it's almost always the first circle is like half water. That's really the only hope you have. So it should shift north. Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe you're wrong.
No, this is going to go. This is going to go north. There isn't enough island in here to make this work for the circles.
Yeah, is it because of the land ratios, the water that just has to get booted out of it?
Yeah, because after Circle 3, it has to leave the water as much as it can.
Oh,
which means that the way the circle is shifted right now, it just can't go to the island. It doesn't have enough.
There's not enough land.
There's not enough stuff to do. Like it just doesn't do it.
Yep. Instead, we're going to see everybody kind of rolling in on this position now because they know what Paper Thin knows. They know that the circle is going to be going to this one concentrated spot north of the water, and Donawai right now, they're going to be trying to catch these rotations and actually going for this compound that Pero's holding.
Okay, Seoul is trying to creep up underneath it. The drive on the outside, seeing if they can get some info, getting some shots baited out here. Amaro is going to clean up Shiva. The rest of USG still driving in their cars, trying to get a little bit. Oh my God, Americano. That was absolutely nasty. Can he get the follow-up? He got the headshot. He knows it. That's 2 for Americano. He looks for more. Seoul sussed out here by Pero, and their defense looks to be rather strong here. Americano is going to get... Did he get all 4 in that?
All 4. He just completely wiped Maru. That was insane. What a play there by Maru. In the meantime, Tiamba Esports fighting 17. That was a great spray there by Linshin on Xiaobei. Xiaobei trying to get the nade off, but no, he's going to get knocked down instead. And Tiamba trying to control the situation, but no. Show fighting back with a great spray. He's going to get Linshin and then get knocked again by Tong. These guys going blow for blow right now.
17 needs a big game, and they need Suju to come up huge here. Grenades around the corner, not finding much value. Meanwhile, Donawa had to leave the fight with Pero, and they might try to just third-party this instead, seeing if they can get something out of this. And Suju under pressure from Chui is going to get taken down. Now, Lil Ghost, the only one left for them. He's been great, but oh no, the stun.
Oh no.
Right back into his own face. And meanwhile, Donawa just getting cut apart. 17 gone. Donawa all but out. They only have Salute left.
Yeah, that's going to be it for them. Salute going to do his best to survive. Now, we've seen people survive in these shacks for quite a while, so we might see Salute kind of maybe even get some placement points the way things have gone in the past. But in the meantime, 4 AM making the long road in. This is actually north of Chumasera that they're driving from, so they have a lot of ground to cover. But fortunately for them, it's really only USG in the northwest side.
Yeah, actually, if they go west, there's at least space where they can wait for the next circle. It's going to be tough because you have to cross that road. Like, you have to go really downhill and cross a road at some point, and that's likely. It might not happen. The circle might just, like, hard shift northwest a bunch, and you might get real lucky. But likely, you're going to have to start going east at some point. GX is just, they're beaching it, man. It's a beach vacation.
Yeah, that's nice. I'm jealous. Weather's really nice right now out here in Korea. Wish I could trade that spot with GEX, but instead they're just going to be holding down these compounds. Infantry, in the meanwhile, doing a 2-2 split pretty close to this location. Yanli, as you see there, being zoomed in on SSR, he's just all by his lonesome. And actually, yeah, Zenon's going to be going down to reinforce. That's a smart play by GEX.
Maybe Heaven is a bolter now. That's his second bolt headshot of the day. Maybe we're just full-on Car 98 for Heaven, and I'm about it. I mean,
I would love that.
I don't think it's the case, because I've never seen it. I mean, you know, from time to time, players just get unlucky with the loot, and they can't find the DMR they want, so they just, you know, they get stuck with the Car 98. And I don't want to say it that way, but it's the truth. I don't think. I don't like to think of it as being stuck with the Car 98. Like, the Car 98 is stuck with you.
Yeah, it's one of the most fun guns in the game. I love bolts. They're fantastic. I wish we got more play of them in competitive PUBG, but I mean, it is what it is. With the DMR, you miss your one shot, you just take another one. With a bolt, kind of dead in the water.
Yeah, you got a lot of time. Maybe we could like make like you could get like bolt action grease, so you could like you know.
There's some gun nut in the chat right now that's like paper thin. That's not how it works.
I don't care.
All
I don't
right.
care how it works in real life.
Here we go. V7 fighting again in close quarters. This has been their kryptonite so far today. As Ghibli's really trying to control this position. Pudding trying to defend right there on the second floor. He will be throwing a Molotov, and there's a lot of nades coming in by Guman.
Yeah, Pudding is... I mean, it is one of the more defendable positions, but Lambo had a grenade in hand when ZP Yan got him. He was cooking it to try to throw it up into the top, and he's going to pay the price. Ghibli's going to lose one for this, what looked like a pretty good attack on this compound. Meanwhile, Tai Lu has to move away from that 2-2 split now, and they're trying to angle in towards this fight as well. They might hit New Happy in the back.
Pudding just hiding on the stack of mattresses right now. Surrounded by frag grenades and Molotovs. He is not having a good time, but New Happy coming in. They want in on this action right now as APN. He gets out of frag grenade. He's going to try and make that connect, but Ghibli, they're wise to this. They're repositioning a little bit, and Guman seeking cover after that headshot. He's really banged up.
ZP Yan gonna lead the way for New Happy. Nan and Mingming trying to hold the back side, and right now they need to get going because the longer this fight goes, the more likely Tai Lu is to show up to this party. And Tai Lu already has a lot of points. We don't need to be feeding too many over to them. Unless you're a Tai Lu fan, then yeah, go for it. You know, that's totally fine. Look at this. They're just gonna absolutely smoke New Happy here. Like Nan and Nan's gonna get hit in the back and have no idea what was coming.
Yeah, look at this angle from Sia. This is the kind of thing that like PO probably sees and wants to come out of retirement for because it's so juicy, you know.
Yeah,
the moment that he would thrive in. And Tai Lu, they're smart. They're taking their time. They want to wait until they can get as many kills as possible. They want to absolutely crash this party, and now it's begun. Tong is going to get Nan. Sia's going to get ZP Yan. And we'll see. New Happy's eliminated. You called it. Tongs now with another great shot there on Adder. Ghibli and New Happy just caught with their pants down right now as Tai Lu comes in and ruins their day.
Yeah, I mean, this is just great timing from Tai Lu, just knowing that New Happy was going to be tunneling in on this fight, and they could wait it out. And now they're the ones who can try to come in and clean this up. You saw booting upstairs with the pump. That
yeah.
could potentially be a problem. CC now going to lead the way with some stuns. They know Gyumin is inside of the church, but he has actually moved onto the outside, but he was in there, so stuns on the outside. Sia's wrapping around the back to look to confirm this. You can see Gyumin is hearing footsteps all around and is trying to figure out exactly where Tai Lu members are. Across the door, okay, catches the head, but takes a whole bunch of damage himself. They're going to relay that over. Here comes Lin Shun over the top, trying to get this kill for himself.
Yeah, this fight is at 3P heaven right now. Tai Lu first starting it out, getting New Happy and cleaning up Ghibli, and now Tiamba trying to get some damage done themselves. But Tai Lu, they're smart. They're going to play this position the best they can and get the res off on the backside of that church. In the meantime, as you said, we got one player up there with a pump. Pudding, he's still hiding. I'm not sure if Tai Lu's aware of this either.
No, they know. They saw it in the kill feed.
Oh, did they?
You got to kill with it. If they don't know, they aren't keeping proper track of their kill feed.
Gotcha.
They should know.
4 a.m. they're going to be posting up right here on this hill. I think it is only Zen Non that's in close proximity to them, although we do see some distant shots coming in, maybe from Jufu. And yep, they're going to be flushing, putting out, miraculously still staying alive. But nope, that Molotov's going to clean him up. That is it for V7. This compound, man, I mean, a lot of bloodshed.
Tai Lu is just, they've got everything figured out. The timings are insane for them.
This is, again, another situation where they come in, they rack up a ton of kills. They've got 5 right now, and they do it without losing a single man. This is just the story of Tai Lu today. They take fight after fight after fight. They take it smart, and oh, man.
Got it.
Doing some tricks is Corn, trying to dodge these shots.
Easy front flip. But, I mean, Tai Lu just, especially on Miramar, they know this map so well. You can see that was their plan all along, coming out of that compound, was to wait as long as possible for other teams to get in front of them, come in and third-party those fights and pick up not free, but easier kills. I mean, it's just beautiful. The way they play this map, the way they play this game right now is on another level compared to most of the other teams in this lobby. Now, Tianba does have the top of a mountain all to themselves, so even though they only have 2, we'll see if anybody's ever able to make it up there. USG hits way less, and he is gone. Americano continues to just be absolutely just turned up this game.
That's got to be his like 5th or 6th kill. He's been doing fantastic. In the meantime, Salute finally getting found out. Tai Lu comes in, and of course it's them picking up another easy point. Tai Lu just so smart with their positioning. They're just flushing out everything. Nobody stands a chance that's in their path.
Yep. All right, well, USG on top of the Freaks. It's 4 a.m. Did get Wayless back, so that's not a kill there for Americano. He was able to get the knock, but not the finish. And now all eyes on them as 4 a.m.'s pissed that they knocked him. Americano gets that knock on Hikari.
Yeah, Americano is just playing out of his mind right now. Really great nade there on Hikari as the circle did shift a little bit to the east, but more of that later as Kyne's actually going to get taken out there by 4 a.m. It was Xiaohai that got that shut off with the DMR. And USG, they're not in the best position. This is not an ideal spot surrounded by 2 really good teams, but on the other side, Pero is starting to come around the edge. They're looking for the Freaks, I think.
Oh, certainly. I mean, Pero, they have to go uphill, or they have to go through Tai Lu, or like they go in third party these fights. And it's Pero, so I think they're going to try to third party these fights.
Yep.
Wayless is going to get the knock on a corner now. Americano, I mean, is stuck in this shack on fire. He's done.
Just no room to maneuver.
Yeah, 4AM was pissed. They were angry that
they were really angry men.
They were really angry men. They lived up to their name there. They did not like getting shot in the back as they were driving by.
Oh, but now the Freaks, everything's just kind of converging on them as Jufu, 4 a.m., and Pero are all in this vicinity. Gray's going to be the one taking out Ian, and that's the top fragger there for the KDF. They're going to try and salvage this situation as you see Gray trying to find the angle to finish Ian. In the meantime, I mean, even more players going down. Akkad gets knocked down. He'll be finished there by Zhaoyang. Freaks are in a tough spot, man. This is really a logjam here on the northwestern side. There's pretty much not really a lot of action anywhere else on the map.
It's a very steep hill all around on this part of the map, so this is really challenging for everybody
that isn't already on the hill to try to get up there. It's just an absolute slog here. Good shooting from CC. Tyloo has just enough space on their side that they're able to just harass the heck out of everybody down in this dip. Or it's a much larger than a dip. This is like a canyon almost.
It's almost a canyon. As you see, Tyloo, man, they're so smart with this positioning. They're only taking the head-on fights when they need to, and they're just 3P'ing everything else, and they're picking up knock after knock. Meantime, 4 Angry Men, Hero, KDF just continuing to battle it out.
Oh, Lash.
Oh,
hello?
Lash.
Wow. Okay.
Sure we caught that.
He's got AZ left for Pero. Lash just saving the bacon of the Freaks there. Let's see if we can get anything else out of that, as now GEX has tried to push in onto Jufu a bit. Jufu dug in. Gray is prone. Hong Hong throwing some smokes as SSR throwing a lot of stuns. I'm not sure to what effect. They're not pushing over yet.
Yeah.
They got 4AM hitting him in the back.
It's a tough position to break, and this is why you see this angle that 4AM has. Unless they get distracted by some other engagement, which looking at the map is not going to happen, it is a really tough spot right now for Jufu and GEX to try to make any progress up this hill. They're just kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place as the circle shifts even more to the northeast, and Tiamba, they're happy with this. Tyloo, they're even happier right now as GEX and Jufu just continuing to lay into each other.
Yeah, I mean, Jufu is able to hold the line here, but that's stun enough to buy the momentary relapse for Yan Li to get on the other side of the hill. The problem is, for GEX, is this fight is taking way too long, and 4AM is now happy to come in and see if they can clean up both teams here. Lou and LZ wrapping the edge of the circle to try to kick Jufu in the rear end, and they're going to find the first knock. That's 1 down. Gray as well, still trying to figure out what is going on around him. He's trying to push forward into GEX. He's going to get 1 knock, but is traded right out, and Jufu just gets sandwiched between GEX and 4AM, and I think 4AM wants to finish GEX off.
Oh, absolutely. They are just sandwiched right now. The GEX fighting back with a great engagement there. They get Xiao Lu. Zenon's going to go down. Oh, no!
Oh.
What an insane engagement right there. GEX, we thought they were dead to rights, but they're fighting back, and 4AM in a lot of trouble right now. Wayless is going to try and come in and salvage the situation there for his team. It's a 1-on-1. Savior, he got the kid off. Actually going for the res is Wayless. We'll see if Savior tries to do that himself, but no, I think is that a frag grenade? No, he's out of them.
He's got mollies, though. He threw the stun, and Wayless just went for the stick. He is going to get the res. He catches some of the bodies, but Wayless just knew they weren't going to push. He stuns himself, though.
Oh, no.
He was going to try to wrap through the blue. He might still catch Savior, never able to find the angle. Savior was aware of it. He heard something. Wayless is going to die to the blue there. So at the end of the day, that worked for Savior. He won that fight.
GEX.
Awkward, but
they shed a lot of blood, but they came out of that, man. I thought they were dead to rights with the position that was around them. And in the meantime, now Tyloo continues to just do Tyloo things. They are wrecking Tiamba right now, and Tiamba only with 1 man left standing. Gonna try and go for the res right now. They are in the compound, but Tyloo, they are just like shark smelling blood in the water.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the funny thing is there's still quite a bit of space for them to maneuver, and they know that there's only 1 player left on the other side. So if they just clean this player out, that's the western side of this circle completely to themselves, and they're well aware of that. So that's why they're hunting Savior here, and Savior is left with a awkward decision to try to fight this out against a unbelievably confident and skilled team. Might get the 1 knock, not going to happen there with that 3x spray, and the grenade is good and going to finish him off.
Yeah, and just looking at the map now, Tyloo, they control so much space, and they instantly start using it. They instantly start fanning out. They're going to try and control as much of this area as they can as we wait for the next circle to pop. Tiamba, luckily enough, should be in the next circle no matter where it goes. They're now here on the northern edge. And really the standing question is, how is this engagement between Tyloo and Infantry going to go? Because Tyloo, they've been shooting so well right now, but Tiamba, they only have 2 men. The other 2 teams with their full manpower, they're going to try and wait this out and 3P it if they can. They do not want an engagement.
Look how far back Wang Zai has been left for Infantry to watch the back lines, make sure there's no flanks, to let these 3 up close and personal towards the center of the circle, do the heavy lifting. Tiamba's not leaving that compound anytime soon. Infantry's worried about the movements of Tyloo. They're looking to see if,
somebody from Tyloo, like a solo player like UCCC, they're doing the exact same thing.
Right.
It's
CC.
super funny if you look at the map that Tyloo and Infantry literally have the exact same idea on how to play this situation. It's like a mirror. It's like you put a mirror in the middle of this circle.
It really is. 1-3 split with a one player playing the flank, checking for any kind of saboteurs coming in from the backs, any kind of sneaky rotations. But instead, right now, everything's just going to calm down for a little bit as there's no good engagement angle for either Tyloo or Infantry. And of course, Tianba, they, as two men, are not going to try and leave that compound anytime soon.
No, there's no way. I mean, Tianba's just sitting here going, okay, PUBG gods, please just put this next circle right on us. Just, we've been good boys this year. No, no coal in our stockings this time.
No coal.
This one, we'll see. I mean, I don't think anyone's really going to see each other.
No.
No one needs to push any further forward. You're as center as you can get safely for Infantry and Tyloo, more or less.
I think unless CC or Wangzai get some kind of angle where they can spot somebody, maybe like pop a heady and then a chest shot to get the knock, we might see an engagement. But besides that, as like an outlier possibility, we're just going to wait until the next circle.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect, because of the way that hill is, because of the way that rock face is, that anyone wants to push around it. It's very flat on the south side of it, actually, so the angle from one side to the other is pretty long and pretty open. So neither team wants to push around it and risk anything. And we'll see. And you can't go down it either. I should also mention that.
Yeah, that's a very steep slope, and of course no one wants to go through Tianba's compound either because it's very flat, with very minimal cover and two gunners in it.
So my question is that considered unplayable? It's not. So this circle tells me that cliff face is not sheer enough that the game considers it land ratioed. That's pretty interesting to me.
All right, Linshin able to get into the next building. This one is in the circle, and this standoff might continue. Really
shotguns.
Awkward spot we got right here.
Tianba's like, well, yeah, it is. It is very awkward. But Tianba's like, oh, we can get shotguns now. We've got control of the only compounds in this circle, so we get to, have a little bit of flexibility with our weapon choices. And those shotguns are great close up. I mean,
yeah,
you and I
certainly are.
We've all experienced it. So that's what you got to look for here. As Infantry is more center barely. Than anybody else.
They do have a little bit of an edge, but
not much.
Really not much one. And they do have a bit of a spread too, as Wangzai continuing to watch the perimeter. They really do not want to get caught off guard by either Tianba making some kind of crazy play or Tyloo sneaking around the edge. But with the blue as close as it is to that compound, Wangzai knows that's nigh impossible, and he's going to reconvene with his teammates over here on the southeastern side. But again, this is just a really awkward spot. There's no incentive to really engage right now. And I mean, as we rotate through these players as well, keep an eye on their utility. We're not seeing a lot of frag grenades. We're not seeing a lot of Molotovs. There are smokes, but that's not going to help you much with an engagement.
Right. That's really important. That's a good point to notice. There is a lot of smokes here for Sia, though. So he's sitting on the lion's share of them for Tyloo. For Tianba and Lin Shun, it's about waiting this out as long as they can in that building that's closest to the center, and then trying to wait for the fight to kick off, seeing if somehow you get lucky that Infantry and Tyloo just start, throwing haymakers at each other, and you're able to kind of take advantage of it.
Yeah, I really want to see what the utility situation is on Infantry's side of things, but it's just such a tough spot right now. I mean, we might have some kind of crazy finish where these players, we see Sia immediately equip smokes as soon as this phase comes in, so Tyloo's going to try and start setting up for some maneuvering.
They know they have to be a little bit more proactive because they're in a slightly worse position compared to Infantry on this circle.
Right.
So they have to be the first ones to make the move. So get ahead of the bad situation here. Tong wants to come out the side of that building. His smoke might have been just a little bit too late. He can't actually get out there the way he wanted to.
Yep, all right. So CC trying to find an angle there on Tong. Tong now playing safe. Does have quite a bit of time before that circle touches him, so he will bite as much of that as he can. In the meantime, Tyloo throwing down even more smokes, and CC now trying to flush some of the Tianba players out with Molotovs. I like this play. Just inch your way forward with these smokes. And we might have a really awkward finish where these players are just kind of fighting in the smoke, because we have so many in the inventory of these these players right now. I think Sia, even after throwing all of these, might have a couple left.
Yeah, you can see Infantry put, you know, the frags in the hands of their best player into Longskur's hands. So he's got a lot of opportunity to do some damage as this one wears on. Smokes everywhere. Tianba's smokes are angled towards Tyloo. They want to go up the hill that way. They feel like that's a little bit of a better option for them to get through. Now, more smokes being thrown just everywhere. I mean, this is going to be a smoke fest. This is going to come down to timing.
It's like somebody unleashed a bunch of fog machines in the middle of the circle, man. Can't see anything. All right.
Worst club ever.
Need some lasers in this one. Well, the frags are coming out now. We see Longskur about to throw his second one. He will have one left after this. Sia, I believe, might only have one, and he actually gets knocked right there.
Oh, but Sia responds with 2.
Okay.
That's huge. Lin and Wongsai are down. Quickly enough, more traded out. It's just Longskur left for Infantry. Tianba might win this just because everybody's killing each other.
Yeah.
Tyloo's gone. Longskur, the only one left here. Tong, Lin Shun, try to push over. That's one for Longskur. He's not going to get the other.
Wow.
It's gonna be Tianba that ends up winning it.
Those nades, just everything starts to cascade down as soon as those frags pop. And Tianba, man, they bided their time perfectly. They knew that those two juggernauts were going to come right at each other. And Tyloo does a ton of damage, but Tianba walks away with a win.
So well played by them. Just great patience, great timing. You know, enough smokes to get the job done. Everybody had actually quite a few smokes in the end of that.
Yeah.
But the frag grenades were just mutually destructive for Infantry and Tyloo.
Yeah, both teams had, I want to say, like maybe 4 frags that they were throwing out. And so many of them connected because there's so much little playable area there. Yeah. And not only is there limited playable area, there aren't trees, there aren't big rocks to shield you from the shrapnel of those nades. They're doing full damage.
Yeah, exactly. They could really spread out. So great stuff here. What a fast and furious ending, but a fun one from Tianba. Longskur almost had another rabbit out of the hat. We've seen him pull off so many 1vx's to win games, but this time it was not meant to be.
It was just a good spray away from clutching that one. I mean, that's the way it goes in those crazy circles. Just a million smokes everywhere. Absolute chaos, and Tianba playing it perfectly, biding their time, showing a lot of patience, and it says a lot to have a 2-man squad like that last as long as they did late, because they were in that compound for ages, just defending their house, you know?
Yeah.
Coming out of it and then picking up the win.
Well, that's Tianba's 3rd win, and I think the 2nd one today.
I think you're right, yeah.
They're right back into it. I mean, Tyloo played a great game here as well. You know, again, watching Tyloo operate on this map is just so good. There's so much. They're so far ahead of everyone else on this map. Sometimes it just feels like they're playing PUBG from like 3 years in the future.
Yeah, their maneuvering is just fantastic. It feels like anytime we have any big fight happening, if it lasts more than a minute, Tyloo is on their heels, and they wait, they're patient, they wait until they have crossfire set up, they wait until they have multiple players ready to get knocks. They just absolutely clean house. We've seen it time and time again, and I mean, even here in the end, they did not walk away with a win, but that's the kind of win where it's like, no one really made any positional mistakes. It's just the way like the house of cards fell.
Yeah, nobody messed up there. It was just, you know, you went for your grenades, everybody went at the same time, and they were just, both sides were mutually destructive, and that's just the way it is. And they did great to get there. They got a ton of kills along the way. You know, they never, and the thing is about their third parties is it feels like they never take them where they leave anybody an opportunity to third party them as well.
Yeah, it's really smart.
Yeah, they know when it's safe to go for those plays.
Tong will be your MVP from that match, clutching it out right there at the end with 3 kills. Really nice, patient play. Not a high kill game, but you take those placement points any day of the week. And Tianba, man, they're gunning for one of these top spots again. I mean, Tyloo, they are building kind of a moat right now, but that's a 19-point win.
Yeah, so you gain 5 points on Tyloo, but they were still decently far ahead, enough that Tyloo will still be in the lead. Gen.G there with a 0.1. You know, the Korean teams are starting to lose grasp of anything to give them hope to really start making a comeback. I mean, it's got to start. It doesn't necessarily have to be today, but
yeah,
it should be soon. So, all right, guys, we have one more game today. We're going to take a short break before our final Miramar. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly with PCS6 Asia.
Hello everyone, welcome to the PUBG Hall of Fame. As a player dreaming to become the PGC champion, I'll give you a quick tour. Let's take a look around. As it contains the history of PUBG Esports, there is no better place to feel the atmosphere of PGC 2022, which will be held at the end of this year. Are you guys excited for the upcoming events? Over here, there's an empty space. That's for the PGC 2022 champions. But teams must prep for the upcoming PCS6, the first step in the road to PGC 2022. Let's take a closer look. APAC, Americas, Asia, and Europe. These are the 4 regions for PCS6 starting in April. From 2022, PCS will be held for 4 weeks. APAC and America kick off the first 2 weeks, and Asia and Europe take place in the following 2 weeks. We had 2 days of matches per week last year, but now we will have 3 consecutive match days each week so you can enjoy PCS6 even more. For 2022, PCS will be held under the Super Point rule, just like PGC 2021. In 2021 PCS event, there was a weekly winner with prize money every week, and the champion was determined by the total prize money at the end. From PCS6, the champion will be decided by total points from all 30 matches. Total prize pool is $1 million. This will be divided into the 4 regions, each having $250,000 as a regional prize pool. Prize money distribution differs from each region, so please check out PUBGesports.com for further information. Our special prizes are back this year, consisting again of Kill Leader, Insane Squad, and All PCS Team. You can also support teams by adding on to the crowdfunding prize pool by purchasing PCS6 exclusive Pick'em Challenge items. As PCS events are a necessary step in the road to PGC, teams will not only be winning prize money, but also be receiving PGC points based on their performances in PCS events. And only the top 32 teams with the most PGC points will make it to PGC 2022. As we take our first major steps towards PGC 2022, who will come out ahead at PCS6? I'm so excited for this PCS, and I hope you are too. Don't miss out on PCS6, and we'll be back again for PCS7. See you then.
I know what you really want. Turn it up and give it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die.
ready.
And we're back with PCS6 Asia. One more game to go, one more Miramar, and then we're done for the week. But we still have 3 more days next week to go on Paper Thin. This is State and Tianba there, able to clutch it out. And, you know, we realized this after we, went to break, that only 2 teams have won today.
Tyloo and Tianba. They have been killing it. Especially Tyloo, man. They're racking up so many kills. They almost walked away with their 3rd win of the night.
They're just unbelievable.
These teams are playing out of their mind. You talked about this on day 1, how sometimes PCS Asia, the way that it plays out is like we'll have one day where Korea will really dominate, and then the next day China will fight back and they will do really well. And this definitely feels like one of those China days, man. They are destroying.
Yep. Well, and you look at the late game situations, most of the time it's like 4 or 5 Chinese teams left, and that's it. And then maybe 1 Korean team is sneaking in, and that's, this is, in my opinion, right now a confidence issue. The Korean teams aren't taking fights. They're trying to take center circle positions and trying to lock them down, and they're just getting beat up.
Yep.
Those are tough to hold against good teams, that know how to shell you. Unless you have a compound, then you're not going to be able to do it. It's too hard to hold those dips against good teams. Real quick, we got to mention, of course, the Twitch drops and all these other things, the Pick'em Challenge.
So if you guys want, you can go into the Esports tab in the PUBG client. You can do that little pick'em challenge. I think we have a little bingo game as well. That's in the Twitch chat, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. So there's like a little thing, like I'm looking at my own screen. Like, look, guys, you can see what I'm looking at right now. They cannot. There's like a thing on this side of the screen.
It's mirrored. Yeah.
His side.
You'll find it.
Blame him if you can't find it. It's on his side.
But yeah, make sure to participate in those. Of course, if you want to support the players as well, you can buy some of these nice skins in-game. 30% of the proceeds go directly to the prize pool. You can support your PUBG Esports heroes and support the esports scene.
I already got mine.
Yeah, I got mine as well, man. There's some nice skins this time around. PCS6 is pretty fantastic.
They're really, really good. And, the color scheme is actually really nice this time.
I like it.
It's neon
unique.
green and the blue and the white.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
It's very cool.
The best 3-seater skin yet. That is absolutely the truth. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, if you're ever in a situation where you finally get stuck having to use the 3-seater, at least you'll look cool while you're doing it.
That's the important part. If you're driving the 3-seater, then things have gone wrong.
At least be cool.
Yeah, you gotta at least look good doing it.
Here we go on the Pick'em Challenge for day 3. New Happy at 43.8%. Makes a lot of sense. This is mechanically the most gifted team in the world, in my opinion. Maybe Europe will fight me, but I'm standing my ground. New Happy, they are insane. Genji up there at 24.3%. This team is solid. They've had a great showing, the best team so far in PCS6 Asia, representing Korea. And then for your men and Tyloo, and those Tyloo pickers, man.
Yeah, Genji, baited their fans into giving them hope by playing really well the first 2 days.
Yeah.
And then today they've just been, they haven't been terrible, but they haven't been nearly as good as the teams ahead of them.
Yeah.
Jufu, Tianba, and Tyloo are all playing really, really good today. A lot of confidence, a lot of great moves, a lot of great play calling. And, that's why they're ahead. That's really it. A lot of it, this is down to play calling here for Tyloo in particular. They're all over the map, and they're third-partying the heck out of stuff. They're finding great timings. They play good defense. Literally everything they touch turns to gold today.
Yeah, it feels like Tyloo, especially on Miramar, anytime they make any rotation onto another fight that's happening, anytime they go for that 3P, they watch their backs, they make sure no one's going to flank them, and they wait for the perfect moment to maximize kills. And they do this time after time again. And not only are they racking up those points, they're securing locations on the map, and then they're leveraging that positional advantage. I'm gonna get the crayons back out in a second.
Yeah, I was gonna. No, I think levering works too, though. I was actually gonna say if you would have gone and just fully committed to levering, I would have been yeah, that makes enough sense.
I'm too honest. I will just embarrass myself instead.
Let's pull the lever that starts this game. How about that?
Please save me from myself. It's been too much PUBG. I can't even speak anymore. So excited by these teams. Finally, we're going to our final map of the weekend here at Miramar.
You know what, though? At least you're still here in Asia. You're not in EU. You're not Kalaris.
That's true, yeah.
Everything's better.
Everything is better, yeah. Go home, order some fried chicken at 2 a.m.
Heck yes.
It's the way it goes, man.
People don't understand why I love it here, and the 2 a.m. chicken is a big part of it. Just delivery chicken, fried chicken at 2 a.m. Nothing else better.
Levering. All right, we got a northwest to southeast plane path here as I wipe the tears from my eyes laughing at myself.
Dude, the thing is I think levering actually does kind of make sense there in that sentence.
Doesn't make sense to me.
Well, that's fine. I don't care about you.
Oh, boy. You give me a moment to collect myself.
That's why I only give you the 8 crayons like we're at a Denny's. I
love Denny's.
I do too,
Denny's.
but they don't give you like a wide assortment of crayons.
They can't afford it, man. Their prices are so low.
That's true. Denny's is relatively cheap for the amount of food you get.
Denny's is solid. Denny's is solid. All right. Oh, this is an interesting graphic we have right here.
Yeah.
EN, 4,500 damage. Of course it's going to be EN. This is the best player in Korea, the MVP from PWS.
Yeah.
He is destroying. It's a shame he's not representing Korea in that regional match, but that's all I'll say about that. EN is just an absolute stud. Pleasure to watch him play.
And this circle's great for the Freaks, way to the north up by La Coberia. So, this is a good match here for them to maybe get some redemption. This ending is super fun. I mean, some great grenades on both sides, some great kind of understanding of the situation they're in, and like you said, there was limited space, so the grenades were going to find value pretty much no matter what.
Oh yeah.
And Tiamba's just content to wait this out on the side. I mean, you could see Ty Lu throwing smokes at Tiamba to try to like keep him at bay. Like, you guys stay in your corner. We're going to win this fight and then win the game. But it wasn't meant to be.
Yep, I love the slow-mo we got right there, too. But, yeah, Tiamba just playing this perfectly, man. I mean, they are the lowest priority threat in this kind of engagement. So you know that Ty Lu and Infantry, they're just going ham on each other. And Tiamba, they just come in, they clean up. Longsker almost clutched us out right here at the end. But if you're a good player like this, you're just going to trade that out. And that's what Tiamba does to secure the win for their second dub of the night.
Yeah, it looked like Longsker was expecting somebody to come from his right. He heard the shots, and he got the first guy that I think he assumed was the first guy who shot, and it was actually not. Like, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes you hear shots, somebody comes up over the hill, you kill them, and you think, oh, that was the guy who shot first.
Yep.
But there's actually another guy who went a different direction, and I think he just got... And it's impossible to hear anything with all those smokes around.
I was going to say...
freaking impossible to hear any footsteps in
all
that
those
scenario.
All those smokes, all those flashbangs that aren't right on top of him, but are at least in the vicinity.
Yeah.
Very disorienting.
Yeah, there's frags exploding everywhere. I mean, it's so hard to hear anything that's going on.
And credit to Americano, too, from that last match. He only got 4 kills, but I think he had like almost a full team wipe there at the start, and then he was picking up some more shots. Yeah, V7 was it?
I think so.
Yeah, but just really stellar play out of him. Mechanically very gifted player. Him and Korn especially on that team are just, they've been playing really well today. And as it is right now, we're going to see Tiamba landing all the way here in Porto Paraiso. They're going to have a long journey into this circle when they finally decide to make it.
Now we find out if they can get top 4, how far like those travel numbers actually mean.
Oh, that's right.
They have to go to the other side of the map.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
A lot of teams in this Puerto Paraiso situation will just drive all the way around, like up to Campo Militar along this eastern road.
Yeah.
Cut across through Tierra Branca. Tierra Branca or Torre Ahumada, excuse me.
Open
Torre
Google Maps
Ahumada.
or something
I know,
and figure this out.
There's 2 T-named cities up there, and I'm like, which one's which? But
you're
drive
right.
up through Campo Militar, across Torre Ahumada, and then come in from that side potentially. But we'll see what they do.
Yeah, because we did have, if you missed it, a couple of days ago there was a match where one team had like 42 kilometers. Yeah, it actually was Tiamba.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, we'll see if they can. We'll see if they can hit the new high score.
yeah.
This is the map to do it, man. This circle is crazy. Of course, if you want to follow the map along with the stream, I think the command is !map, if I'm not mistaken, in Twitch chat. That'll link you to the live feed of the map, and it's a great way to follow the players. Great way to follow the games. See where your favorite teams and players are heading off to, all the skirmishes that are happening on the map, because it gets really crazy really fast. And speaking of that, actually seeing the Freaks shooting some shots on the map right now. Might not get a shot at that, as Ty Lu Sia right here just kind of looting.
They're just trying to kind of swat away the teams from going towards La Coberia as best as they can. Maru is kind of stuck up in a 2-2 split. The Donuts are driving in the middle of this. 4 a.m. has a...
Oh, they got a crate.
Yeah, but they lost a tire. That was the exchange.
Come on, that's a good,
Do you
that's
take
a
that?
good exchange.
You
Yeah.
take that? All right.
Yeah, you can replace a tire, you can't replace a crate. It's actually
you can't replace a tire.
It's actually
what
the
are you
opposite.
talking
It's
about?
actually the opposite that's true. But I
See?
still take the crate, man.
He spun out. Telling you.
It's worth it, man. He has a 3 helmet and a 3 vest. He doesn't care.
It is worth it.
He's honking even.
Yeah, he's like,
he knows it.
Maru's shooting at him. No, it's absolutely worth it. I'm with you on that. It's absolutely worth it.
Yeah. Especially if you get like an AWM or a Mark 14.
Yeah, Mark 14
on Miramar.
This early in the game, yeah, I'll take the Mark 14 every time.
Yeah, because this map, as opposed to Erangel, is one of those where you can absolutely rack up kills if you get a good position and good guns and you control your area of the map.
Yeah.
Those crate weapons, they go a long way if you can take if you can take an advantageous position. Man, I'm fumbling all my words here today.
It's fine.
Oh boy.
Here are your crayons.
Should have had more coffee.
Draw me a doggy. All right. Now, GEX, it's actually on the warehouses that are out to the west of the Oasis. So this is way on the north part of the circle. It could go up here. Circles do from time to time go up to that area because there's actually some space up on the northern part of the map to the northeast of La Coberteria that doesn't have land ratio in between like the Oasis and there's another mountain out to the west. So circles do go up there from time to time.
Yeah, I think I've played one of those before in my, low ELO lobby.
Yeah, but those lobbies don't have land ratio.
Oh, really? Is that true?
Yes.
Oh, that explains a lot of the finishes that I've had.
Uh-huh.
Yep. All right. Well, then, it is a fun location to go to. If we end up having the circle go all the way up north, it's some pretty unique and strange terrain, if I will say so myself.
It's mostly the best. I will say there is that spot where GEX is that kind of sucks because it's kind of flat.
Yeah.
But, like, if you get into the Oasis itself, those
very interesting.
Are so good. They're so wild. There's so much terrain and stuff to work with, but then there's, like, water all over the place, so it kind of cuts off your movement. Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, see,
that's not beautiful.
Chow Yang.
That's the opposite of beautiful.
Yep. I think they're just going to try and pick him up.
Yep.
I'm not going to try and flip that one. That's a tough one to flip.
You might be able to get ahead of it from, like, the top side, like, you know how it's angled up in the air, like, come underneath it and, like, lever it up, haha, lever it up.
God damn it.
Yeah, that's right.
I guess some leverage
using
and
one
flip
of
that
those
thing over.
Physics devices.
One of those physics devices.
Pulleys, levers, inclined planes.
Great shot we have right here of the map. As you see all of these teams just trying to rotate in. This is a really, really northern circle as we see Tyloo finally making the journey from the south side of the map. Tiamba, of course, they landed at Puerto Paraiso, but they're making this journey quite a bit earlier than everybody else. And most of these shots that you see happening between like 4 a.m. and KDF, these are just, kind of probing shots all the way off in the distance.
Yeah.
Not too much action going on, but interesting the way this is shaping up. I was just about to say, infantry taking the north side of the Oasis. This is a really fun area. If the circle does go here, fantastic to be on the north side of it because you just know your flank is secure if you can keep a good eye on it. And
yeah,
Gen G for now. Just going to be posted up. Where exactly are they? That's La Cobreria, right?
Yeah, at Northeast Edge by the rail yard. Kind of interesting. You don't usually see teams set up there, so Genji's kind of driving around seeing what's open, it looks like. The Freaks have, took this early and have locked it down as they dropped in La Cobreria. And so from here, they are trying to wait this out and trying to play the circle percentage game as best they can, and they're not in a bad spot for that because of the way that these circles like to go. Like, it's either going to go, like, hard south towards San Martin, or it's going to go, like, around La Cobreria somewhere. Like, that's the most likely areas for this circle to go. It can go east, but it's not as likely. Probably this is going to be somewhere in the vicinity of La Cobreria. That's why you're seeing so many teams settle up around it. But there are some teams gambling on that south shift.
Yep, as it is right now, the Freaks going to be happy with this 2-2 split, like you said, playing the odds. Right in the dead center of this circle, and this is a pretty critical pass that they're controlling. In the meantime, Danawa Esports, they're positioned all the way on the south, one of those teams that, as you said, is kind of gambling on maybe the circle coming down this way or having a safer rotation later because, I mean, the northeast side of El Pozo, it's still in play. If they have to make a rotation around, like right now, they might go for it.
This is probably just going to go right around La Cobreria, and it does. So, but it's going to shift a little bit north, and then from there, well, it's going to kind of center up. I should take it back because there's land ratio stuff on that mountain to the northwest of La Cobreria, so it's probably just going to kind of center up. It could go hard shift west eventually or something like that, or northeast, but probably just going to be more center. But it might not finish in La Cobreria like the city.
Yeah, we'll see. A city circle would be a great way to finish the weekend, though. have to say.
Why
Would
not?
Love to see it. So we see everybody trying to file in and find what locations they can.
You were right. CPN got an AWM. You were like pondering what guns would be good.
Yeah, AWM is absolutely sick here. I just want to put the camera on him for the rest of this game, man. I love seeing these bolts, especially the AWM.
Tell me your secrets. What tarot card reader do you use before you come here? Because you were like, I bet there's an AWM in one of these crates. You were right.
All right, Genji posted up on the western side. Jufu going to try and take some shots right here, but as you see, not the best angles. Some damage on the vehicles, but that's all they're really going to find, and Genji playing really good odds right now. I love the west side of La Cobreria, both for Jufu and for Genji, because if it does end up centering up on the circle, or on the city, as you said, fantastic to be able to already start from an edge and work your way in. On the other side, if it does go north or south, or pretty much any which way, you're not driving through roads possibly full of teams to get out of that spot.
Yeah, I mean, for Genji or Jufu, they're kind of just having to deal with each other and maybe V7, depending on what V7's doing, because they're making a really late entry. But yeah, I mostly agree with you. Like, I'd rather be on that side of the city right now just due to the lack of teams over there, more than anything. When I look at it, that's kind of what I feel. But yeah, there's more flexibility too as well, just naturally from the position itself.
Yeah, Tyloo, we got a brief shot of them driving in. That is not anywhere near this circle. They're actually west of Cruz de Valle. It's actually the Adder with a great spray. He's going to get Zanon. Fantastic shooting right there with the red dot barrel. That was a tough spray to land, but he landed a lot of those.
Yeah, it was really good for Adder. Need to see him step it up if Ghibli's going to kind of make a run at this. Late into it. Ghibli right now in 13th place. A slow day for them. Slow day for a lot of teams from Korea. Zipian now sits in with that AWM, and just, you know, he gets a little bit of an angle briefly on the Peril, but can't pull the trigger in time. So back to the car potentially. Maybe a readjustment here as they get ready for the next circle. Likely they're just kind of saddling up and trying to figure out where this one's going to go, because New Happy is going to be out of, if not the next circle, then the one after.
Gom just got knocked by the blue. I don't even think he was getting shot at. Two stars going to come and save him.
He might have like hit a rock or a hill or something driving.
Yeah.
And it did too much damage.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that's probably what happened. A little bit unfortunate, but luckily for V7, there aren't really any teams occupying the western edge of this.
Oh, he ran out of first aids. His teammate just dropped one.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah.
Oh, you would think you'd get more loot than that, but yeah, tough situation. Adder now going to revive Gumin. And Ghibli just kind of posting up right here on the southeastern side, and a lot of teams right now trying to converge on this location. You see V7, Gomp and his teammate now rolling in. They're going to reconvene with V7, and interested in seeing where this circle goes in. Wow, that's actually quite the shift.
Yeah, northeast. So 4 a.m. here in a really good position, and now 4 a.m. has a decision to make. Which compound do they solidify? Because they're spread the heck out, and they kind of have to pick. They have to gamble a bit.
Yeah, it looks like Xiaolu's going to be rotating off his building, and reconvening with his teammates. In the meantime, we actually have Tyloo coming in from the north side, so they might be running into both Tiamba and infantry sometime soon. We'll have to keep an eye on that. In the meantime, Jonggu from V7 trying to land the red dot spray. That has a lot of distance. That's hard to connect with, and SKS not able to finish the job just yet. Not grade too fast on that motorcycle. He's going to get away, and Pooning right now actually in a whole lot of trouble. He gets headshot. He fires back on Gray, but Gray's going to be able to knock him out, and the reinforcements come in here for Jufu. They will finish the job, and that's one player down for V7.
All right, well, V7, you know, everybody's trying to scramble onto the other side of the city. Genji here is watching GEX's backside and picking up likely a point. Savior, though, is right in that Murado on the other side of the rock. Now, he's getting shot at by Ghibli, in fact, as Genji is going to use this opportunity to breach the compound. Yanli down. GEX may be completely bullied out of this position by Genji.
Yep, Genji recognizing that this position is vulnerable and just absolutely diving it. All the shots from 4 a.m. do not matter. Genji just breaks on through into that side. Now, infantry right now, we were talking about it earlier, Tyloo making this north rotation. They're squaring off.
This is huge for Genji to take that compound. That's dead center, and the circle is going to be on them for a while. So if they can play good defense there, that's a huge position. Meanwhile, infantry, yeah, Tyloo, Lin at the door, going to be a really important role for him to keep Tyloo back. You know, that fight doesn't have to happen, But this is infantry and Ty Lu. Plus you've got Volibear just like soloing Tianba over here. Like,
yeah.
What in the world?
That's going to be a kill, isn't it? That frag.
Yeah.
Very close.
If that one wasn't, this one will be. There's no way anybody's getting a Chewy.
You got to think that Volibear is going to go back to his teammates, right? I don't think you want a protracted battle with Volibear all the way out here by his lonesome and the rest of you fighting Ty Lu, the hottest team in this lobby. And
can't get out, yeah.
Yep, Volibear is going to get knocked there, so just going to trade him out for 1 point, I guess.
Ooh, that one was right on the money for the finish. I mean, he was dead no matter what, but that was still a nice throw there from Tong. Yeah, I don't know. Infantry here kind of trading 1-for-1 with Tianba. Ty Lu might just... this is a really tough fight for Ty Lu to take.
Yeah, it is. Even 4v3, it's a tough one. So they're just going to be rotating out here right now. I like this. This is classic Ty Lu, man. You only take the fights that you know you're going to win, and they know there's an easier fish somewhere.
Yeah, they know there's open space up on the northeast side, so they're just going to take that instead for now. Keep a vehicle safe. Give themselves options. Oh my God, are we actually going to go into La Coberteria? No way. I haven't seen like a finish inside of the city itself in a really long time.
Yeah, we've had some really hard shifts so far in this circle, man.
Yes, Maru is just decimating USG off screen. Danawa here trying to push around the corner, and the grenade's going to force the issue. So GEX was eliminated off screen. Seoul is going to clean up V7, and they are gone.
Yep, Danawa with a great cleanup right there. Really nice. Calculated move there by Seoul, cleaning that up. No problem at all. Meantime, Ty Lu, they're still watching infantry. They actually have a 2-2 split going on right now, and Ty Lu Tongs taking that forward door. So Ty Lu happy to post up right here, but you know that something's got to happen. They got to either make a break for it to reconvene with their teammates, or they got to win that fight. And you see on the map right now, they're moving off.
Yeah, this is really rough for a lot of the teams outside of this circle, because this is maybe not the expected shift. Again, circles can go into cities. They just don't really like to as often. So, you know, now everybody's trying to find something on the northeast or the south or the east side of things, like on that half, on the other half of La Coberteria, to try to find some kind of space. And so a lot of teams are going to get cut down trying to get there. Jufu has pushed into Danawa, and Danawa relatively cleanly was able to take the space away from, I think it was V7 that was over here just previously here in the rail yard, but you don't get to see fights in the rail yard almost ever in esports.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting angles here with the crates. There's so much terrain and these small walls.
I love this area.
A lot of long angles. It's fun. It's good mid-range fighting as we see Ty Lu trying to roll in right now. Longsker actually got shot there, I think, by LZ. LZ will get the finish on Longsker, and Danawa, this fight goes on. Gen G, in the meantime, they did rotate off of that one building back into the city. Recognizing the situation, oh no, Ty Lu, not like this.
No, it's fine, just drive backwards.
Great driving right now, losing the tire, but that rock is in the way, so he's gonna have to make a run for it. But no, actually gonna be a true friend and try and stick it out for his teammate. Not gonna work that well, but man, tough position. Ty Lu eliminated, but they had an absolutely fantastic day. So many points, 2 wins. Way at the top right now with 147. They got to be happy with us.
Oh, yeah. That is a great day for Ty Lu. They are coming out of this game still feeling on cloud 9, no doubt. Renba and Maxora, the only 2 left for Gen G. This move was risky. I don't know if I actually agree with Gen G making this move yet. I'll get to that after the fight. Jufu trying to push through Danawa. Danawa did end up losing Salute along the way, but now they are going to get knocked here by Seoul. It's going to go right for the flushes, but Hong Hong responds onto Helen. So Jufu still 2 up in a 2v2 here, as this has been a very bloody fight back and forth between Danawa and Jufu.
Yeah, they've been going really blow for blow right now, and we'll see if Seoul's able to make any more connections. He's been playing out of his mind so far as the circle shifts up a little bit more to the north, so kind of an interesting spot. It's still probably going to be in the circle, or not in the circle, in the city, but there is some play there to the northeast side.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the reason I wasn't so sure yet for Gen G to make the move was they could hold the edge on that compound for a while, potentially, or, you know, the circle could shift away. Linshut gonna hit a really nice grenade here onto LZ, and their nades continue to be stellar. One of the trademarks, one of the hallmarks of Tianba has been their frag grenades. Wayless trying to pop up over the top of the 3x spray, catches just a bit of damage. There is the follow-up, though, from Xiao Hai, who now has a great flank angle. Grenades are out here onto Tianba. Tong trying to get up the hill to avoid the roll down of the frags. Wayless continues to watch, and he's got to be a little bit careful rotating around here way less. He might accidentally expose himself to another team. Tong, not going to win it.
Yeah, Tiamba, they got bruised so early in that fight. They're all fighting on such low HP, and 4 Angry Men are able to get out of it with their full manpower. That's a big win for them. They need these points. In the meantime, speaking of needing points, New Happy rolling in on this compound. They are really hungry for a win. They're hungry for kills. These were the favorites coming into this tournament, and so far here on day 3, they're sitting all the way down at rank 10. So you know they're gunning for that top spot right now. Meantime, Maru, they're rotating here on the outside, but unluckily for them, there is quite a bit in their path. They got to get past the Freaks, and there's really not a lot of terrain to play around with.
There's an L-shaped compound that's open, but I think the Freaks might take it ahead of them. So then they could take one of those compounds that's just to the northeast of the warehouse in Kobadia, kind of south of where Genji is. So Genji split up into a 2-2 inside of the city. Pero's fanned across the road. It looks like they're going to try to cross the road right now. Aches left able to get there. Mill as well. So a safe maneuver there for Pero. And here comes Maru. This sucks. Look at what they have to deal with. This hill is steep.
Yep.
And exposed to everybody in the city.
Not an easy way to get in. And especially with the Freaks taking post right there. I mean, look at this angle. This angle as APN has with the AW1. That's a beautiful headshot right there on Gok.
Get another one.
Oh. Barely misses that one on D-Lox. You know he's hungry for it. New Happy, they want to get these kills. They want to pad those stats coming into the next weekend.
Oh, that's what you love to see. That is what I live for, is AWM headshots. Just the best thing in PUBG. Ah, man. Maru, though, I mean, they might get a couple members in, but
they really don't have a lot to play around with, man.
No, I mean, just the edge of this rock kind of formation here on the edge. And, well, let's see what the next circle wants to do. I think it can kind of go anywhere at this point. I don't think there's anything that's land ratioed. I think it's pretty likely to go northeast, but I'm not sure exactly. Maybe I'll just go into the city. Yeah, northeast.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
so,
Genji pretty happy with their position now. He must.
Yeah, they nailed it. Yeah, they figured it out.
In the meantime, might have an engagement here between New Happy and 4 AM, but New Happy actually taking a lot of fire from Maru right now. Maru does have this angle on this fight. They're proven to be little troublemakers, even though their position is not very great themselves.
Xiaohai sees just enough Zepion to almost get the knock. If one more bullet had connected, he had it. Zepion has to heal here. Freaks coming down the hill. EN does get knocked, but he's able to land behind the box. I think he should be okay. Should be able to get inside, and they should be able to get that res. The vehicle isn't going to explode. Oh, nope, the vehicle's just blocking him enough that he's not going to be able to crawl in through the door. Here comes New Happy, and looks like they're just going to back off of that fight with 4 AM. It just wasn't going to ever really be an easy one for them to take, so they're going to try another option.
Yeah, did not like that angle that Maru had on them. And oh, what a great shot right there. Sunyoung's going down right now for Maru.
Yeesh.
And New Happy, they need to take those shots. They need to get those knocks to try and clear up this rotation, because they're going to have a hard time getting into this next circle. I really don't think they have too much playable area to the southwest of that compound. And even if they do, I mean, where are they going to go after that, right? It's tough.
You're absolutely right. They need the vehicles, and I think that's why they went back. I think they were going to see if they could clear 4 AM off this angle, and if they did, great. Maybe they could use that to rotate, but that angle's not open to them, so now they have to go to plan B, which is not ideal. There's no buildings really left open inside of the circle, and oh, Kwangdong gets knocked on the other side of the road from Genji. 17 in a fight with Jufu. Jufu looks like they were able to win this against Danawa in the long run, and they are going to be taken out for their efforts in 8th place by 17, who's looking to finally have a good game here today.
New Happy finally making this rotation into this circle, and this is a precarious one right now. Adder with the barrel is going to try and hold down this angle, as Ming Ming actually does get knocked right here. The New Happy players, they're really battered and bruised on low HP, trying to salvage the situation. They want to get the res and the heal up, but Adder, fish in a barrel, is going in, but no, he gets flashed. Not able to get the job done. Instead, New Happy buying some more time, and CPN are going to come on the outside.
Oh, they called in everybody. They want to wipe New Happy out. Stuns were being prepared, but it's actually Genji who cut Lambu off from helping the rest of their team out. 4 AM probably helped in that as well. And now they're going to come in here. The spray's not good enough on the first one. Adder's beat up, and it's not going to work.
No, Ghibli, they try to get in, but New Happy has too many players up, and you see that angle right there. It is not easy to come around that door and get knocks. New Happy able to barely salvage that situation, but they do with a full man up. They're going to get 2 more reses and be happy with that position.
Only Ghibli would try that. That is pure Ghibli. Just absolute, just confidence to try to get around there, and it didn't quite work. It almost worked.
I think they had a chance before then, but the flashbang that was on the initiation would just it bought New Happy too much time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Kwangdong here stuck with Pero trying to push through, so Pero's got to make this fight happen. Kwangdong has to defend. They don't really have an easy out because of that fence on the other side. You know, Hikari can't really just jump from the roof over it without risking himself. Flash has an easy up and over, able to hide behind these bookshelves long enough. Oh, what a stun. Oh,
wow.
Saved his life. Oh, nope. Left able to get there.
Saved a couple seconds.
Yeah, that's true. Here comes EN, though. Just an absolute wrecking ball. As the rest of the Freaks are starting to fall apart, though. It's a 2v2 now.
Yeah, Left and Ming trying to finish off the job here right now as Ian go gets the flush. That will be another point in the bag for the Freaks, but he's going to get blindsided right now, and Akkad tries to cover him. Ian re-peeks and will get Left, but he's on 1H.
Jeez, Left almost got the spray transfer onto EN there, and he had EN dead to rights. Oh, he tries to run him over, but he was in the invulnerable state, so he doesn't get taken out. There's the headshot, but not good enough for AM. And 17 is going to clean out that side of the circle, and they've got a really good opportunity here. You know, you've still got New Happy outside of Gen G, and this is kind of why I didn't want Gen G to leave that compound as early as they did.
Yeah.
Because this circle was pretty likely to leave the city eventually, it gets tough. Ming, though, oh no, EN just gets double-barreled. He was not ready for that, and there's no saving him. Comes around the corner,
wow.
and Ming wins that.
I'm shocked that Ming won that, man. That was a tough angle to go in, but
5H.
he just knew it was his corner. He got it.
Sometimes they're just better, and that's the case for Pero there. So they're going to wipe the Freaks out. Gen G still has control of this warehouse for now, and they've got some time. The blue's coming, so Pero going to have to make a move sooner rather than later.
In the meantime, 17 Gaming has some insane guns, I have to say, by the way. They got a Mark 14 on Little Ghost and a Groza, and I'm pretty sure they have at least one other great weapon. I might be mistaken, but that is a stacked team right there in the Northeast in terms of weapons. They are really happy with this situation as HS is going to take down Ming from Pero. Left, I think the last player standing. Yeah, the last player standing now for Petrichor Road.
This sucks. Gen G's trying to go outside to finish off Left, but 17 has complete oversight of that. They can't actually go out and do it, and that could be a problem. I mean, I don't think Left can really go anywhere. He's going to take the timing of his life. I mean, he has 5 smokes, but he's got to cross that road. It's so open, and 17 can see, like, everything.
He's just going to rat it out. That's what you got to do. Get some placement points, maybe get one flush. Just try and play it the best you can, because Gen G, they can't really get to him right now, given the concave that 17 has on this compound. You see right there, Left pretty safe unless Gen G can find some kind of trick to get to him. And right now, I think they have bigger fish to fry.
Well,
meantime,
if Gen G is going to win this game, it's going to take New Happy like fighting 17 instead of Gen G.
Yeah.
Otherwise, 17's just going to kind of roll through this. So if New Happy decides their best option is to push through the warehouse, which I think it kind of is, potentially it depends on how bad that fence line is, like how easy it is to get over it. It might actually be too difficult, so they might have to. I can't tell for sure.
Yep.
But it all just depends on New Happy's decision. Like, New Happy kind of controls this game, who's going to win it, by where they decide to go.
I think they're gunning for a win, though. They're going to try and spray down Suju, but not really able to connect in 17. I love this spread that they have, but it can fall apart quickly if start happening. It's a little precarious. This is kind of akin to the way that Koreans like to play these situations, where everybody fans out and kind of has to do their job to make it work. Because, again, we do have 2 4 stacks up, and it's Gen G and New Happy. Those are 2 pretty potent 4 stacks.
Yeah, and you still have Left in there. I mean, he is absolutely nuts. So you can never count him out either. That guy is unbelievable at times with what he's able to pull off. Gen G's going to wait. Gen G wants to wait this out as long as they can. They want to force the fighting. They want to keep New Happy outside of this warehouse on the other side of this fence. And I think there's just enough room here. See, New Happy knows that they just can't try to fight 17. They have to try to go through Gen G.
And New Happy, I counted 3 players right there with 6 smokes, so they do have some in their bag, and Gen G as well has at least 7. So there is some utility here that players can use to try and create some kind of space between them and 17 and maybe come around on a flank. if they decide to go for that, but it's tough. It's a really tough situation for these teams right now stuck in this compound. Like you said, it's kind of 17's game to lose. They're controlling the situation, but they have to play it perfectly.
Yeah, Ake's left here, trying to throw some smokes, trying to get to the road. Not going to happen. Yeah, Show is going to shut him down. And now Gen.G looks to try to keep the pressure on to 17. ZP Jan's got the AWN. If anybody's going to create space, it's going to be him, but it's actually an Onyx getting the opening knock onto Show. Okay, that's a bit of breathing room here for New Happy and Gen.G.
Yeah, let's see what they do to capitalize on it. But right now, Anonyx in trouble of his own, down to 21 HP. He's trying to scramble to salvage the situation.
Oh, they have frags. Oh, no.
Oh.
See, New Happy. Okay.
Wait.
Okay, but that grenade's so good here. Renba's down, Maxora able to clean one out here. Lil Ghost, though, responding with that Groza that you pointed out earlier. He is sitting pretty in terms of guns and utility.
Yeah, players going down for every team right now. No one's really emerging as a clear leader, but 17, they have a fantastic position. They're going to try to get the res now as Gen.G. And New Happy, they're just trying to control this. They do have more smokes, I believe, at least a handful in the bag that they can try and use to get a flank on this position. And it could be tough if they decide to continue to go wide on 17. They might be able to get some good sprays in. You see the playable area for 17 is starting to become minimized.
Yeah, this Groza might be the difference maker. It's such a powerful gun, and Onyx and Maxora are stuck in a really, really bad spot.
Yeah, that's tough.
This blue is right on the butt of Maxora. He's able to skirt around the outside just in time. Stuns now from New Happy. This one's going to get wild fast. Here we go. Trades all around. Gen.G out, so now it's down to New Happy and 17, and it's going to be 17 who's able to hold on at the end of it. A tight one there at the end, but 17 just had a good enough position that they're able to lock it down.
They cleaned that up so fast. That kill feed was just like nuts.
Yeah, just went.
Yep, Gen.G and New Happy just absolutely decimated there. 17 Gaming, they were the hottest team coming out of China going into this tournament, and they're showing you why they can really play with the best of them.
Yeah, it's a quiet day until then. And then they put up a big one. 11 kills, and then they Thanos snapped, and the rest of the server was gone.
I love the way you described that, yeah. Fantastic play out of 17. I mean, they did have the superior position out of the three teams there, but they had to play it perfectly, and they absolutely did. And just like you said, that Groza was a difference maker, just unleashing hell, so much damage, mopping up Gen.G, mopping up New Happy, 17 coming away with a really clutch win.
And the Groza's brutal. That's why, most players will take that gun over just about anything else in those fights. Sometimes the Mark 14 in the early game, but late game, absolutely take the Groza every time, and you can see why. So, it was a dominating day for the Chinese teams.
Yep.
Tyloo wins 2, Tiamba wins 2. Now we have 17. The Korean teams here struggling to find purchase, and I think New Happy even got second at the end of that. So Gen.G comes through in third.
Yeah.
They're not able to get a couple extra points. It's trouble.
They had a fantastic start to the tournament. The first 3 maps, they won 2 of them. They got second place in the other, but since then, they've only been able to pick up 1 win, and it wasn't a very high kill one. Kind of struggling to find their footing right now. This will be the last map of this weekend. Until next week, we'll have 3 more days of 5 matches each. So the Korean teams, they do have time to go back to the drawing board, consult with their coaching staffs, maybe try and come up with some new plans to stick it to these Chinese teams, because you just know that Korea's hungry for a win here. They haven't won a PCS yet.
You got to learn how to third party. You got to learn how to take advantage of, the other team's mistakes. Because a lot of the Korean teams right now are playing like center circle lockdown.
Yeah.
It's just not as effective when you're going up against teams of this caliber that are so good at third partying. They're so good at breaching compounds. They're great at throwing grenades, or they'll just wait you out. You saw here with 17, Gen.G took that warehouse early because it was center circle, like phase 4 or something like that. And I get that, but actually the play is to wait on the outside, because those circles are more likely to leave the city than not.
Yeah. You described it perfectly. I mean, Gen.G, it was their game plan, and it won them the first couple of games, but as you said, it's more of this roaming control 3-piece style that we've seen out of teams such as like Tyloo, and to a lesser effect Tiamba, that's really bringing in the points. I mean, this is the super format. This is not last year's PUBG. This is New Year's PUBG, and you got to get those kills to get those points.
Absolutely. Exactly correct. But this is the way China plays, and they've always been winning. I mean, there just hasn't been the adaptation yet. And I kind of get it in some sense, because it's what works for the Korean teams. They do decently, especially Gen.G, globally, but how much of that was,
just having the the best player in the world on your team.
Yeah.
Now you got to adapt. Now you got to start seeing that these other styles are, at least in this lobby, more effective. No, maybe when you go to PGC, there's another. Each lobby has a different meta.
Right.
But here, you're seeing what the power of these, like you said, the third-party roaming bandits.
Yeah, Tyloo, man. Just absolutely impeccable movement, and 17 Gaming as well in that one. Played that perfectly. It was kind of a tough position all the way up to the end, and then they just kind of pulled the rabbit out of the hat, came up with a win with a pretty beautiful concave, and Show, of course, a showman. 6 kills, 1,200 damage. That is a ton. That's an unbelievable amount of damage.
Jeez, I wish I had him on my fantasy team. Man, that's insane amount of damage.
17, man. They've got a lot of skill, 21 points, and New happy with after a slow start, day 1, day 2.
He didn't even have the Groza and the Mark 14 either.
Yeah, that's true.
What the?
Well, these teams will gain a little bit on Tyloo, luckily for them. 17 Gaming with 21 points, New happy with much needed 15. This is one of the most skilled teams in the lobby, just off to a little bit of a slow start here, but gotta say it, we're only halfway through this thing. There's a lot of PUBG left to be played.
Yeah, okay, cool. They got 15, but if they keep fighting for Yaz, then
yeah,
again, you're burning the money, so whatever. For Angry Men, on the other hand, this is one of the better games we've seen from them.
Yeah.
They've been pretty quiet, but, it's a tough lobby, man. This is so many good teams here.
It's stacked. This is the best PCS region in the world.
Yep.
As we say many times over.
Yeah, Tyloo now ahead. I mean, the EU people are going to disagree with you, but they can...
they can disagree all they want.
They can go pound sand. 21 points ahead for Tyloo, so that's a win in 11 kills. And, that's doable. That's catchable for Tiamba, but they've been, throughout the day, steadily increasing that margin. The last game, not so much, but the rest of the time, they've been doing very, very good. I mean, Genji and Jufu, keeping it honest, keeping themselves inside of it. But it's going to take some monster days from teams like 17 Gaming, Kwangdong Freaks, Petrichor Road, New Happy, if they're going to catch anybody at the top of this leaderboard. And, I mean, it's doable, of course. Any of these teams is capable of it, but you're going to really have like one of those days where you put up like 50, 60 points in 5 games.
That's
to change this,
That's the point that I was going to get to, is I'm a little bit worried about the Korean teams, the meta that they're playing in this lobby. It's not that kind of high point meta. I mean, Genji we saw on day 1, they were playing for the win in the first 3 games. They got a lot of points, but not kills.
All right, we have an interview, guys. Let's take it over to that, see what our teams have to say.
Any second.
There we go.
PCS6 아시아 데이 3까지의 1위 팀을 만나보도록
Day 3 has
하겠습니다.
ended for
오늘의
PCS6
주인공은
Asia.
바로 어제의 주인공이었던
Today we will meet Tyloo again, who we met from yesterday. Today we have prepared an interview with Sia from Tyloo.
자, 꽁시꽁시.
Congratulations.
谢谢.
네, 어제
Thank you.
가오양 선수가 치킨보다는 포인트 쌓는 게 더 중요하다고 했는데 인터뷰 끝나자마자 오늘 첫 번째 치킨을 드시게 됐습니다.
Right after the interview from yesterday, you guys said that, winning chickens today will be really important, and you guys won 2 chickens for today. How do you feel about being first after day 3?
有点超出我们的预期吧，觉得挺开心的，反正就打之前没想过会打这么好。
일단 예상치 못한 결과여가지고
It was an unexpected result, but I still feel great about it.
아쉬운 성적을 뒤로하고 PCS에서는 기세를 잡은 모습을 보여주고 있는데요.
In the PCL, you guys weren't able to frag off like this, but it seems like you guys are dominating for this PCS tournament. Could you tell us some, what reasons that might be behind it?
理由就是我们做好了自己该做的事情。 没有做错误的选择。
저희는 저희가 할 수 있는 최선의 선택을 했고
We're trying to perform in the best of our ability and then make the right choices without making any mistakes. I think that's why it resulted in a great result.
어떤 자기장이 와도 대처를 참 잘하시더라고요.
You guys performed really well, positioning and taking rotations during each zone.
자기장에 대응하는
During each zone,
타이루의 자세.
Tyloo, what kind of orders and comms were going through in your team when the zones were shifting and coming in?
的时候，你们的定位都非常突出。那可以知道你们在那的时候都说了什么一些话吗？
就是我们每个人都会将自己知道的信息汇总一下，然后给骄阳，然后就会做出比较正确的指挥吧。
저희 오더를 굉장히 믿었고 저희 서로
We trust our IGL. Basically, from his order, we listen to him, and based off that order, we go through, and we were able to make that happen.
이라고 말씀해 주시는 것 같은데요. 저는 좀 시아 선수 하면 수류탄이
Sia, if I could try to figure out a great moment from you, in match 14, you create a great nade against two IFTY players where you dominate them with a single grenade. Could you explain the thought process behind that?
第14场比赛中，希尔选手用确准的手榴弹抓住了2位 IFTY 选手。那可以对当时的情况和丢手榴弹的有什么好的秘诀吗？
决赛圈的时候就是尽量把手榴弹留在最后锁定敌人位置的时候使用吧，这样命中率会高一点。
수류탄을 마지막에 이제 결정적인 순간에서 사용하는 게 저희 비법이 아닌가 싶습니다.
I think saving the last nade is the most important thing for me to be able to make that happen. Having a nade behind you.
우리 시아 선수가 대표로 팬분들께
The first week of PCS6 has ended. Would you like to leave any message to your fans who have been rooting for you for these last 3 days?
就是很感谢你们的支持吧，希望继续支持我们，我们会继续努力的。
저희 계속 저희를 응원한 팬분들께 너무 감사드리고
Thanks to all the fans who have been rooting for us, and we hope to frag off for the upcoming days and perform well.
네, 오늘 타이루의 1위 정말
Congrats
축하드리고요.
once again, Tyloo, on being first on
감사합니다.
today, and thank you once again, Sia, for the interview.
All right, well, thank you very much to Tyloo for that interview, and kind of interesting there to see them talk about, how they hold on to that last grenade for the right moment, and that's pretty key. To have one frag left in the bag for moments like that is huge, and somebody was dancing behind
Yeah,
the screen.
I want to know who that was. That was pretty funny.
That was pretty funny. By the way, they did mention that their IGL does a good job. That's Zhao Yang, in case anybody's curious. The former infantry player is the one leading the way for them, and you can see that he does such a great job. But guys, that's going to do it for us today. We'll be back next week. Friday, 7 p.m. Korean Standard Time is when the games will start, so make sure you tune in. EU's coming up later. Make sure you watch that too. We'll see you guys next time.
I'm about to take off, yeah, believe it, yeah, believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 For something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated. I can take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding. I'm about to take off, yeah, believe it, yeah, believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah, believe it, yeah, believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no.